Slap, slap, slaps. Slap, slaps. Ha ha, you little slave, he'll beat you to death. Ha ha. A child is forcefully beating another child lying on the ground. Third young master, please stop beating him. If you continue, he will pass out. 80-year-old Zhang Bufan was being viciously beaten by the 6-year-old third young master of the Wang family, Wang Yunfei, wielding a stick. Beside them, Zhang Bufan's parents knelt on the ground begging him to stop. Finally, the third young master grew tired and stopped. Zhang Bufan's head was covered in blood. His father Zhang Yue held him in his arms, tears streaming down. This is our fate, my poor child. In your next life, don't be born into our family. Father, mother, don't cry. Fainter doesn't hurt. Zhang Bufan wiped away his parents' tears, with his bloody hands smearing blood all over their faces. Pinyin City was a mortal town within the Lanling Kingdom of the Sanyang continent in the cultivation world. It was called a mortal town because over 99% of its people were mortals. Yet even among mortals there were rankings, with martial artists being the elite. And this 80-year-old boy Zhang Bufan, together with his parents, belonged to the lowest class. The lowest class meant no dignity, no personality, and even their existence was a gift from the master. Every time they ate their bowl of watery gruel, they had to say in front of the servants, "Thank you for the master's grace." Zhang Bufan had grown up hearing such words, and was long accustomed to it. He never spoke, so his father Zhang Yu and mother Yifang told the master that the boy was mute. They instructed Zhang Bufan not to speak outside lest he be accused of ingratitude toward Master Wang. Zhang Bufan kept this in mind, and thus brought no trouble to his parents for 8 years. Their lives belonged to Master Wang. Master Wang belonged to a second-rate family in Pinyin City. There were 4 such families. Above them were 2 first-rate families. They were called first-rate families because they had cultivators. No one had ever seen a cultivator fight, but they knew that a single palm strike from a cultivator could shatter a millstone-sized boulder, something even the strongest martial artist in the city could not do. If martial artists were the elite among men, then cultivators were not men, they were immortals. Every cultivator in Pinyin City enjoyed treatment like that of a deity. If Master Wang wanted a cultivator to do something, he had to send generous gifts and sincerely invite them, and even then whether they agreed depended on their mood. The Wang family did have martial artists. Martial artists were divided into 9 ranks, with the first being the weakest, and the 9th the strongest. Pinyin City had never seen a 9th-rank martial artist. The strongest in the city were the guard captains of the 2 first-rate families, both 6th-rank martial artists. Yet even they had to act submissively before the cultivator guests of those families, never daring to overstep. The Wang family had over 100 servants, like Zhang Bufan and his parents. Many families like theirs were in servitude to the Wangs. Zhang Bufan's best friend Huzi was the same age, lived up to his name, and his parents were also Wang family servants. In the 325th year of the Qingli era, the youngest young master of the Wang family was only 6 years old, with 2 elder brothers. Master Wang had fathered him at the age of 50, and the child was spoiled beyond measure. The 6-year-old boy spent his days running around with sticks and clubs, shouting and beating the servants, who were forbidden to move. Whenever the little master got excited, even his small strength could leave the servants bleeding. Master Wang hired a 4th-rank martial artist as his teacher, teaching him martial arts daily. Fearing that the boy would be bored alone, he had Zhang Bufan and Huzi serve as practice partners and companions. Zhang Yu and Yifang saw this as an opportunity, hoping it might change their son's life, and urged him to train hard. One evening after work, Zhang Yu came home covered in blood. "Husband, what happened to you? Did the eldest young master hit you?" The eldest young master, Wang Yunping, had loved martial arts since childhood, and was now a 4th-rank martial artist. His temper was extremely fiery, and he often beat and scolded the servants, sometimes leaving them bleeding or half-dead. "Alas, who else could it be? Same father, but the second young master has such a good temper." Up until then, Zhang Yu thought it was just a bad temper. But it was not a bad temper, it was evil. Zhang Bufan had learned this word from the second young master. "Father, does it hurt?" Zhang Bufan gently rubbed his father's head with his small hands, and brought a wet cloth to wipe away the dried blood. "Fainter, father, doesn't hurt. In the future you must become strong so that others won't bully you." "I understand, father." Zhang Bufan had no concept of strong. He thought that a person like the little master's teacher, who could shatter a solid brick with one palm, was strong. The next day Zhang Bufan and Huzi accompanied the little master to the training ground as usual. The teacher was called Guoqiao, a fourth-rank martial artist hired by Master Wang. Actually, the family's guard captain was a fifth-rank martial artist, but he was usually too busy to teach the little master, so Master Wang had to hire an outsider. Wang Yunfei, start by doing horse stance for 2 incense sticks. Begin. You two accompany him. 2 tall and 1 short, 3 children were doing horse stance under the blazing sun. It was July, the hottest time, and all 3 were sweating. After 1 incense stick, Wang Yunfei couldn't hold on, and sat down with a thud. Having endured 1.5 sticks, Zhang Bufan and Huzi were older, and lasted longer. Teacher Guo, I can't hold on that long, said Wang Yunfei. Gradual progress is fine. Guoqiao naturally couldn't scold or punish him, as this was his livelihood. After Teacher Guo left, you two lie down. Wang Yunfei picked up a wooden stick and began to hit their bottoms. How dare you be better than me? I'll show you. Smack, smack, smack. Smack, smack, smack. Strike after strike hit their buttocks. Neither of them cried out or made any sound, because even if they had collapsed earlier, they would still have been beaten. Then he would say while hitting, useless things older than me, but not as good as me. What use are you wastes? This phrase was Master Wang's favorite saying. Whenever he hit servants, he would say it while beating them. Ouch, third brother, your strength isn't enough. Watch mine. It was the eldest young master Wang Yunpeng, a fourth-rank martial artist. Even without using his true chi, just using adult strength would be enough to hurt them. A fourth-rank martial artist, even without using chi, simply with adult strength, would be enough to cause them terrible pain. Smack! Smack! 1 strike per person. Their thighs were already bleeding, pants torn open. Ah! Ah! They cried out in succession. See that? I'll do it once more. Smack, smack. 2 strikes, and the small leg bones were clearly broken. Ah! Ah! Whoa! They began to cry, as if only by crying could the pain in their legs lessen. Ha ha, eldest brother is amazing. I understand, let me try. Wang Yunfei started hitting their backs with the stick, 1 strike after another. Their clothes were soaked with blood. Beatings were common, but encountering the eldest young master was rare, so today's beating was especially severe. The third young master grew tired of beating, threw down the stick and went back. It was dark. The 2 8-year-olds supported each other and limped back to their dark small room. The Wang family had built a row of simple houses for the servants. In a room barely big enough for a bed, the family of 3 lived. Bufan beaten again today. Hurry and apply some medicine. This herb called Jinbuan was named by the servants. Applied after beating, it would heal in 3 days. But this time Zhang Bufan had not only external injuries, but also a fractured right leg. The injury on your right leg is so serious. Does it hurt? Zhang Bufan nodded, his tears already dry. He did not cry in front of his parents. This beating left them unable to walk for 2 full months, so during that time, they did not come out to spar. Once their injuries healed, Wang Yunfei immediately called the 2 of them out. You 2 all healed. Come here, I've missed you. Teacher Guo hadn't arrived yet. Wang Yunfei had somehow obtained a centipede and placed it in a bamboo cage. Let me tell you, this bug is called the Immortal Ascension Bug. 1 bite, and you'll feel like you've ascended to immortality. The young master is afraid of pain, so you 2 try first. Huzi, put your hand in and let it bite. Neither of them had seen a centipede before, but judging from its appearance, it was nothing good. Huzi instinctively withdrew his hand. Huzi, you want a beating again? Wang Yunfei picked up a stick from the side, the same one that had broken their legs before. Young master, he'll put it in. Huzi extended his hand, and the centipede immediately bit down. Ah! It hurts. Huzi snatched his hand back and squeezed the bitten finger tightly with his other hand, as if that would ease the pain. But it was useless. In an instant the bitten finger turned black and swollen, then the entire arm swelled up, mottled with black. Ha! Ha ha! So this is the Immortal Ascension Bug. Truly amazing. Ha ha! Wang Yunfei laughed loudly. Alright, let's begin today's martial arts practice. Everyone line up. Huzi, what happened to your hand? Isn't this poisoning? What bit you? Master Guo, it was the Immortal Ascension Bug the young master brought. Master Gua picked up the bamboo cage and examined it.
This is a venomous centipede. Come with me quickly. I have antidote.
As a martial artist, he had some basic medicines. Master Gua took Huzi to his quarters, applied medicinal powder to the wound, gave him some oral medicine, and then sent him back. At that moment, Master Wang happened to pass by, wanting to see his son's progress over the past few months, and noticed Master Gua was absent.
Son, where is your teacher?
Master Wang's belly protruded, like a woman 7 or 8 months pregnant.
Father, Master Gua took Huzi to treat his injury. Huzi was bitten by the immortal ascension bug.
Soon Master Gua returned, after only about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Master Wang was displeased, his face dark, as he spoke to Master Gua.
Master Gua, we hired you to teach my son martial arts. Don't meddle in servants' affairs. Even if he was bitten by a centipede or had his head bitten off by a tiger, my son comes first. Understand? As you wish, Master.
Though Master Gua was a martial artist, supposedly possessing a martial artist's pride, he was only a 4th-rank warrior, and the Wang family itself had plenty of 4th-rank warriors, so there was no need to show him any deference. In the 326th year of the Qingli calendar, after a year of torment and abuse, Huzi and Zhang Bufan had grown considerably stronger and leaner. One evening they returned home. Only Mother Yefang was there. It had just gotten dark, and father was probably still working at the eldest young master's place. Zhang Yue, as usual, finished his last task, cleaning the eldest young master's courtyard. As he was about to put away his tools, he heard a woman's screams from the woodshed.
This. Sigh. Poor girl.
This was not the first time. The eldest young master often tied up servant girls in his courtyard to do filthy things. He wondered which unfortunate girl it was today.
Brother, save me.
A woman's feeble voice came from the woodshed. Then her head lolled to one side, whether dead or unconscious no one could tell. At this moment, the eldest young master, fully dressed, walked out of the woodshed and saw Zhang Yu there. He was about to scold him, when suddenly a squad of soldiers rushed in from outside, led by a young girl of 14 or 15.
Xiao Chui! Xiao Chui! You? Who did this?
This girl was the city lord's daughter, so Wang Yuping dared not offend her.
Miss, it was this servant who kidnapped her and committed that vile deed. I happened to witness it. Let me punish him for you.
Wang Yupeng grabbed a wooden stick nearby and smashed Zhang Yu's mouth, leaving him unable to defend himself. Then rained blows on Zhang Yu's head, intending to beat him to death for no witnesses.
Stop! Don't hit him anymore, I need to interrogate.
Wang Yupeng wouldn't give her the chance. His final blow struck directly at the temple. The commotion drew many servants. Yefang happened to be bringing Zhang Bufan to see why her husband hadn't finished work, and witnessed Wang Yupeng knocking Zhang Yu down.
Husband! Child's father! Wake up! Wake up!
Yefang knelt beside Zhang Yue, nearly crying to death. Zhang Bufan wailed loudly. But Zhang Yu on the ground slowly grew cold.
Oh, right here are this man's wife and child. Take them away. Her husband killed her.
Wang Yupeng pointed at Yefang and Zhang Bufan.
Take them away.
The girl ordered the soldiers. Thus Yefang and Zhang Bufan were taken away. What happened to Zhang Yu's corpse was unknown. In the end, Yefang was sentenced to 30 years in prison. Zhang Bufan, being only 9, could not be imprisoned under Lanling Kingdom's law. The Wang family was required to raise him until he was 14, after which he would serve a 20-year sentence. The matter passed in a blur. Once back, Zhang Bufan picked up a stone and charged at Wang Yupeng.
Ah!
He screamed as he ran, but was seen by Wang Yupeng, who gave him a severe beating until he passed out. The next day, he woke up hanging upside down from the gate beam of the servants' courtyard. After waking up, Zhang Bufan burst into loud laughter, then defecated and urinated. The urine flowed back into his mouth along his clothes, but he smacked his lips and swallowed it. The servants informed the eldest young master Wang of Zhang Bufan's awakening. Wang Yupeng saw him laughing and drinking his own urine, and became convinced that the child had been beaten silly. Thus Zhang Bufan's nickname changed from mute to idiot. Wang Yupeng ordered him taken down and confined within the Wang residence, since the city lord had demanded a person at age 14, even an idiot, would serve as a scapegoat. This incident was nothing much in the Wang household. After that, Zhang Bufan no longer needed to spar. Only Huzi remained in the square, to be bullied by the young master. As for Zhang Bufan, aside from eating, he spent most of his time running around the yard, madly running, as if the faster he ran the more carefree he felt. After half a year like this, the servant's surveillance on Zhang Bufan became much laxer. In the 327th year of the Qingli calendar, Zhang Bufan turned 10. Picking leftover food from the ground, eating leaves and roots, and running wildly around the yard had become accepted by everyone. But one day the servants didn't see him at all. They hurried to report to the eldest young master.
"He's run away. This is trouble. How will we hand someone over to the city lord?"
Just as they were panicking, Zhang Bufan appeared from somewhere holding a snake he had caught, biting into it and eating with relish.
"This idiot knows to come back for meals on time. Looks like we worried too much,"
Wang Yupeng said. From then on, the surveillance on Zhang Bufan became even more relaxed. Zhang Bufan would always come back in the evening to eat, but he often had a dead rat in his mouth, sometimes a pheasant. He had eaten almost every kind of snake, insect, rat, and ant. The Lu family of Pingying City was also a second-tier clan. The eldest daughter of the Lu family, Lu Ying, was 16 this year, the same age as Wang Yunpeng, and they had been betrothed since childhood. As local customs allowed women to go out, Lu Ying came to the Wang residence today with her maidservant to play.
"Yupeng, I heard there's a servant in your household who eats snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Is that true?"
"Of course."
"Call him over to give you a demonstration."
"Old Song, what's that fool up to?"
"Go fetch him." "Young master, he seems to be watching the young master practice martial arts in the square."
"You'll go at once."
"Ha ha, a simpleton watching martial arts practice,"
laughed Lu Ying.
"Miss Lu, you may not know, but before he lost his wits he was the young master's sparring partner. Perhaps he holds some obsession in his heart."
"Ha ha.
Only go find a few rats."
Another old servant obeyed and went to catch rats.
"Ah, that child of old Zhang's is truly pitiful. Old Zhang, may your spirit in heaven bless this child."
Old Li had once been on good terms with Zhang Yu. After about the time it takes to drink 2 cups of tea, a rat was caught and Zhang Bufan was summoned.
"Fool, there's a rat. Eat it, and this young master will reward you with a silver coin."
Throughout Sanyang continent, the circulating currency was gold and silver coins, with an exchange rate of 100 to 1. 10 silver coins were roughly the cost of an ordinary family's meal. Hearing this, Zhang Bufan grabbed the squealing rat, bit through its neck, and then tore off its skin with his teeth.
"Ugh! Yupeng, give him his reward and send him away."
Lu Ying could no longer bear the sight, and urged Wang Yupeng to pay him and dismiss him. Wang Yupeng was quite pleased that this fool had been so cooperative. He tossed him 3 silver coins. Zhang Bufan laughed loudly, crawled on the ground to pick up the coins, still chewing on rat meat with blood dripping from his mouth.
"Ha ha! Ha ha!"
Wang Yunpeng's laughter grew louder. Zhang Bufan grabbed the silver coins and ran out of the manor. By now no one in the Wang household paid him any heed. Others were checked by guards when entering or leaving, but they ignored him entirely. After leaving, Zhang Bufan did not return until very late. He then devoured all the leftovers in the servants' dining hall.
"Bufan, come here. I saved a bun for you."
The head chef in the dining hall was surnamed Huang, and everyone called him Master Huang. His given name was long forgotten. Zhang Bufan walked over and Master Huang took out a large white bun from his bag, watching as Zhang Bufan wolfed it down.
"A growing boy can't live on scraps alone. Ah, poor child."
For the next 6 months, Zhang Bufan spent his mornings lying on the ground watching Hu Zi and Wang Yunfei practice martial arts, then disappeared in the afternoons, only returning for dinner. Sometimes he didn't even come back for meals, showing up only at lights out to sleep. He still lived in his old room. Having a single room was a special privilege, as everyone else shared a large dormitory of 4. In the 328th year of the Qingli era, Zhang Bufan turned 11. He had grown to a height of 1.60 meters and was unusually robust. One morning, Master Guo was teaching a lethal technique, the reverse stab, using a short blade or dagger. The move required precise coordination of the forearm and waist to exert maximum force. Hu Zi and Wang Yunfei practiced repeatedly but couldn't grasp the key points. Nearby, Zhang Bufan held a branch and mimicked the moves. Though his actions seemed exaggerated, his form was perfectly correct. He vanished again in the afternoon and didn't return until evening. The next morning, Wang Yunfei practiced the assassination technique from the day before.
He wanted Zhang Bufan to serve as a target using a wooden knife to stab at his neck. But the moment Zhang Bufan saw the wooden knife, he screamed and even wet himself. Disgusted, Wang Yunfei told him to get lost. Zhang Bufan stumbled away, returning at night reeking of urine. The stench lingered for 7 or 8 days, until one rainy day, when he ran wildly in the downpour, and the smell finally faded. Gradually Zhang Bufan began disappearing for days at a time, then for longer periods, until eventually he hadn't returned to the Wang Manor for over a month. Some thought he had died in the wild, others believed he had run away.
Young Master Zhang Bufan hasn't been back for a month. Should we send someone to look for him?
A guard asked Wang Yupeng.
Why bother? Let him die out there. I doubt the city lord has even remembered him by now.
In the 329th year of the Qingli era, in the 10,000 Beasts forest outside Pingying City, a bronze-skinned youth dressed in fur clothes and a bamboo hat carried a bow and arrows. He bore many hunted animals on his back as he made his way toward the city. He entered a shop, sold the pelts of his prey, and exchanged them for 100 silver coins. Then he returned to the forest where he had built a treehouse 3 to 4 meters high beyond the reach of ordinary beasts. He lit a fire in the tree, roasted meat, and ate his fill. Then he lay on a bed woven from branches, gazing up at the stars. His brows were sharp, his eyes resolute, carrying neither sorrow nor joy. The next morning he hid in a treetop, watching a martial artist train a group of household guards below. Occasionally the artist would demonstrate a move for their appreciation. The youth memorized every move, and when night fell and no one was around, he practiced them himself. He replicated them with uncanny accuracy, not by natural talent, but through years of honing this skill. The forest provided him with food and shelter, and the animal pelts brought in silver coins. Over the past year, he had accumulated 8 or 9,000 silver coins. Apart from buying the dagger in his hand, he spent almost nothing. That night, as he slept soundly, he heard sounds of a fight from several kilometers away. He swung through the trees, moving silently until he reached the scene. Crouching like a tiger on a branch, he remained utterly still, not making a sound, his breathing slow and deep. One man fell to the ground defeated. The other leaped forward, piercing his head with a sword, then stripped a ring from the fallen man's body. Stepping onto a long sword, he flew into the night sky.
Could this be the legendary cultivator?
The youth still did not move. Only after 2 instants sticks time, when a jackal tore off one of the man's arms, and he still didn't stir, did the youth confirm the man was dead. He jumped down and shot an arrow through the jackal's skull. Then he searched the man's clothing. On the cover of a book were 4 bold characters: Cultivation Primer. Under the moonlight, the youth opened the thin volume and read silently. He knew this was a book for cultivators. If he followed its instructions, perhaps he could step onto the path of cultivation. He decided to begin practicing that very night. Moonlight fell upon his resolute face. He was Zhang Bufan.
Feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth guided into the body through the Hantaian heart meridian to the Hantaian small intestine meridian. What are all these things?
Zhang Bufan was utterly clueless and suddenly fell into disappointment. Having initially believed he could enter the path of cultivation, he suddenly found himself at a loss for how to proceed. After a few days of frustration, he ceased to dwell on it. Every 3 days, he would go to Pingying City to sell animal hides. Each time he entered the city, he pulled his hood low, dressed in clothes made of fur, a stark contrast to his former appearance, all to avoid being recognized by the Wang family. One day, as he set out to sell his hides, he passed by a physician's door, and suddenly noticed several familiar words: Hantaian heart meridian. It seemed to reopen the door to cultivation that had closed for him. He then lingered by the physician's door, studying the words for a long while, until an old man with a white beard inside noticed him.
Young man, do you need to see a doctor?
At that moment, Zhang Bufan was captivated by a bronze figure on the old man's table.
Is this for sale? What do you want it for?
The old man hadn't expected that someone who looked like a mere mountain hunter would wish to buy it.
I want to understand what these things are,
Zhang Bufan said, pointing to the meridians written on the door outside.
Ah, this. I'm afraid this bronze figure alone won't be enough. Here, you'll need this book as well.
Zhang Bufan looked at the title, True Interpretation of Meridians.
All right, how much in total?
The old man didn't answer. Instead, he glanced at the hides and lean meat in Zhang Bufan's hands.
Trade me with these. Without a word, Zhang Bufan dropped his goods, grabbed the book and the bronze figure and fled. However, his brief presence there had been noticed by a keen observer. At the Wang residence in Wang Yunping's room.
"Young master, truly that person is definitely that fool,"
a servant said to Wang Yupeng.
"What makes you so certain? The fool has a cross-shaped scar on his neck, and that hunter has one in the exact same spot. And their builds are identical, except that hunter isn't stupid and can even speak. Speak. Are you spouting nonsense? Everyone in the Wang family knows that fool is mute. Young master, to be safe, why not capture him and ask? You have a point. Take a few men and keep watch. When he comes again, seize him. If it really is that brat, it would be terrifying."
Meanwhile, Zhang Bufan in his cell-built treehouse meticulously studied the meridian and acupoint charts. When hungry, he hunted and roasted meat, then resumed his studies. He did not leave the forest for over a month. This left the Wang family servants waiting for him in Pingying City in misery. They had waited so long without seeing a single trace of him. After a month, Zhang Bufan actually managed to make some sense of it. He could now sense tiny specks of light like fireflies swirling around him. By sheer luck, these specks would occasionally drift into his meridians, bringing him a pleasant sensation, but he couldn't absorb them actively. It was all a matter of chance. Zhang Bufan understood the problem. He was still far from mastering control over his meridians, which had never truly been activated. The book said that only when the meridian channels were operational could one actively absorb these specks of light known as spiritual energy. Tonight was a full moon. From the hill behind the city lord's mansion, he could see his mother in the prison. He wanted to visit her. 2 years ago, she had been very thin, so he would occasionally toss fruits and roasted meat through the iron bars late at night. Thanks to his supplies, she now looked much better. It had been a while since he last brought her food. Tonight, he decided to deliver some first, then climb a tree to watch her from afar. Her cell held 3 other women, so he always had to bring extra. To this day, the 4 of them had no idea who sent the provisions. Zhang Bufan never let his mother know. He had come fearing she might show signs that would arouse suspicion. Thus he aimed to become the strong man his father had spoken of, so strong that no one could bully him, not even the Wang family, nor the city lord himself. This was his current goal, to grow strong and rescue his mother. Everyone in Pingying City knew that the city lord had cultivators under his command, 2 of them in fact. The highest level martial artists were also at the 6th rank, also 2. This meant the city lord's mansion matched the power of 2 first-rate families, if not surpassing them. That night, Zhang Bufan arrived behind the prison cell. Through the bars, he tossed in a great many fruits and roasted meat. He never lacked these supplies, as the 10,000 beasts forest provided an endless bounty.
"It's here again. Eat quickly. Finish it all, or it'll be trouble if the guards see it."
The 4 women wolfed down the food. They had tried to subtly ask inmates in other cells if they had received such items, but the answer was always no. They had discussed whether any of them had relatives outside who could provide these things. The first to be ruled out was Yifeng. She only had a 12-year-old son working as a servant. How could he possibly have such things? The other 3 women also thought it over, and seemed to have no one who would secretly give them food, especially since such gifts could be given openly with the giver's identity known. Zhang Bufan came roughly every 3 days. Tonight, seeing from the tree that they were all well, he left. Back in his treehouse, he continued to sit cross-legged in meditation. He vowed to activate the meridian circulation, allowing him to actively absorb these specks of spiritual energy. He had discovered that even without active absorption, the sporadic spiritual energy entering his meridians brought him immense benefits. Previously, he could jump 2 meters high. Now, he could leap 3 meters. This physical capability was equivalent to a first-rank martial artist. The spiritual energy was subtly transforming his body. One afternoon, his food ran out, so he decided to hunt more and gather some fruits. It had been 3 days again, and he needed to check on his mother. A particularly robust wild rabbit led him to a mountain stream before he finally shot it. Suddenly, he felt an extraordinary comfort in this stream. Upon careful, gradual observation, he realized that the so-called spiritual energy here was far denser than elsewhere. This discovery thrilled him. It seemed he would have to move. This place could surely accelerate his progress. For now, though, he focused on gathering fruits. He already had 2 rabbits for meat. After roasting them, he would take them to his mother. He lit a fire, slowly grilled the rabbits, and wandered nearby to pick fruits.
What kind of tree is this? The red fruits look so tempting.
The tree grew on a cliff face 5 or 6 meters tall. This was no challenge for Zhang Bufan. His years of hunting in the forest had honed his climbing skills.
Hiss! Hiss!
Just as Zhang Bufan climbed the tree, a massive python as thick as a waist slithered out from a crevice in the rocks, its forked tongue flicking rapidly toward him.
Ah!
He instinctively drew the dagger and held it in a reverse grip, a lethal technique taught by Master Gua.
Hiss!
As the python lunged with its gaping maw, Zhang Bufan barely evaded, swiftly sidestepping. With his right hand poised at an opportune angle, he drove the blade down with all his might.
Chirp!
The dagger sank deep, yet for the python it barely penetrated a fifth of its body. He swiftly withdrew and struck repeatedly. This was also a lesson from Master Gua: as long as there was time to strike, do not hesitate, use every moment to inflict more damage upon the foe. After 3 rapid thrusts, blood gushed from the serpent's neck, yet its movements remained unimpeded. The python, having missed its bite, turned and spat several times toward Zhang Bufan.
So foul!
Unaware it was venom, Zhang Bufan shielded his eyes, with his arm, the thick fur on his sleeve deflecting the toxins. He leaped back several paces, keeping his distance. The great serpent still guarded the fruit tree with its jaws agape.
Is it worth it? Just for a few fruits? It's not like you planted them.
After retreating dozens of meters, Zhang Bufan drew his bow and loosed arrows in rapid succession. Only one struck the serpent's neck, where it was already bleeding profusely. The python slithered out from the crevice and began scaling the cliff, advancing toward him. Zhang Bufan dared not confront it. He could only keep shooting arrows while retreating. After 3 arrows, one struck the python's head, enraging it. Yet the arrows seemed to impair its vision, causing its lunge to miss wide.
An opportunity!
With 10 arrows remaining, if he could land just 2, the blood loss would surely weaken the beast.
Swish, swish.
He fired 2 more arrows in quick succession, but both missed. In his panic, his archery was far from his usual hunting skill.
Swish, swish. Good, another hit.
After expending 10 arrows, 3 had struck true. Now 4 arrows were lodged in the python's neck. It writhed on the cliff, snapping the shafts, but the wounds bled even faster. Zhang Bufan evaded for the span of 2 incense sticks, noticing the python slowing until it finally plummeted into the water below.
Its gall is a precious treasure. I must retrieve it. I'll also cut some meat to roast and bring to Mother and the others.
He then picked over a dozen fruits, leaving the rest on the tree. Plucking one, he wiped it clean and ate greedily.
These fruits, so satisfying. My whole body feels invigorated.
After roasting the meat, Zhang Bufan slung the provisions over his back and dashed through the forest as nimbly as a monkey. Soon he reached his mother's cell. With no moon that night, the interior was pitch black, revealing no figures. He simply tossed the fruits and meat inside.
Who are you, outsider?
A woman's voice whispered hoarsely. Zhang Bufan made no reply and swiftly ran off. Returning to the mountain stream, he found the crevice from which the python had emerged just wide enough to sleep in. He spread the fur mat he had brought from the hut and sat in meditation to circulate his meridians. Strangely, the previously blocked meridians now completed a full cycle, opening miraculously.
Huh? Huh?
He laughed aloud. This meant the specks of light would be actively absorbed. Indeed, the motes entered his meridians, flowing through them, and eventually coiling into a circle in his abdomen.
Could this be the dantian mentioned in the book?
He continuously absorbed spiritual energy into his body, channeling it into the dantian. This process was called chi refining, which had 9 layers, the first stage of cultivation. Chi refining cultivators gained extended lifespans, living up to 300 years. At this stage, one could use spiritual energy to manipulate objects. Flying swords were one such application. As the spiritual energy accumulated in the dantian, it would condense into liquid form. This state was called foundation establishment. Each realm had 9 layers. The first 3 were early stage, the middle 3 mid-stage, and the last 3 late stage. At foundation establishment, one could fly on a sword and sustain the body by absorbing spiritual energy, achieving anedia. The maximum lifespan at this stage was 600 years. As the liquid spiritual energy in the dantian increased, it would solidify into a golden core. The third realm, the golden core stage. Cultivators at this level were immensely powerful and could fly through the void. The maximum lifespan at this stage was 900 years. Nascent soul stage, when the golden core matured it would break open to form an infant soul. As long as the nascent soul remained intact the cultivator would not truly die with a normal lifespan of up to 1200 years. When the nascent soul matured sufficiently it could leave the physical body. Thus, the next stage was the soul departure stage, where the nascent soul could briefly leave the body extending lifespan to 1500 years. Divine transformation stage, the nascent soul evolved into a more powerful divine soul capable of leaving the body for extended periods adding another 300 years of life. Soul departure stage, the divine soul became more stable able to leave the shell with a lifespan of 2100 years. Body integration stage, the divine soul and physical body could perfectly merge enhancing physical strength and combat power enabling teleportation. Great ascension stage, the hallmark of this realm was the ability to comprehend the divine power of external avatars. Tribulation transcendence stage, this was the final step of cultivation. Upon surviving the heavenly tribulation and sensing the pull of ascension one would become an immortal. Every realm advancement was accompanied by a lightning tribulation varying according to one's innate talent. The stronger the tribulation the greater the power upon success, but it also carried the risk of perishing. Zhang Bufan's book covered only this much, it mentioned nothing else about the cultivation world. He practiced all night, and finally succeeded in drawing qi into his body, becoming a first-layer qi refining cultivator. The night of cultivation had profoundly transformed his body. He felt much stronger with sharper ears and keener eyesight, able to see great distances. Could he now see his mother on moonless nights? By dawn, he felt far hungrier than usual. So he picked 4 or 5 fruits from the tree and devoured them instantly, feeling full. He had originally planned to roast some snake meat, but it would spoil if left much longer. He decided to cut over 100 gen of meat and smoke it into jerky, which could be stored for a month or 2.
By the way, can I sell the python skin? Let's give it a try.
Using his dagger, he carefully peeled the skin from the python. When finished, he found the blade nearly worn down to a sliver of metal. He distinctly remembered buying this dagger with 3 silver coins given as a reward by Wang Yupeng when he ate rat meat. He intended to keep it forever, as a reminder of that humiliation. At the usual fur trading post, he placed the snake skin on the counter.
Oh my, what a massive python! This is a fine item. How much, boss? It'll give you 100 gold coins.
So much. Zhang Bufan was startled. His previous trades had always been settled in silver coins, now he had received gold. Brother Wang. Look at that person, isn't he the one dressed in fur? Wait a moment, let me get closer and see, pay attention to my gestures. Brother Wang squinted his eyes and lowered his head as he approached Zhang Bufan from behind. Zhang Bufan carefully placed the gold coins into his leather pouch, and at the moment he lowered his head to put away the coins, a scar at the back of his neck was revealed. The man signaled to the people behind him, and 4 individuals rushed forward to restrain him. The housekeeper was sent flying 3 to 4 meters by a punch. Oh, this little fool has quite a bit of strength. After dodging a few people, Zhang Bufan ran wildly into the depths of the 100 Beasts forest. It was not that he lacked the strength to fight back, but rather that the instinct to run had not yet been ingrained in his bones. The pursuers on horseback chased after him. After running for over 10 miles, they were getting closer. Fortunately, a forest lay just a few hundred meters ahead. After a few leaps, he entered the forest and swiftly climbed a tree. Upon reaching the tree, his first instinct was to draw his bow and arrow. He shot a quick arrow at the pursuing housekeeper. Ah! It struck one man in the chest, causing him to fall off his horse. Whoosh whoosh. 2 more arrows flew and another man fell. With only 3 remaining, they hesitated, holding the reins, unsure whether to enter the forest. Brother Wang, we should call for help. This kid is a bit troublesome. Let's go back. Call more people, preferably the guards. In such a large family, the guards ranked higher than housekeepers, and housekeepers ranked above the lowest servants. Young master, we've seen it clearly that kid is Zhang Bufan. Moreover, he's quite capable, having killed 2 of our men. Wang Yupeng felt as if he had been played by Zhang Bufan. You useless fools, are you saying this kid pretended to be mad for 3 years just to lower our guard, and now he seeks revenge? It seems that way we mustn't let him go. Let's call 20 guards, each of them is a martial artist.
I don't believe we can't catch him in the forest. Upon entering the 100 Beasts forest, Zhang Bufan immediately realized he had been exposed. However, the vastness of the forest did not make him panic. He feared that the Wang family would use his mother to threaten him, but the city lord's mansion would not easily compromise with the Wang family. This thought gave him a slight sense of relief. Now he needed to prepare for the next step. Having discovered that people knew he was hiding in the 100 Beasts forest, they would surely come looking for him. So he began crafting traps near the mountain stream. He had very few arrowheads left, only about 40 to 50, so he had to make some arrows from hardwood. As long as he aimed well, they would still be lethal. After spending a day making traps, he had created quite a few. However, he had never used traps to kill anyone, and considering the Wang family had dozens of martial artists, he judged that any coming after him would definitely be skilled fighters. At night he seized every moment to meditate and circulate his meridians to absorb spiritual energy. He believed that as long as he absorbed enough, his body would surely undergo a transformation. Based on the book, he deduced that he was currently at the first level of Qi cultivation, and when the spiritual energy expanded his meridians for the first time, he would enter the second level. Indeed, early the next morning 20 individuals rode into the 100 Beasts forest. Typically those who entered and exited the 100 Beasts forest were hunters, herbalists, and sometimes doctors. Martial artists rarely entered. They came primarily to capture wild beasts to train them as guard dogs or even combat partners. Once these 20 individuals entered, the forest was so vast that they paired up to search separately. Upon finding something, they would blow their whistles to report their location to their teammates. Zhang Bufan's mountain stream was situated relatively deep within the 100 Beasts forest, though he had not fully entered the interior yet. Soon someone discovered the mountain stream. A water source is suitable for long-term habitation, and these martial artists understood this, so they searched the area carefully. Whoosh! A sharpened wooden stake shot toward one of the guards. Puff! The sharp stake pierced through the guard's chest, and he didn't even have time to shout. Whoosh whoosh! Another guard, upon noticing, hurried over to check, only to have an arrow shoot straight through his throat. Zhang Bufan retrieved the arrow from the guard's throat. The arrows were precious and must not be wasted. After putting in some effort to reset the traps, the long knives they carried were better than his dagger, so Zhang Bufan took one with him, and he hid another for future use. Another group discovered the mountain stream. Upon careful searching, they found fresh bloodstains, and after some digging, they discovered the corpse of their comrade. At this moment Zhang Bufan was 50 meters away, which was within his effective range. He knocked an arrow, and shot with a whoosh. The arrow flew through the air. Unfortunately, this martial artist had keen hearing, and sensed the danger, immediately ducking down as the arrow grazed his hair. He sighed. Be careful and avoid. They were only armed with long knives, and had no long-range weapons. Whoosh! Caught off guard by the martial artists in front of him, he was suddenly attacked from behind, and a deep wound that exposed bone was cut into his back. Zhang Bufan lightly pushed off the ground. His body floated several meters away, creating distance from the attacker. The two men who saw their comrade arrive rushed over directly, making it 4 against 1. Zhang Bufan had no idea what level of martial artist they were. He felt uncertain about whether he could defeat these 4, but he had to try and find out his limits. Images of the martial arts techniques taught by Master Gua floated in his mind, but they were all fragmented movements. Zhang Bufan awkwardly pieced them together, and fought evenly with the 4. However, he was gaining better control over his body, and his movements became increasingly agile and skilled. Suddenly he leaped 4 to 5 meters high, dodging the combined attack of the 4, and hung onto a large tree. He felt that being in a tree would give him an advantage. So he hopped between the trees, occasionally shooting an arrow, putting the 4 at a disadvantage. Whoosh! An arrow pierced one man's neck, and he clutched his neck to stop the blood from flowing out. Seeing this tactic work, he replicated it, drawing his bow and shooting another arrow, causing the second man to meet his demise. Woo woo woo. One of them blew the whistle, and from a distance, the sound of galloping horses echoed, at least 10 of them. Run! Zhang Bufan immediately decided it was time to escape. He swung from tree to tree, quickly disappearing from the sight of the guards. Looks like I can't stay in that mountain stream any longer. I need to go to a further place. Zhang Bufan stepped further into the forest, but kept thinking about the fruit trees by the mountain stream, as eating the fruit always gave him a feeling of being filled with spiritual energy. Perhaps it could really replenish his qi.
In the evening, Zhang Bufan climbed up a thick tree that could be embraced by several people resting there for the night. The next day, after carefully listening to the sounds around him and confirming there were no hoofbeats, he returned to the mountain stream and picked more than 10 fruits. Since he couldn't take them with him, he decided to eat them quickly. He ate heartily, consuming more than 10 fruits until he felt his stomach was full. At that moment, his meridians suddenly began to operate on their own, and then suddenly thickened by a circle.
I've reached the second layer of chi training. Ha ha.
He suddenly felt an endless surge of strength within him, clenching his fists and striking. A small tree 1 meter away was broken by his blow.
Is this really possible?
He did not expect that the spiritual energy within him could actually leave his body, and with considerable power.
With this power, perhaps Master Gua wouldn't be able to achieve it either.
Of course, Master Gua had never broken a tree in front of him. A 4th-level warrior could definitely break a tree, but it required direct contact. At a distance of 1 meter, it would be truly difficult.
If I encounter those guards now, perhaps I would have the strength to fight. By now, the wound on my back has healed significantly after just 1 night without any herbs. This speed of recovery is thanks to my cultivation. Speaking of which, since they can take the initiative to find me, why can't I take the initiative to find them?
Zhang Bufan began to prepare his bow and arrow, sharpening his long knife and dagger. After making his preparations, he sat in meditation until nightfall. By the hour of the rat, even the animals in the forest were asleep. Zhang Bufan rose and moved stealthily through the woods, his speed several times faster than before. With a single leap, he could cover 100 meters and reach heights of 10 meters. He was thrilled with his progress, feeling he was getting closer to his revenge. Soon he arrived at the Wang family's courtyard. There were only a few scattered guards on duty. After all, no one had ever dared to intrude upon the Wang family for many years. He stood atop the high wall, drawing his bow to shoot.
Whoosh!
He realized that this bow was no longer sufficient for him. He could pull a bow with greater strength. The arrow pierced through the head of a solitary guard, who fell to the ground without making a sound. He continued to move along the high wall like a wild cat, making not a single noise. Another one appeared. With a whoosh. Perhaps the guards were also tired. In the middle of the night, their alertness significantly diminished. This arrow had already penetrated his head. After taking down 4 guards one after another, someone finally noticed sounding alarms. Zhang Bufan elegantly jumped off the high wall and left. During the day, he continued his training. He heard the sound of horses again.
Humph! They're coming back!
This time, they brought archers, and some skilled guards engaged in a long-range battle with Zhang Bufan. After dozens of exchanges, Zhang Bufan stopped, because he had run out of arrows. He had no choice but to hide. The guards over there thought they had hit him. One cautiously approached to check, only to be pierced through the heart by Zhang Bufan, who lay hidden in the grass.
He's still alive! Fool, I advise you to surrender quickly, or your mother in prison will suffer.
The soldiers were well aware of his situation, having been in the same courtyard for years. Zhang Bufan remained silent, contemplating the possibility of this matter. Of course, it was possible, but it wouldn't be easy. After all, the city lord's mansion and the Wang family only harbored grievances, no goodwill. The city lord's mansion was not foolish. They surely knew that the desecration of one of their maidservants could not have been done by just a servant of the Wang family. Zhang Bufan continued to lie hidden behind the grass and tree, then jumped onto a tree to search for branches to make arrows. The bow and arrows of the guard who had just come were much better than his wooden bow. At least they were made of metal, which should have greater power. He immediately took the bow, weighing it in his hands. It was quite heavy. However, the quiver belonging to this guard only contained 5 arrows, which was clearly not enough, so he still needed to make some himself. He was perched on a tree over 10 meters high, positioned more than 50 meters away from the guards. Shooting upwards from this height was incredibly difficult, but it was much easier for Zhang Bufan to shoot downwards.
Whoosh whoosh!
Zhang Bufan shot an arrow, hitting a guard squarely in the forehead.
Ha! This bow is indeed better than mine.
He then shot another arrow, hitting another guard.
Run! His archery is too fierce.
These archers actually fled in panic. Although they were guards of the Wang family, that didn't mean they were willing to sacrifice their lives for them. Zhang Bufan relentlessly pursued them from the trees, shooting arrows, as he went, nearly every shot taking down a guard. The arrows that fell to the ground became his weapons, and in the end, he shot down more than 10 guards, with only 3 or 4 managing to escape. The archers who returned to the Wang family were beaten badly by Wang Yupeng.
Tomorrow I will go personally. What a bunch of useless fools, what use are you to me?
However, before the next day arrived, Zhang Bufan continued to come out tonight. He first went to the prison to deliver food to his mother, then returned to the Wang family. Tonight there were clearly more guards, and they seemed more alert, pairing up in twos. He planned to shoot 2 arrows as quickly as possible, resolving both before anyone could signal. Holding his breath, he shot 1 arrow quickly, followed by another. Before the 2 could call out, they had already fallen. He then used the same method to take down another 2, but when he dealt with the 5th, he was discovered again and had to retreat. However, after this had happened twice, the Wang family's guards began to feel anxious. Some were even preparing to flee, but were stopped by the head guard Qin Changkong.
Isn't he just a country bumpkin? Tomorrow I will personally slay him with the young master.
Qin Changkong was a 6th-level warrior capable of shattering stone blocks as large as a water vat with a single punch, and could jump several hundred meters. On his way back at night, he simply returned to the mountain stream to meditate, believing that this spot had richer spiritual energy, so he would surely progress faster. After eating more than 10 fruits, the spiritual energy within his crystal veins immediately became abundant. Throughout the night, the spiritual energy pressed against his meridians in a cycle. The next morning, Wang Yupeng and Qin Changkong rode their tall horses into the woods. When they reached the mountain stream, Wang Yupeng shouted,
"Little fool, dare you face me unknown?"
Zhang Bufan walked out from the cave.
Wang Yupeng, your life will remain with you for now, but within a year, I will personally come to reclaim it. This is the first time everyone has heard Zhang Bufan speak. His voice was slightly hoarse and deep, but carried a chill that surprisingly frightened Wang Yupeng. Ha, good. Let's see what skills you have.
Without a second thought, Zhang Bufan shot an arrow fast and precise. With a snap, Wang Yupeng caught the arrow and broke it with one hand.
Is that all? You're utterly weak.
Just as Wang Yupeng caught the first arrow, the second arrow came unexpectedly, piercing his wrist where he held the arrow.
You're weak,
Zhang Bufan remarked, then vanished into the forest.
You brat, don't run.
At this moment, over 200 meters away, Qin Changkong leaped to the spot where Zhang Bufan had just been. It must be said that few had witnessed the might of a 6th-rank martial artist. Qin Changkong's leap was nothing short of magnificent, his momentum like a rainbow. As Zhang Bufan, who had already sprinted over 100 meters, heard a heavy thud, a figure landed behind him, and then the sound came again with another leap. Zhang Bufan quickly changed direction to flee, and the two engaged in a relentless chase for dozens of li, neither knowing where they had ended up. The spiritual energy sustaining Zhang Bufan was nearly depleted. He was now running on sheer physical strength. Behind him, Qin Changkong was also struggling, his leaps noticeably shorter than before, indicating his true chi was also running low. Zhang Bufan knew that if this continued, he would be the first to exhaust his stamina, but he had no other choice. He was familiar with the forest's layout, and this might be his only advantage. So he ran toward the heart of the woods where unknown and terrifying beasts lurked, hoping to scare off the 6th-rank martial artist behind him. After running another few li, the sky grew darker, and the terrifying roars of beasts in the forest made him hesitant. Similarly, Qin Changkong was also feeling uneasy. Although he was a 6th-rank martial artist, he had never ventured into the very center of the 10,000 beasts forest, and dared not do so. He considered giving up, but remembering how he had boasted returning empty-handed would be a great loss of face. He casually picked up a piece of wood and hurled it at Zhang Bufan while running.
Ah!
Zhang Bufan let out a cry of pain, evidently struck in the back. Qin Changkong's heart swelled with joy. A simpleton had kept him chasing for an entire day, and finally he had caught him. Ahead, Zhang Bufan lay on the ground struggling. Qin Changkong slowed his pace and walked over step by step. When only 2 or 3 meters away, Zhang Bufan suddenly sat up facing him and hurled an arrow at him. It struck his right arm, but this injury was nothing more than a tickle to a 6th-rank martial artist.
Ha ha, you fool, are you truly stupid? Even if this arrow pierces my right arm, what of it? I am. Ah. The tip is poisoned.
Qin Changkong quickly looked at the arrowhead, but it was not an arrowhead at all. It was clearly a fang tied to the arrow shaft.
Venomous fangs from a giant python as thick as a water vat. I have 3 more. Ha ha.
Saying this, he pulled out another arrow and hurled it at Qin Chong Kong. Qin Chong Kong broke into a sprint and vanished with a whoosh. Zhang Bufan looked at the ordinary arrow in his hand. He only had one venomous fang. He grinned and collapsed to the ground. The piece of wood had indeed struck him, and his back still burned with pain. He had to return to the mountain stream. He felt that only the fruits there could help him recover quickly. However, there were not many fruits, left only about 20, enough for 2 meals, so he needed to search for more. He refused to believe that in the vast 10,000 beasts forest, there was only that one fruit tree. It took him an hour to take the shortest route back to the mountain stream. Once there, he picked the fruits and began to eat. The spiritual energy within his meridians quickly replenished. After eating 10, he sat cross-legged to circulate his chi, the spiritual energy gradually filling his empty dantian. After a whole day of running, his spiritual energy had been completely drained. Through a night of cultivation, he finally restored himself to his peak state. At this time in the city of Pinyin, rumors about the Wang family were rife. Some said the Wang family had offended the master and people were being killed every day. Others said it was revenge from someone the Wang family had wronged before causing those who dealt in weapons with the Wang family to tread carefully. The Wang family's main business was weapons and armor, making them virtually the largest arms dealers in all of Pinyin. The family head Wang Wenyo was so furious that he slammed the table, his large belly heaving as he gasped for breath.
Yunping, you say it's that simpleton. But how is that possible? He's just a fool. How could he have such superb archery skills and leap over 10 meters high? Isn't that something only a third-ranked martial artist can do? Father, but your son saw it with his own eyes. The guard saw it too, and Uncle Chong Kong.
Qin Chong Kong held an extraordinary position in the Wang family, surpassing that of an ordinary guard, so Wang Yupeng addressed him as Uncle Chong Kong.
Captain Qin is now poisoned. If an enemy comes to cause trouble for our Wang family at this time, it would be disastrous. Father, even Uncle Chong Kong fell into a trap. It seems we have no choice but to seek help from the cultivators of the Li or Zhao families. Do you know how many gold coins it costs to hire them just once? 100,000 gold coins. A full 100,000. That's half a month's profit for our Wang family.
Wang Wenyao said angrily.
But father, this fellow comes to our manor every day to kill people. This can't go on. If it continues, who will dare to do business with us? Sigh. What you say does make sense. Then I will go myself.
With that, Wang Wenyao prepared generous gifts, and first went to the Li family explaining his purpose. Li Yuan, the head of the Li family, had never held Wang Wenyao in high regard. However, since the man was seeking their guest elder, he could not refuse outright. Who knew if the guest elder Zhou Yifei might want to earn this money? So he summoned Zhou Yifei and explained Wang Wenyo's request.
Oh, a simpleton endured for 3 years, learned martial arts well. This matter is interesting. Ha ha. Interesting. For such an inspiring young brother, Zhou Yifei would like to meet him. How could I possibly kill him? Humph.
Zhou Yifei's sword-like brows were cold, and he bluntly refused Wang Wenyao. Having no other option, Wang Wenyao went to seek the Zhao family. Zhao Yuming, the head of the Zhao family, dared not make decisions on behalf of his guest elder Wu Yu. He summoned Wu Yu and explained the situation. Wu Yu agreed but demanded 200,000 gold coins. Wang Wenyao had no choice but to accept, though he stipulated that Wu Yu must wait at his home the night, as he would come to kill that night. Thus Wu Yu kept watch at the Wang family every night for a full 7 days, but Zhang Bufan never showed up. Meanwhile, Zhang Bufan had stripped a guard of his clothes, changed into them, disguised himself, and went into the city to buy supplies. He felt his martial skills were too unsystematic, lacking a complete set of techniques. He knew there was a martial arts pavilion in Pinyin run by the first-rate Li family, so he decided to try purchasing a manual. That day he arrived at the Li family's martial arts pavilion and stated his purpose. An old man received him and brought out a large stack of copied martial arts manuals. Zhang Bufan browsed through them and selected a fist technique called the heaven-piercing fist, costing 10 gold coins. This was quite expensive, especially since it was a copy, as copying one might cost less than a single silver coin. He felt it necessary to buy some arrowheads. He could make the arrow shafts himself to save money. Since the largest weapon shop was the Wang family's, he deliberately avoided it, and instead went to a small shop to buy 100 arrowheads costing only 10 silver coins. He already had a bow, and the Wang family's bows were of good quality. He actually had several. These days the fruits in the mountain stream had long been eaten. During the day, he went out searching far and wide but found nothing. Having bought the martial art manual, he decided to try practicing on his own. Looking at the illustrations thanks to the foundation laid by Master Gua back then, he could understand them, and gradually became familiar with several moves. However, the heaven-piercing fist consisted of 58 moves. Mastering them all would take at least half a month. During this period, aside from delivering food to his mother every few days, he spent his days practicing martial arts and his nights circulating his qi. A month passed and his martial skills became proficient. He was on the verge of breaking through to the third layer of qi gathering, but he felt something was missing. He thought that if he had those fruits, he would have broken through long ago. Having not visited the Wang family for a month, he decided to go again. During this month, Wu Yu had been at the Wang family every day and had lost his patience. If Wang Wenyao hadn't proactively offered to add another 100,000 gold coins, he would have left long ago. Of course, he couldn't give up the 200,000 gold coins. During this month, Wu Yu had been at the Wang family every day and had lost his patience. If Wang Wenyao hadn't proactively offered to add another 100,000 gold coins, he would have left long ago. Of course, he couldn't give up the 200,000 gold coins. Unaware of the ambush, Zhang Bufan, clad in the attire of the Wang family guards, stealthily dashed toward the Wang family compound, bringing with him a full 50 arrows. Over the past month, the Wang family guards had grown far bolder, with Wu Yu stationed there. They had witnessed with their own eyes, as he soared above the courtyard atop a longsword, yet he spent most of his time secluded in his chamber, never patrolling the grounds like the guards. With a swoosh, an arrow tore through the night sky, striking down a guard. Another followed swiftly, slaying his comrade. The whistle of arrows cutting through the air roused Wu Yu's vigilance. With a single bound, he leaped out of the courtyard, stepping onto his sword, and appearing before Zhang Bufan in the blink of an eye.
"Brad, making me wait a whole month. Slaying you now will complete my task."
With that, Wu Yu struck a palm from above. The hand expanded from a small size to a massive shadow, as large as a door panel before Zhang Bufan, leaving him no room to evade. The blow landed squarely upon him. The commotion also alarmed Wang Yupeng and Wang Wenyao.
"Immortal master, spare his life, we shall deal with him ourselves."
Struck by the palm, Zhang Bufan felt as though every bone in his body had shattered. Utterly powerless to resist, he was strung up on the Wang family's main gate.
"Beat him without pause, but do not kill him. At noon tomorrow, I shall execute this wretch before the entire city of Pinyin,"
Wang Wenyao declared with venom. From that moment onward, the guards lashed and clubbed Zhang Bufan without respite, taking turns when weary. Several whips were worn out. By morning, thousands of townsfolk had gathered before the Wang residence to witness the one who had thrown the family into chaos. Seeing he was merely a boy of a dozen years, they began to reproach the Wangs for their cruelty, urging them to grant him a swift death. Word spread from mouth to mouth, and within an hour half of Pinyin knew. At the Li family estate, Li Yuan sought out Zhou Yifei.
"Guest Elder Zhou, the one who stirred up the Wangs, has been caught. Just a boy of 10 or so. Would you care to see?"
Zhou Yifei found it hard to believe.
"Very well, I'll go. You must hurry, it's nearly noon. The Wang say they'll kill the boy before all of Pinyin."
Zhou Yifei activated his footwork, his form dissolving into a blur. Upon arrival, he found the street packed with a throng of 10 to 20,000 spectators. With practiced ease, he slipped through the crowd.
Indeed, just a child with decent bone structure. But with such faint life force, he won't survive much longer even without the blade,
Zhou Yifei mused. After a while, Wang Wenyao emerged, his belly protruding and his face beaming with satisfaction.
"Fellow villagers, as you may know, my family has been plagued by a miscreant lately. Today we have finally captured him."
Even as he spoke, the guards continued to flog Zhang Bufan, whose garments hung in tatters, his body a mess of fresh blood and scabs. Zhou Yifei could hardly bear it. From the whispers around him, he learned the boy's story: his father falsely accused of rape, his mother imprisoned, and the child surviving by feigning idiocy, drinking urine, and eating rats. Compassion stirred within him. Thus he gathered a wisp of spiritual energy on his fingertip and channeled it into the boy. Zhang Bufan felt as though a spring rain had fallen his meridians, and Dantian suddenly brimming. He swiftly circulated the energy through his body, mending his wounds.
"Now I decree the execution of this wretch."
At Wang Wenyao's command, a guard approached, slowly wielding a large blade.
Hold! A young woman of 17 or 18 emerged from the crowd followed by several soldiers. Wang Wenyo, is this man not the prisoner Zhang Bufan? He belongs to the city lord's prison. His fate is not yours to decide. This woman was none other than Yang Shichen, the daughter of the city lord. She had visited the Wangs years ago and witnessed Wang Yupeng slay Zhang Yu. Lady Yang jests. Everyone in Pinyin knows that Zhang Bufan is a fool. How could he be the murderer who killed over a dozen of my men? Zhang Bufan's own actions had brought him greater trouble. Proceed with the execution, Wang Wenyao insisted. Father, mother, your son will avenge you in the next life. With that, tears of blood streamed from his eyes, dripping onto the stone slab before the Wang gate. Zhou Yifei pinched a leaf between his fingers, and timing it perfectly flicked it forth. The leaf sliced through the ropes, binding Zhang Bufan like a razor-sharp blade. Zhang Bufan felt an instant release, and the spiritual energy he had received had already restored much of his strength. As the ropes fell and his feet touched the ground, he sprang like a nimble ape, leaping over 200 meters. Pandemonium erupted. The crowd cheered and applauded. Wang Wenyao, panic-stricken, waved his pudgy hand, ordering the guards to give chase. Qin Chengkung, still recovering from his poison, could only watch in frustration. Zhou Yifei grinned and vanished into the crowd. In the distance, Zhang Bufan's voice rang out. I shall repay your life-saving grace one day. With a few bounds, he was gone. He's improved since a month ago. Then he could only leap 100 meters, now it's 200. Qin Chengkung remarked, his anxiety for his own life deepening. Having escaped, Zhang Bufan dashed frantically into the forest. Within half an hour, he had plunged deep into the woods, venturing farther than ever before, entering the inner reaches of the 10,000 Beasts forest. Outwardly, he appeared grievously wounded, but the spiritual energy had healed him considerably. The real problem was the palm strike he had taken that night. It had slowed the circulation of his meridians to less than half its normal speed. That man must be a cultivator capable of sword flight, at least a Foundation establishment expert. Zhang Bufan analyzed inwardly. He spent the day slowly meditating to recover from his external injuries. By the next day, he felt about 70 or 80% restored. Hunger gnawed at him, so he retrieved his bow and arrows from their hiding spot. Fearing danger at the forest's edge, he retreated to the inner depths. What kind of hair is this? It doesn't look like any I've seen before. Zhang Bufan spotted a rabbit with large liquid eyes that seemed full of intelligence. With a swoosh, he aimed an arrow at its head, but the creature was so alert that it sensed the danger. The arrow struck its hind leg, instead crippling it. Zhang Bufan rushed over, pinned its head down, and plunged a knife into it, ending the rabbit's life. He then built a fire to roast the meat. The fur was remarkably soft. Skillfully, he bled, skinned, and gutted the animal. This meat looks delicious. What's this? From its entrails, he discovered a shiny stone the size of a jujube. There's spiritual energy inside. How is that possible? He attempted to circulate his meridians, wondering if he could absorb the spiritual energy within this stone for his own use. The process was remarkably smooth. It was much faster than absorbing the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. In an instant, he felt his meridians on the verge of a breakthrough. If he could just have another stone like this, he could surely break through to the third layer of qi refinement. After eating the rabbit meat, he realized that the meat also contained spiritual energy, which would benefit his cultivation. At this moment, it was afternoon, and he still had time. He wanted to see if there were more rabbits like this. Using his years of hunting experience, he followed the rabbit's droppings and tracks, and indeed found the rabbit's burrow. However, there were no rabbits inside, but the nest looked as if it wasn't empty. They must have gone out to forage. So he waited by the burrow. After a few hours, he indeed saw a rabbit returning, one even larger than the previous one. He swore this was the biggest rabbit he had ever seen, nearly as big as a goat. Would the stone in this big rabbit be larger too? I must catch it. At this moment, he lay in the grass, pretending not to have noticed anything, remaining completely still. The rabbit stood outside watching him, but not entering the burrow. A standoff occurred between man and rabbit. The rabbit finally couldn't hold back and moved towards the burrow. At this moment, Zhang Bufan was 2 meters away from the rabbit burrow. Zhang Bufan quickly looked into the hole and discovered it was empty. A moment later, the rabbit darted out from 50 meters away, fleeing rapidly. Zhang Bufan chased after it. The rabbit left a trail of blood. Zhang Bufan knew that if it kept running like this, it would inevitably meet its end, so he followed closely, occasionally shooting arrows. However, the rabbit's zigzagging movements made it difficult to hit, and they both ran for over half an hour. Suddenly an arrow shot from ahead, striking the rabbit's head. Zhang Bufan looked up to see two tall hunters, who picked up the rabbit and were about to take it away. "That's my rabbit," Zhang Bufan said. The two hunters completely disregarded Zhang Bufan, seeing him as just a half-grown child. "We clearly shot it, how can it be yours?" "Ha ha." The two laughed heartily and were about to leave. Zhang Bufan jumped and kicked one of them down. The other one Zhang Bufan surprisingly attacked, pulling out a dagger and lunging at him. Originally nimble, Zhang Bufan easily dodged and unleashed the heavenly punch he had been practicing for a month. He landed a solid punch on the man's jaw, causing him to stagger back and eventually fall. The hunter who was initially attacked by Zhang Bufan reacted and also drew his dagger to stab at him. Bang! Zhang Bufan combined the heavenly punch with spiritual energy, launching the man back from 2 meters away, who then coughed up blood. "Since you want to kill me, don't blame me." Zhang Bufan shot 2 arrows at their heads, took their arrows, and walked away with the rabbit. This. Zhang Bufan noticed a necklace hanging around one hunter's neck, a necklace made of those stones that contained spiritual energy. Ha ha ha. However, when he pulled it off, he found that his luck wasn't as good as he thought. The spiritual energy from the more than 10 stones had leaked out too much, and together they could only amount to 1. Better than nothing, but this big rabbit must have greater rewards. I'll bring the meat back for my mother and the others to eat tonight. He found a place, skinned the rabbit, and pulled out the organs. Indeed, it was several times larger than before, easily the size of a child's fist. Zhang Bufan held it in his hand, feeling the rich spiritual energy within. He circulated his meridians, and in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, he absorbed it until it turned into a pile of powder. The necklace in his hand was completely drained of its energy within a few breaths. Now his cultivation realm had completely entered the 3rd layer of chi refinement. Ha ha. He extended both hands, feeling the spiritual energy swirling between them. The small branches below him floated up. Why can this make the branches float? So he began to study this phenomenon. After 2 full hours, he finally understood that once the spiritual energy was released, it could manipulate small objects, allowing them to move along the path controlled by his energy. Bang! He wrapped a small stone in spiritual energy, and with a bang it penetrated a small tree. What if I wrapped a dagger? He then began to control the dagger to move freely within a 1-meter radius around him. He could also make it fly out, but after it flew away, he couldn't control it anymore. He would have to run to retrieve it. However, within that 1-meter range, he could manipulate it as if it were an extension of his own limbs. This discovery delighted him. Now he quickly needed to deliver food. He had roasted more than 10 kilograms of rabbit meat, and there were still dozens of kilograms left. He couldn't give too much. Their prison cell was checked every day. He picked some other fruits and quickly ran towards the back of the city lord's mansion with the roasted meat. He found that now he could jump over 300 meters and reach a height of 15 meters. Arriving at the back window of the prison cell, he threw the things inside and immediately left. For women were eagerly eating the meat. Did you taste it? This roasted meat is particularly delicious today. After eating, my legs don't hurt as much. I thought it was an illusion, but yes. Several women secretly ate meat in the middle of the night, and they had to eat it clean, even swallowing the fruit pits. If discovered, they would surely face a severe beating. After returning, Zhang Bufan spent the entire night immersed in the excitement of manipulating objects. For the next 2 days, he hunted without arrows, using small stones to swiftly strike his targets, becoming increasingly proficient in manipulating objects. Now he had become somewhat famous in Pinyin City, making it inconvenient to buy things. There were 4 cities adjacent to the 10,000 Beasts forest, and Zhang Bufan decided to go to the other 2 neighboring cities, ultimately deciding on Guangping City. The 2 places were not far from each other. He reached it within an hour of running. This city was even more prosperous than Pinyin City, and the key was that no one recognized him here. By day he hunted in the woods, and went to Guangping City to sell his catches every few days. On this day he passed a large square with a sign that read Adventurers Guild. Zhang Bufan, carrying his bow, happened to be seen by a woman. "Little brother, are you good with a bow?" The woman, dressed in a tight outfit, had a curvy figure
and appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old. Zhang Bufan nodded. Do you want to earn gold coins? How much? Zhang Bufan asked. Upon completing the task, each person will earn at least 500. How does that sound? But first, I need to see your archery skills. Hit this silver coin to pass the assessment. The woman tossed the silver coin high into the air. Zhang Bufan's first arrow pierced through the coin, sending it flying toward a nearby tree, followed closely by another arrow that struck the coin again, leaving it completely shattered. The woman pulled out the arrow while watching Zhang Bufan clapping and shouting, "We found our leader." A burly man walked out from the hall carrying a large two-handed sword. The woman handed the arrow to the man. The man examined it, clearly pleased, and walked over to Zhang Bufan with a smile. Welcome to the Sword Soul Adventure Team, little brother. I am the team leader Chang Yufeng, and this is Gao Lingling. What do you go by? Zhang Bufan didn't expect to join an adventure team so mysteriously. He didn't even know what it was about. I'm called Yifan.
Brother Yi, come let me introduce you to the other three.
Chang Yufeng led him into the hall. The other three consisted of one woman and two men, a short-haired man, nearly 2 meters tall, wielding a long spear named Xiao Long. The woman was petite, possibly under 1.6 meters, using a long whip named Liang Zifeng. There was also a fat man with a large battle axe, slightly taller than Zhang Bufan, but very stout, his axe gleaming impressively. His name was Gao De. Perhaps his parents hoped he would grow even taller.
Everyone, this is our archer Yifan. Little brother, are you accurate with your shots?
Liang Zifeng asked, patting Zhang Bufan's shoulder.
Here.
Chang Yufeng handed her a silver coin that had been pierced clean through by 2 arrows simultaneously.
Wow, I never expected such skill from a young lad.
She covered her mouth with a coy laugh, though the reason for her amusement remained unclear.
Liang Zifeng, that's enough. Come, brother, you let me brief you on this mission.
Chang Yufeng scolded her.
This time we're helping Qifeng Town eliminate a ferocious beast. We don't know exactly what kind. The town borders the 10,000 Beasts Forest, and over the past half-month, it has devoured over a dozen people. The town is offering 3,000 gold coins plus a bounty to kill this beast. Our adventuring party was lacking a long-range attacker. However,
Chang Yufeng glanced at Zhang Bufan's bow.
Brother Yi, while no expert in archery, I can tell your bow is rather mediocre.
Gao Lingling looked at Chang Yufeng.
Brother Chang, perhaps we could let Brother Yi use Senior Brother Yi's bow. I believe Senior Brother Yi in his heavenly rest would not wish for that bow to gather dust. What do you all think?
Chang Yufeng looked at the other three.
A fine tool should be put to use. Rather than letting it collect dust in a chest, it's far more important to use it to protect our lives.
Xiao Long spoke. Thus Zhang Bufan was led to a courtyard. Chang Yufeng retrieved a bow from a large wooden chest tightly wrapped in cloth strips. He unwrapped it and drew the bowstring taut. Zhang Bufan took it. It was clearly metal, yet its weight was scarcely more than that of a wooden bow. Drawing the bowstring required at least 10 dan of strength, 600 jin, a vast improvement over his own 200 bow.
A fine bow.
Zhang Bufan was utterly satisfied. He believed an arrow shot from this bow could pierce clean through 3 men, provided he could draw it fully.
Since Brother Yi is pleased, I'm afraid we must hurry. The town can't wait any longer. Every night we delay could cost another life,
Chang Yufeng said. Thus the 6 of them galloped on horseback toward Qifeng Town. Initially Zhang Bufan struggled to mount his horse, but as they rode, he began performing difficult maneuvers, like standing on the saddle. It took a full 2 hours to reach Qifeng Town. Through their conversations along the way, Zhang Bufan learned their cultivation levels. Chang Yufeng and Xiao Long were both 6th-rank warriors, while the remaining 3 were 5th rank. It was undeniably a formidable team. They tactfully refrained from asking Zhang Bufan about his level. Firstly, an archer's role didn't necessarily require a martial cultivation realm. Secondly, Zhang Bufan appeared to be only 12 or 13. How high could his level be? Upon arriving at Qifeng Town, the mayor personally received them. His excitement was palpable. He looked upon them as saviors.
Honored heroes, we are deeply grateful that you are willing to rid our Qifeng Town of this demon. Rest assured, once this menace is eliminated, the promised reward will not be lacking. Of course,
Chang Yufeng replied. The mayor continued.
This beast usually appears around midnight. Most people are asleep by then, yet it dares to enter homes, That is truly terrifying. After a simple meal, they inspected the town's geography and the routes the beast might take. Everything was prepared. Each person took their ambush position. Chang Yufeng personally accompanied Zhang Bufan, worried something might happen to him. It was late autumn, and the night wind had turned chilly. Midnight arrived. Most of the townspeople remained awake, hiding in their homes, with pitchforks, kitchen knives, and hoes at the ready.
Whoosh!
Xiao Long whistled.
It's coming!
Chang Yufeng explained. It approached from Gao Lingling's direction.
Whoosh!
Chang Yufeng whistled back, signaling Gao Lingling to let it enter their encirclement. Within Zhang Bufan's sight, a beast larger than a bull appeared. It had 2 horns, eyes like lanterns glowing green, and gleaming white fangs as long as a palm, a truly chilling sight.
300 meters, brother Yi. How is it?
Zhang Bufan stood up, nocked an arrow, and drew his bow. As the long-range attacker, he would launch the first assault.
Swish!
The first arrow flew. Before it even struck its target, 2 more arrows followed in rapid succession.
Such swift arrows!
The fine bow enhanced his speed, and all 3 arrows hit their mark.
Roar!
The beast howled in rage and pain.
Charge!
Chang Yufeng led the assault, a broadsword in hand. Xiao Long, mounted on his horse, raised his long spear.
Roar!
The beast roared at the horse, startling it. Xiao Long reacted quickly, dismounting just in time. He was the first to engage, initiating the initial clash with the beast.
Clang!
His spear thrust toward the beast's neck, but was blocked by its horns. The beast thrust forward, sending Xiao Long flying a dozen meters. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Chang Yufeng arrived next. He raised his broadsword, channeling true qi into it. With a slash, he opened a large gash in the beast's belly, causing blood to gush forth. But the beast reacted swiftly, lashing out with its massive tail. The blow struck Chang Yufeng's right arm, causing his broadsword to fall.
Take my axe!
Gao De roared. The beast turned to face him, raising its front hooves to kick the axe, sending it flying from Gao Da's hands. With a thrust of its horns, Gao Da was hurled over a dozen meters, crashing into a wall behind him.
Swish! Swish!
Zhang Bufan fired 2 more arrows. They struck the beast's front legs with precision. However, this drew the beast's attention, and it charged toward Zhang Bufan.
Brother Yi, be careful!
Gao Lingling leaped high, a slender sword in hand, attempting to shield Zhang Bufan. But it was too late. The beast lowered its horns, aiming directly at him.
Damn it!
Chang Yufeng, who had just recovered, saw Zhang Bufan standing motionless, and thought he was paralyzed with fear.
Swish!
Zhang Bufan sprang upward, leaping over 20 meters, and in a midair flip, fired 2 more arrows into the beast's back.
Well done, brother Yi!
Gao Lingling shouted. She lunged forward, driving her slender sword into the beast's back. But it didn't inflict significant damage. The beast kicked backward with its hind legs, sending Gao Lingling flying dozens of meters. Fortunately, Liang Zifeng caught her, preventing further injury. The beast was bleeding, but among their team, only Zhang Bufan and Liang Zifeng remained combat-ready. The others were wounded.
Crack!
Liang Zifeng's long whip could strike enemies up to 4 meters away. She lashed the beast, tearing its flesh.
Roar!
The beast exhaled a puff of white breath. This gave Zhang Bufan a strange sense of familiarity.
Sister Zifeng, dodge!
But Liang Zifeng didn't understand why she should avoid a mere breath. Yet, when that breath struck her, the immense force sent her flying back dozens of meters, and she coughed up a large mouthful of thick blood.
Take this!
Chang Yufeng, forcing himself to stand, swung his sword at the beast. The blade did connect, but only managed to slice off a large patch of skin from the beast's leg, doing little to impair its fighting ability.
Bang!
Another kick sent Chang Yufeng flying.
Swish! Swish! Swish!
Zhang Bufan fired 3 consecutive arrows, each one hitting its mark with unerring accuracy.
Roar!
The beast exhaled a breath toward Zhang Bufan, then charged at him swiftly. The others were incapacitated. Zhang Bufan was the only one left uninjured. There was no time to knock another arrow. Zhang Bufan dropped his bow and clenched his right fist.
Bang!
He struck the beast's head. The creature's entire body jolted, its charge halted. It shook its head, quickly regaining its senses.
Crash!
It rammed into Zhang Bufan's chest. A coppery taste flooded his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He could feel several ribs had likely fractured. At this moment,
The killer was closest to Zhang Bufan and had already wounded him. Seeing him still lying on the ground, it launched a fatal strike.
Brother Yi, dodge.
Chang Yufeng, only 2 meters away, saw it most clearly. This beast seemed intelligent. Every arrow on its body had been shot by Zhang Bufan, and it wanted revenge. Zhang Bufan was not flustered at all. Instead, he remained remarkably calm. Chang Yufeng's broadsword lay over a meter away from his hand. He concentrated his spiritual energy enveloping the blade. Just as the beast's horns were about to strike him, he swiftly drew the sword back, with a pull plunging it into the creature's head until the tip emerged from the other side. Yet the beast charged on undeterred. At the critical moment, he struck the ground to his left with his spiritual energy, using the recoil to shift his body a full chi. The beast's horns plunged into the earth, grinding to a halt.
Brother Yi, it's hopeless. Everyone run.
Chang Yufeng, resigned to thinking Zhang Bufan was doomed, had no choice but to order a retreat.
Brother Chang, I'm fine.
Zhang Bufan stood up, dusting off his hands.
You just... Ha. Good.
It was then that Chang Yufeng saw the beast's head had been pierced clean through by his broadsword.
Little brother, you've got some skills,
Liang Zifeng remarked.
This time I think Brother Yi Fan deserves half the credit.
Chang Yufeng added, indeed, when none of them had any fighting strength left, Zhang Bufan had slain the beast. If credit were given, he deserved it all, and moreover, he was their savior.
I agree. Town chief, come out, the beast is dead.
Then with drums and gongs they raised torches and hung up the beast.
Hold on,
Zhang Bufan said, then slit open the beast's belly. He reached inside and pulled out an apple-sized glittering stone.
Brother Yi, you collect beast inner cores. Many in the adventure team have that hobby. Inner cores. Yes. If it's convenient, Brother Chan, could you help me buy some? I have a great use for them.
Chang Yufeng was puzzled.
What's the use of these things? They're just shiny to hang up and look at. Brother Chan, don't worry about that. Just buy them for me if you see anyone selling. Sure. We have dozens in our courtyard. I'll just give them to you.
Ha.
Come on, let's go drink to celebrate.
Finally, a grand feast could be held. All the notable figures in the town came to toast, some even offering gold coins as thanks. The town chief gave 5,000, and with contributions from the wealthy families it totaled 8,000. They were overjoyed. The next morning they left. Before departing, Zhang Bufan cut off 4 beast legs, saying he wanted to roast them. They didn't mind and let him take them. They would have burned the rest of the carcass anyway.
Brother Yi, where do you usually live? I just arrived in Guamping and don't have a place yet. Great. Then officially join our Soul Sword Adventure team and live with us.
Zhang Bufan thought it over, found these people agreeable, and agreed. This time he had gained a full 4,000 gold coins, and was wondering what to do with them. If he could rescue his mother, buying a courtyard here would be nice. But the city lord's mansion had 2 cultivators, who could fly. Martial artists were no match for them. It seemed he had to grow stronger. Back at their courtyard, Chang Yufeng gave Zhang Bufan the inner cores they had collected. Everyone was exhausted from staying up all night. They arranged a room for Zhang Bufan, and each went to rest. Zhang Bufan gazed at the inner cores in his hand, overjoyed. He immediately sat in meditation, circulating his meridians to absorb the spiritual energy from the cores. By morning, all the cores had turned to dust, and the spiritual energy had entered his meridians and dantian. He stopped cultivating as dawn broke. Chang Yufeng explained to Zhang Bufan about the guild, how to accept and post tasks.
Brother Chan, can I post a task to purchase inner cores? Of course, such tasks are very simple. How much is appropriate for one of these? This stuff. Even 1 gold coin is too much. If you offer 1 gold coin each, it'll be easy to collect them. Alright, Brother Chan, accompany me to post 1. No rush, eat breakfast first. Gao Lingling is roasting one of your beast legs, it'll be ready soon.
The beast meat was indeed highly beneficial for cultivation, and Zhang Bufan devoured half of it.
Good appetite, Brother Yi. How old are you?
Gao Lingling asked.
I'll be 13 in a month. Only 13. So young yet so skilled. Do you have a master?
Zhao Long inquired.
Sort of, but not really. I learned by stealing he.
Since everyone was injured from the previous battle, they rested at home for 7 days. 7 days later they went to check for suitable tasks, and posted Zhang Bufan's task with the guild collecting a 10% commission. Zhang Bufan found it acceptable. They then searched the task board for suitable jobs.
Hey Chong lunatic, you made it back alive. Lucky, huh?
A man who seemed to know Chong Yufeng spoke.
Humph. We rely on strength. Only the incompetent count on luck. Xiaolong, what do you think of this escort task? From here to Kaohsiung City guarding a cart of goods for 3,000 gold coins. That's a good deal.
Chong Yufeng ignored the man and spoke with Xiaolong.
Indeed, it's only a day's journey. I think it's feasible. Alright, let's take it.
So they accepted the escort mission. Someone else would pull the cart, they were only responsible for protection. The owner was Pang Sihai, the proprietor of a large Guangping City trading firm called the Four Seas Trading Company. They easily found him, and he showed them the goods, which were sealed with strips. They didn't know what was inside. The recipient would receive the goods at the Kaohsiung City dock on the Dapan River. So they set off with the delivery men. The 6 of them each rode a horse, slowly following the horse-drawn cart. The journey was very quiet, and by evening, they could already see people waiting at the dock to receive the goods. It seemed today's mission would be smooth. Gao De and Xiaolong discussed which tavern to drink at tonight. They were clearly frequent visitors to Kaohsiung City, one of the 4 cities surrounding the 10,000 Beast Forest. The recipient seemed to know the delivery man and greeted him proactively. Just as everyone thought all was going smoothly, a change occurred. Several men in black, their faces masked, rushed out and swiftly slit the recipient's throat from behind. Then they charged to the cart and killed all the delivery men.
Brothers of the adventure team, you're here to earn money too. Hey, raise 10,000 gold coins. Take them and leave. Gentlemen, you underestimate the Soul Sword adventure team. If we did that, our rice bowl would be broken. As long as the goods are here, we are here. If the goods are lost, we perish.
The black-clad assailants were formidable, with the strongest among them reaching the 7th rank of martial prowess, and their numbers were overwhelming. Yet Chong Yufeng and his companions showed no fear, charging straight into battle. Zhang Bufan channeled his spiritual energy to envelop his dagger, seizing every opportunity to slay a 5th-rank martial artist. However, his unusual feats soon drew the attention of a powerful foe. A 7th-rank martial artist charged directly at Zhang Bufan. That martial artist fought with a grand and ferocious style, his long blade effortlessly cleaving through the stone pillars on the dock. Zhang Bufan was forced into a defensive stance, unable to find an opening to strike back. Swoosh! He created distance and loosed an arrow. Propelled by his spiritual energy, the arrow flew as swiftly as it shot from a bow. The 7th-rank martial artist barely dodged it, but the arrow struck and killed a 6th-rank martial artist behind him.
Impressive, lad. I hadn't intended to take your lives. Crushing mountain fist.
The martial artist threw a punch from 2 or 3 meters away, its force overwhelmingly domineering. The blow struck Zhang Bufan's chest, sending him flying backward into a crate of the escort's cargo. The crate shattered, revealing the true nature of their shipment. A brocade box tumbled out, spilling a small sword. It landed precisely a foot from Zhang Bufan's lips. He watched his own blood stain the blade before losing consciousness.
Brother Yi.
Distracted Chong Yufeng was pierced in the abdomen by a sword, leaving him powerless. Within less than 2 instants sticks time, the entire Soul of Sword adventurer team lay defeated, all grievously wounded.
Hurry, there are too many of them.
The leader of the black-clad figures urged his men to retreat swiftly.
That brocade box is our target. Take it and leave.
A black-clad figure picked up the brocade box, closed its lid, and the attackers scattered in all directions. When the client's associates arrived and witnessed the devastation, they understood what had transpired.
Take them back to tend to their wounds.
The client proved to be decent, refusing to abandon the adventurers, and instead bringing them to recover. It took a full 3 days before they could barely stand. Not only did the client refrain from blaming them, but he also gave them an additional 3,000 gold coins as compensation for their injuries, granting each 1,000 gold. Once they could move from their beds, they decided to return to Guangping to convalesce. Their injuries would prevent them from taking on new missions for at least 7 days. Zhang Bufan was different. His recovery was swift. By meditating daily, his wounds healed completely in 3 days. Upon returning, he went straight to the guild to check on the inner core collection.
Greetings, I'd like to see how my mission to purchase inner cores is progressing. An elderly man happened to be the one who had accepted the task a few days prior. "Young man, I thought you might have met with misfortune, since you didn't show up. We've collected quite a number of inner cores, fully 30,000. I was worried you." Zhang Bufan glanced at his pouch. He truly didn't have that much money, only 5,000 gold coins. "How about this'll take a portion back now, and after I complete another mission I'll collect the rest, alright?" "That's acceptable." In the end, Zhang Bufan took back 4,500 inner cores. Such rich spiritual energy content. I wonder if this can help me break through to the middle stage of the third layer. If I succeed, my combat power will surely leap forward. Zhang Bufan hoped these inner cores would enable his advancement. He felt he was already at the threshold of the third layer's middle stage. Back at the small courtyard, everyone was regulating their breathing, for this injury was severe indeed. Returning to his room, Zhang Bufan began absorbing the inner cores. In recent days, he had noticed an anomaly, a small sword floating within his dantian. Since it was inconvenient to study it outside, he decided to absorb all the inner cores first before investigating the tiny blade. It was noon. By evening he had absorbed 1,500 inner cores, and felt on the verge of breaking through to the middle stage of the third layer. That evening Gao Lingling called him to dinner. His appetite had grown astonishingly. He could easily eat as much as 3 people. At night, he continued meditating, and by midnight, he finally broke through. He savored the power that the middle stage of the third layer granted him. Now if he were to face Qin Changkong again, he believed he would no longer be injured. He began to study the small sword. "How did it get inside? If it can't get out, what are you doing in my dantian?" As he spoke, the small sword suddenly flew out and hovered before him. You can understand me. Fly farther away. Ha ha. Closer. Move left. A bit higher." He discovered he could control the small sword. "I wonder if it has any lethal power." He commanded the small sword to stab swiftly into the nearby wall. Clang! The blade pierced the wall with apparent ease. "If I were to kill someone, wouldn't it be easy to ambush them? I need to test its limit in case it falls. 10 meters. Beyond 10 meters, I lose control. Not bad." By the afternoon of the following day, he had used up all the inner cores. This method of cultivation was far faster than absorbing spiritual energy from the air. His body had not only recovered but also greatly strengthened. He decided to take on a mission first to redeem the remaining inner cores, as they were too important. At the guild, he scanned the highest bounties. 7th rank martial artist, flower thief, reward of 200,000 gold coins. No confidence. Forget it, my life is more precious. Next. 9-strike tiger, reward 100,000 gold coins, 10,000 beasts forest. This one is doable. Let's see if there are more in the 10,000 beasts forest. Unicorn azure bull, 20,000. I'll take these too. Zhang Bufan informed the steward that the Soul of Sword adventurer team would accept 2 missions. The steward provided details. The 9-striped tiger required its hide and heart, while the unicorn azure bull only needed its horn. He also described the habits of the 2 beasts. The 9-striped tiger frequented clear watersides, while the unicorn azure bull preferred sunlight and grasslands, with shrub forests being its favorite. Zhang Bufan wanted to test his physical limits. With a mighty leap, he covered over 500 meters and soared 20 meters high. A single punch could snap a tree trunk as thick as a man's waist. The small sword followed him as he leaped. He carried a bow, as long-range shooting was more accurate with arrows than throwing by hand. He searched several watersides and waited for nearly a day without spotting the 9-striped tiger. Finally, at dusk on a riverbank, he caught sight of the beast. At last, 100,000 gold coins. He devised an attack plan. First he would shoot arrows, then he would charge forward swiftly using the small sword for a second strike. With a leap, the tiger's powerful body sprang up 5 meters high. Go! The small sword, initially aimed at the tiger's head, was only able to strike its back due to the creature's pain. Zhang Bufan landed 10 meters away from the tiger. The tiger's large eyes stared at him, and suddenly it slammed its front paw onto the ground, sending fragments of stone flying towards Zhang Bufan. Ouch, that hurts! Dozens of pebbles came flying, leaving him nowhere to hide. Send 2 more. He endured the pain and shot out 2 arrows at high speed. Roar!
Unfortunately, they were all swatted away by the tiger's paws. The nine-striped tiger leaped above him, exposing its soft belly.
The opportunity has come.
He controlled the small sword, and with a soft sound it accurately pierced through the nine-striped tiger's belly, emerging from its back, while he himself was hit by the tiger's paw, nearly losing consciousness. He steadied himself, clearly realizing that the tiger was more severely wounded. This outcome was nearly a trade of injuries. The nine-striped tiger struggled to hold on for a few breaths before slowly collapsing. Zhang Bufan took a moment to rest, then laboriously approached to skin the tiger and extract its heart. Indeed, the tiger had a core the size of an infant's fist. He hurriedly absorbed it. Carrying the tiger's skin and holding the tiger heart, the sun was setting. It seemed he would not find a unicorn blue bull today. He could only rest for the night and deal with it tomorrow.
While you actually killed a nine-striped tiger worth 100,000 gold coins.
Just as Zhang Bufan was about to leave, he was suddenly blocked by 5 martial artists, the leader being very strong, even stronger than Qin Shankong.
What do you want?
Zhang Bufan still held the small sword in his hand while carrying the tiger's skin.
Leave the stuff behind. What do you want to fight us? Ha ha.
The man laughed arrogantly.
Enough.
Zhang Bufan dropped the small sword and the tiger's skin, then took a few steps back. To the others, this action seemed like a surrender, and there was no way for him not to admit it. A 7-level martial artist was the strongest here in Guangping City. Zhang Bufan raised his hands and stepped back, indicating his submission. Seeing the 100,000 gold coins, the 7-level martial artists were tempted and immediately went to lift the tiger's skin and heart.
Ha. Not bad, that was easy.
At this moment, he did not notice that the inconspicuous small sword had slightly lifted its head, the tip pointing at him, and with a whoosh, like a leaping insect, it shot towards his heart. He did not understand how he died until the moment the sword pierced through his chest, oblivious to what had struck him down. The remaining 4 6th-level martial artists and 2 5th-level martial artists saw their leader being ambushed and drew their weapons to attack Zhang Bufan. Zhang Bufan dodged and weaved, often only a hair's breadth away from the blades. In cooperation with the small sword, he fought with the 4, managing not to be at a disadvantage.
This kid is quite slippery. It's been a stick of incense, and he hasn't been caught yet,
said 1 6th-level martial artist.
Whoosh.
Taking advantage of the distraction, the small sword pierced through his thigh. Zhang Bufan immediately leaped over and struck with another sword, taking down the 6th-level martial artist. Now dealing with the remaining opponents became easier. The 2 5th-level martial artists actually showed signs of retreat, while Zhang Bufan was entangled with the 6th-level martial artist. The two turned and ran.
Bastards! You too!
The 6th-level martial artist was distracted, and Zhang Bufan seized the chance to unleash a powerful punch infused with spiritual energy.
Ah!
This martial artist's internal channels surged, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood as the small sword pierced through his neck. Zhang Bufan chased down the 2 fleeing martial artists with a leap. The small sword flew out, striking them in the throat, but he soon realized it was beyond his control. One of the martial artists had already run over 300 meters. Zhang Bufan calmly nocked an arrow and shot him in the back. He searched the bodies of the fallen martial artists and found over 80,000 gold notes.
Ha, indeed, killing and looting brings wealth.
Zhang Bufan chuckled, having made good progress with his tasks over the past 2 days. The sword of the 7th-level martial artist was decent. He discarded his own sword and replaced it with this better one. He had not lost the cheapest dagger he bought for 3 silver coins, and planned to personally drive it into Wang Yunping's head, returning the suffering he endured in the past doubled. As night fell, he prepared a meal, disassembling the tiger's leg and roasting it by the river. Just then several martial artists arrived to take on a task, bringing tents and other supplies. Zhang Bufan helped set up the tent while eating the tiger leg meat, reminiscing about his mother in prison. It was already late. He would deliver some food to them tomorrow. Conveniently, this place was not far from the mountain gorge. He wanted to see what was happening over there. After finishing the roasted meat, he did not clean up and directly ran to the mountain gorge to take a look from afar.
Why are those trees red again? Didn't I already pick all the fruits last time?
He jumped down the 30-meter gorge. Was no problem for him now. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed fruit red and larger than before, rich in spiritual energy.
Could it be These fruits can grow back immediately after being picked. Is this not a divine tree?
Without further thought, he decided to eat first, and picked the remaining 40 or so fruits, placing them in his pocket. His meridians were filled with floating spiritual energy, and he needed to return to refine and absorb it, solidifying it. After a night of cultivation, the spiritual energy in his meridians became more solid with a slight increase, but it was negligible.
Time to find the unicorn blue bull.
He searched several places with good lighting and abundant grass and water, but saw no sign of the blue bull. It was already afternoon. Would he have to spend another night in the forest? Continuing his search, he soon spotted a lush area of water and grass.
If it's not here, the entire forest might be devoid of him. Zhang Bufan decided to wait here to stay put and see. If there are none, I will have to declare the mission a failure. After waiting for about half an instant, a blue bull appeared, standing about 3 meters tall with a single horn and a half-meter long horn, quite imposing. Haha, I have finally waited for you. First, think about the attack route.
First, shoot 2 arrows, then jump down from this tree to stab its hind leg with a small sword. Once its hind leg is injured, its combat ability will surely drop significantly. With everything planned, he began his action, climbing a tree over 10 meters high to get a closer jump distance.
Now's the moment. Shoot!
He fired 2 quick arrows in succession, and before they hit their target, he had already leaped forward. The small sword floated beside him. Whoosh!
Moo!
Both arrows struck the blue bull's back, embedding a full foot deep. At this moment, Zhang Bufan was only 50 meters away from the blue bull, and it seemed the small sword was about to leave his control range.
Hiss!
The small sword sliced through the air, perfectly piercing into the hind leg, going straight through and falling to the ground. He got up and shot 2 more arrows, hitting the bull in the abdomen.
Moo!
The blue bull finally saw him charging at Zhang Bufan with its horn.
Small sword, come!
Zhang Bufan called for the small sword.
Clang!
Just as it collided with the single horn, it broke off, and the small sword fell to the ground with a clang, causing Zhang Bufan's spirit to ache.
Bang!
The blue bull used its remaining half horn to ram Zhang Bufan, sending him flying several meters away. His chest hurt severely, and a sweet taste filled his throat as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The blue bull did not give up and charged again.
This is bad.
He looked up, and right behind him was a tree.
Whoosh whoosh, quick!
In a flurry, he climbed the tree. High up in the tree, he felt a wave of fear. The blue bull rammed into the trunk vigorously. Unfortunately, the trunk was too thick, doing no damage, and only causing it to bleed faster. The small sword was still down on the ground, just out of reach. He watched the azure ox beneath the tree, bleeding yet still ramming its head against the trunk with relentless force. Zhang Bufan fired a few more arrows, but instead of fleeing, the ox only intensified its assault on the tree. Thus it continued ramming and ramming for nearly an hour. By then, Zhang Bufan had largely recovered his breath atop the tree, while the azure ox below had ceased to move. He leaped down, stepped onto the ox's head, and said,
"You foolish beast, truly stupid. If you can't win, feign ignorance or at least flee. Why not learn from me?"
Zhang Bufan even began to berate the azure ox. He severed the remaining half of its horn, took the other piece, uncertain if this would suffice to complete his task. He rummaged through its belly, and as expected found an inner core the size of a chicken egg, fresh and brimming with spiritual energy. He promptly absorbed it.
"These ox legs are also fine spoils,"
he mused.
"Cut them off. 4 legs weigh over 100 caddies, enough to last a long time."
Tonight I'll roast some and visit Mother. The sky was still bright, so he slowly prepared the roasted meat, then searched for a few large leaves, even though winter had withered them.
Wait, why was the grass that ox ate tinged blue and still fresh? How strange.
It suddenly struck him that it was deep autumn. The leaves had yellowed, yet that patch of grass, though not green, was clearly fresh. Dismissing the thought, he finished roasting the meat, gathered some fruits, and carried the remaining items to the back of his mother's cell. After advancing to the 3rd layer, he had noticed a peculiar ability. Even with his eyes closed, he could perceive things outside the room. He did not know this was called divine sense, but he had begun to learn its use. Arriving behind the cell, he spread his divine sense and concentrated, clearly sensing that his mother and the other 3 women were in good spirits, which brought him great relief. He tossed the wrapped roasted meat inside, followed by over a dozen fruits, and the women inside began chattering with delight. Zhang Bufan visited roughly every 3 days. Though not daily, the provisions he brought were far superior to the prison fare, especially the fruits, which he felt could be called immortal fruits without exaggeration.
Outsider, which of us four are you related to?
Zhang Bufan could not yet reveal himself, as it would bring no benefit. He could only hope his mother might inadvertently drop clues in her daily behavior. He simply fled. He decided to kill a few more people from the Wang family, shoot a few arrows, and flee. Though the previous incident had frightened him somewhat, he doubted a cultivator would keep watch outside at all times. Climbing the tree in the Wang family's backyard, he spotted a group of patrolling guards.
Swoosh, swoosh.
He loosed 3 arrows, claiming 3 lives instantly.
Master Wu. He's here. He's here.
By the time they reacted, and Wu emerged, Zhang Bufan had already fled several li away.
Haha, it'll make the Wang family live in constant fear.
Zhang Bufan mused as he ran. Within an hour, he returned to his small courtyard, stored his belongings, lit a fire, and began drying the meat over the flames for better preservation.
Brother Yi, where have you been? You've got so much meat. Are these tiger legs? Ox legs?
There were 6 in total, weighing nearly 200 catties, yet Zhang Bufan had carried them back without any sign of fatigue.
Haha, I took on a mission these past 2 days and brought back some meat.
The others came out. Tiger meat was a rare treat for them, so they decided to have an impromptu late-night feast. Xiao Long brought out 3 jars of his wine. They roasted 1 ox leg and 1 tiger leg, enough to feed all 6 of them.
Ah, this tiger meat is different from what I've had before. Eating this makes my whole body feel invigorated,
Gao De remarked with his eyes closed. Zhang Bufan also noticed the difference. Meat from beasts with inner cores was unlike ordinary meat. Was it because the inner core nourished the flesh with spiritual energy, transforming it? They ate and chatted. Zhang Bufan inquired about the bow.
This bow belonged to a former member of our group, a master archer, your equal in skill, Brother Yi. But once, when we teamed up with another adventurer squad for a mission, Senior Brother Yi saw a 6th-rank martial artist in danger. He shot an arrow that struck a fierce beast's belly, but the beast didn't die. It abandoned the martial artist and chased Senior Brother Yi instead. Senior Brother Yi was only a 4th-rank martial artist, and naturally no match for the beast. That 6th-rank martial artist watched coldly as Senior Brother Yi was devoured, then fled alone. Since then, we've never cooperated with any other adventurer squad. That squad, called the Hegemon Blade Adventurers, became our sworn enemy. Was that the person who greeted you at the guild the other day? Sharp eyes, Brother Yi.
As the story unfolded, the 5 of them were all filled with indignation. At midnight, everyone had gone to sleep. Zhang Bufan cultivated, while keeping watch over the fire in the courtyard, smoking the leg meat. Such thick cuts took time to dry. By dawn the next day, they were nearly ready. He carried the tiger skin, tiger heart, and ox horn to the guild to turn in his quest.
Manager Zhang, am here to submit my mission. But this ox horn is broken and not sure if ITLL be accepted.
Manager Zhang rose and examined the items. The tiger's skin and heart were certainly fine.
Well, let me ask. Shall Lu go ask Physician Lu if a broken ox horn counts?
Manager Zhang summoned an attendant who scurried off. Soon a physician in a long robe arrived.
Ah, fine stuff, worth it. This will do. I'm going to grind it into powder anyway.
After the final settlement, all the inner cores, over 30,000 in total, were hauled away in a large chest. After completing the quest, Zhang Bufan still had over 80,000 in gold notes, the most he had ever carried. Many eyed him with envy and greed. Zhang Bufan carried the large chest back to the courtyard and immediately began absorbing the inner cores. Every step forward mattered, even if he couldn't break through to the 4th layer. Within the same layer there was a hierarchy. A newcomer to the 3rd layer was naturally weaker than someone who had been there for months. It took him 3 full days to absorb the 30,000 inner cores. Afterward, the 5 others had mostly recovered from their injuries, and they began taking on missions together. A month later, no more inner cores could be obtained in this area. For Zhang Bufan, this was unacceptable. He could forego money, but inner cores were essential. So he discussed it with the others and decided to travel to the other 3 cities to continue issuing quests for inner cores. They would reside there temporarily and return after the new year. He would still check in on everyone frequently, because he still needed to visit his mother regularly. And so he left the adventurer squad and headed to the neighboring city, Gaoxiang City,
which they had visited before. From their location to Kaohsiung City was a brisk 2-hour journey. Riding a horse, he covered the 300 li in under 2 hours. Kaohsiung City was slightly more prosperous than Guangping, as the Dapan River flowed through it, attracting numerous merchants. Even the previously raided dock remained bustling with activity. He rented a small courtyard, unable to stay indefinitely, at an inn which was rather inconvenient. He found a secluded yard for a rent of 1 gold coin per month, quite cheap. The courtyard was spacious and empty, but he needed nothing more. First he went to the guild to post a task. Now he held a total of 200,000 gold coins, enough to last a long time. He estimated that even the entire city of Kaohsiung might not possess 200,000 inner cores. But since he was heading to the 10,000 beasts forest to train and hone his martial skills, he might as well take on a task. If he completed it, he would earn money; if not, it was no loss. However, he felt his martial skills were still lacking. With ample time, he decided to buy a few martial technique manuals to try. Thus, he accepted a task to kill a spotted python. Judging by the commission of 100,000 gold coins, the serpent's combat prowess was formidable. Leaving the guild, he sought out shops selling weapons or martial techniques. After some inquiry, he learned that the Wu family was the largest arms dealer in Kaohsiung City. Wu family's White Cloud Weapon Pavilion. This must be it. The shop front was enormous, with a spear placed on the left and a set of shield and armor on the right. "Sir, what would you like to buy?" A young man in a coarse cloth vest greeted him. "Young man, I'm looking to purchase martial technique books. Do you have any?" "Of course we do. Our White Cloud Weapon Pavilion is the largest in Kaohsiung City, with everything you could need. This way, please." The young man led him to another area where shelves held hundreds of books, both new and old. "Over here, the new ones are the best sellers. We make many copies and restock often. The older ones are those no one has bought, some being originals, or even rare editions. Take a look first. Let me know which one you like, and I'll fetch it for you." The young man stood by the popular books, assuming Zhang Bufan would choose from there. But Zhang Bufan thought differently. In a fight, life was paramount. Losing was fine, but he had to be able to escape. So besides the heaven-penetrating fist he had bought before, he wanted a manual specifically for fleeing. I'd like to ask, what martial technique should I buy if I want to run fast and not be caught?" The young man didn't mock him. After all, life was precious, and everyone understood. "Well, in that case, here are some movement techniques. Take a look." The young man brought out a few books. Light body art, carefree 18 steps, all purely for escape. This one. Shadow step. Let me see. Zhang Bufan pointed to a book in the farthest corner, thick with dust. The young man took it down, dusted it off, and blew away the grime. "Haha, sorry about that. This book has been sitting here for years, never taken out." Zhang Bufan didn't mind. He took the book and glanced through it. A fine technique, useful in battle, and even more so for escape. "I'll take this one. Also, I need some arrows." Now that he was somewhat wealthy, he didn't bother carving arrow shafts himself, and bought 200 arrows outright. He stored the extra arrows in his rented courtyard, and set off to complete the task of slaying the spotted python. Across from his courtyard lived several young, beautiful women. Different men frequently entered their home, emerging with looks of lingering satisfaction, though he never knew what went on inside. Zhang Bufan led his horse, and happened to see a woman seeing a man off. She warmly called out to him, "Little brother, come play at my place tonight, if you're free." "All right." Zhang Bufan replied, unsure what there was to play. "Ha, you're adorable, little brother." And carrying a bow, "Be careful not to hurt anyone." Zhang Bufan thought to himself, the sisters in this courtyard were incredibly warm. If he had time, he might indeed go and visit. Zhang Bufan headed straight for the 10,000 beasts forest. The spotted python favored the low mountainous areas within the forest, making its lair in caves and hunting among the trees. He searched several such spots, but perhaps the hills were too small for its lair. There was no sign of it. He moved to other locations, and waited until nightfall. Under the cover of darkness, his keen eyesight allowed him to see the nocturnal creatures. Rustle, rustle. A sound. He traced it to its source. A shadowy serpent dozens of meters long slithered through the forest in coils. "It must be this giant beast, but it's enormous. Twice the length of the one I killed last time." Zhang Bufan began planning his tactics. According to the information, the serpent's weak point was the area beneath its mouth on the neck. Its primary attacks were venom and constriction. Once coiled, no beast could escape death. He crouched on a large tree, preparing to strike first with his bow. Swish, swish, swish. Without hesitation, he shot 3 swift arrows. The arrows clanged against the serpent's back, failing to penetrate. Damn, its hide is tough. His assault roused the python, which coiled around his tree and slithered straight upward. Oh no! But he spotted an opportunity. As it climbed, its mouth would be exposed. Huh. Take this arrow. The moment the serpent's mouth appeared, Zhang Bufan fired 2 arrows in quick succession. Hiss, hiss. The python convulsed as both arrows lodged in its mouth, the pain causing it to tremble violently. Escape. The serpent spat out the arrows, but its wound worsened, green fluid oozing from its mouth as it continued climbing the tree. Zhang Bufan leaped from one tree to another. Seeing this, the serpent extended its massive head and lunged across the gap, following him. Oh, that's impressive. Then, as Zhang Bufan moved among the trees, with the python in hot pursuit, he spotted another opening. When the serpent climbed upward, he aimed his small sword to strike its soft underbelly. But this was tricky, as its belly always pressed against the tree. Got it. When the serpent leaped from one tree to another, its belly was exposed. Jump! As Zhang Bufan vaulted from the tree, his flying sword hovered below, ready. Hiss. The serpent's head began to extend. Sword pierce. The flying sword shot through its belly and out its back. Hiss. The python, stricken with pain, plummeted down. Zhang Bufan saw his chance. Hiss. Suddenly the serpent exhaled a cloud of white gas at him. Caught off guard, he was drenched in the mist. Damn, it's poisonous. He quickly covered his mouth and nose. In that moment of distraction, the serpent whipped its tail upward, striking him like a runaway carriage. He was flung from the tree. Ah! So painful. The poison didn't harm him. He had once consumed snake bile, making him immune to snake venom, though he didn't know it. But the tail strike had dealt a heavy blow. Every bone in his body felt shattered. Before he could rise, the giant python had already slithered back, its massive jaws wide open, ready to swallow him alive. With a series of whistling sounds, Zhang Bufan loosed 3 more arrows aimed straight into its maw. Then he scrambled to his feet and fled. The python's mouth bled even faster, leaving a trail of crimson as it slithered along. Zhang Bufan ran ahead. Boulders the size of water vats lined the roadside, and the mountain was strewn with rubble. Using his spiritual energy, he hurled these stones at the python, inflicting some harm, though nothing fatal. He resolved to let it bleed out more. So he leaped onto a low hill and kept shooting arrows at its eyes. After a dozen arrows, just as his quiver was nearly empty, he finally struck one eye. The injury rendered the python powerless to attack, and it began to flee. But with one eye damaged, its vision was skewed, and it crashed into rocks and trees alike. As its blood loss mounted, it eventually lay still. The brutal battle lasted a full hour. Later, Zhang Bufan reflected that the python's hide was exceptionally thick, and if his small sword's control range had been longer, the fight would have ended sooner. The continuous exertion of wrapping stones in spiritual energy and hurling them had left him dizzy, as if struck by a severe cold, yearning only for sleep. He quickly searched for the python's inner core, and as expected, it was as large as a ball. He dug it out and absorbed the core without a moment's delay, then climbed a tree to meditate and recover. By the next morning, his spirit was restored. He tried to sense his surroundings and found that his range had extended from 10 meters to 12. He summoned the small sword to test it, and indeed its control range had grown to 12 meters. He had exhausted his energy and then recovered. Could this method truly extend the small sword's control range? He resolved to test it again upon returning. If it worked, it would be extraordinary. At dawn, he cut a large chunk of snake meat and roasted it. After eating, he returned to the guild to turn in the quest. The python's skin and gall were required. The hide was so enormous that his horse could barely carry it. Zhang Bufan had to dismount and run, letting the horse drag the python's skin along. After completing the quest, he received 100,000 in gold notes. He then inquired about purchasing inner cores and managed to acquire 20,000 in a single day. Satisfied, he handed over the gold notes, deliberately scattering them in the air to ensure everyone noticed his wealth. Back home, he quickly took out the inner cores to absorb and refine them, as the spiritual energy within would dissipate over time. By evening he had absorbed all the cores, yet he still hadn't broken through to the fourth layer, and the gap seemed considerable. His morning antics bore the desired fruit. Shortly after nightfall, several men broke into his courtyard. He watched from within, noting 3 figures, all 5th-level martial artists. Seizing the moment, he released the small sword. In the pitch-black night, before the 3 could notice, one was already slain. The other 2 froze, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. A soft whistle sounded, followed by a cry. The second man fell, and the third bolted. The small sword struck him from behind in the heart, but it exceeded its control range, forcing Zhang Bufan to retrieve it himself. He chuckled at the trap's success, and searched the bodies, finding 50,000 in gold notes. This was far quicker than doing quests. Zhang Bufan loaded the 3 corpses onto a cart, and just before dawn dumped them into the 10,000 beasts forest, where small animals would dispose of them. He then tried to exhaust his energy again, not only by controlling the small sword, but also by levitating furniture around the house. Within half an hour, drowsiness overcame him. He sat in meditation to recover, and after 2 hours, he was full of energy once more. Testing the small sword, he found its range had extended to 15 meters. It worked. Zhang Bufan felt as if he had discovered a new world. With a stronger spiritual sense, he could control the sword from farther away, striking enemies unseen, an incredible advantage. Just as he was about to begin another round of exhausting his energy, commotion arose outside. 4 martial artists masked in black and wielding short blades burst into his home. Zhang Bufan deliberately blew out the lamp and hid inside, while the small sword remained in the courtyard. The men began searching room by room. Under the cover of darkness, the sword moved silently. With a soft sound, a lone black-clad figure was pierced through the neck, dying without a cry. The sword then flew through 2 more, startling the remaining pair. They shouted about a master and hidden weapons, but the sword curved like a fish in water, swiftly catching up and piercing both through the back. Zhang Bufan emerged from the house, searched the bodies, and found 150,000 in gold notes. He smiled, pleased with his growing fortune. With 8 bodies now, the cart was nearly full. He covered them with a cloth, and before dawn dumped them into the 10,000 beasts forest. In the following days, he spent his days collecting inner cores and training in the forest, either honing his spiritual sense or practicing the shadow step footwork. The shadow step comprised 6 forms: 1st swallow step, 2nd sparrow hawk turn, 3rd celestial step, 4th star chasing step, 5th partial doppelganger, and 6th big dipper walk. Zhang Bufan spent half a month mastering these 6 steps, leaving only the need for more practice and application in combat. After half a month, the inner cores in Gaoxiang City were nearly exhausted, with only 200 or 300 coming in daily. It was time to move on. His next destination, Liujia City, was the largest city on the edge of the 10,000 beasts forest, just over 300 li away, a little over an hour's ride on horseback. Upon arriving in Liujia City, he first rented a small courtyard, choosing a remote spot for his ambushes. After settling in, he went to the guild to post quests and browse for interesting ones, eager to test his shadow step skills. A quest to slay a giant earth bear for its skull and paws with a bounty of 150,000 caught his eye. He decided on it. He approached the counter and told the steward he wanted to post a quest for beast inner cores, offering 1 gold coin each, with higher prices for larger ones. The steward agreed, but required a deposit to ensure he wouldn't back out. Zhang Bufan saw no issue trusting the guild. He then mentioned the giant earth bear quest, and the steward eyed his bill doubtfully. The steward warned that 5 7-level martial artists had already died on that quest. Zhang Bufan assured him, joking, that he was fast. The old steward relented, cautioning him to be careful lest he lose his 10,000 deposit. His concern for a stranger was touching. The territory of the earth bear was marked by tree hollows serving as dens, so the trees had to be exceptionally thick, as its towering form, over 3 meters tall, could not be accommodated by ordinary saplings. It favored fish, so the tall trees near the riverbank were the most likely spots. With this target in mind, Zhang Bufan significantly narrowed down the search area, making the hunt much easier. After half a day, he discovered a tree trunk that might be the earth bear's den. The tree was extraordinarily tall, estimated to be over 100 meters, with a trunk over 4 meters thick. At the base, there was a semi-underground cave, smooth inside, littered with some very hard gray fur. Having never seen an earth bear before, he couldn't be sure if the fur belonged to one, but the tree hollow was currently empty. He climbed the tree, and sure enough there was a river nearby. He decided to wait in the tree for a while. About half an hour passed. A low growl echoed in the distance. Zhang Bufan fixed his gaze, and saw a massive hill-like silhouette approaching from afar. As he had anticipated, the defensive capability of this earth bear was no less than that of the spotted python. The arrows in his hand would likely fail to pierce its hide. Nevertheless, he aimed carefully at the eyes and mouth on its head, knowing that a hit there would be highly advantageous. He shot 3 arrows in quick succession, all aimed at the head. Only one arrow found its mark, embedding itself above the mouth, the rest were deflected. The earth bear looked up and spotted Zhang Bufan in the tree. "Little sword, go," he commanded, directing the small blade to strike at its eyes. With a crack, the small sword lodged itself into the bear's bone. It wasn't that the blade was dull, but his spiritual energy control was too weak to retrieve it. Sensing the foreign object, the earth bear began ramming the tree trunk repeatedly, causing blood to flow freely. But such a massive bear would require an immense loss of blood to be exhausted. With no other recourse, he kept shooting arrows downward. The arrows on the bear's head multiplied, reaching 7 or 8 in number. Enraged, it started climbing the tree, its clumsy body inching higher and higher. Seeing it only 3 meters away, Zhang Bufan had no choice but to leap from the 20-meter tree. As he descended, he aimed to retrieve the small sword at the closest point to the bear. With a thud, Zhang Bufan landed the small sword in his grasp. "Ha, good!" He glanced at the earth bear, which had its rear facing him, and a sudden idea struck him: why not shoot an arrow into its anus? He shot 2 arrows, hitting it squarely in the rear. With a roar of pain, the earth bear tumbled down, though the height was negligible for it. With a growl, the earth bear slammed its front paw onto the ground, sending a shockwave along the earth. Zhang Bufan leaped to dodge, but was too late. The force threw him off balance. Seeing its prey fallen, the earth bear charged forward, the ground trembling beneath it. Zhang Bufan quickly shot 2 arrows, striking its chin. "Little sword, gouge out its eyes!" The earth bear, undeterred by the arrows, continued its charge. When it was only 5 meters away, the small sword precisely pierced its eye. The bear let out a series of agonized roars. Unable to focus on anything else, the earth bear rolled on the ground, driving the arrows deeper into its body. "Retrieve!" Zhang Bufan recalled the small sword, and a mixture of colorful fluids oozed from the bear's eye. "One more time!" The small sword flew out, seizing the opportunity to slice a meter-long gash across the bear's belly, spilling its entrails onto the ground. Surely it would die now. True enough, after the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the massive bear lay utterly still. Exhausted, Zhang Bufan rested for a moment before beginning to process the enormous earth bear. The hide was incredibly tough. Even with the small sword, it took great effort. He found its inner core the size of a coconut, brimming with rich spiritual energy. He cut off the bear's gallbladder and paws. First, he absorbed the spiritual energy from the core, instantly rejuvenating his spent reserves. Having consumed much mental energy, he wondered if it had increased. He tested control over the small sword. "Ha, about 17 meters, not bad, another improvement." He packed up and prepared to return to the city. "Wow, haha, an earth bear, 15,000 commission." A voice rang out. Zhang Bufan turned to see a 7th-level martial artist leading for 6th-level ones, a formidable force in Liujia City. "Hey kid, stop right there. Did you kill that bear?" Zhang Bufan ignored him and mounted his horse to leave. A long sword pierced his horse's neck. "Leave the goods behind, or the next sword will be through your neck." "Oh, fine." Zhang Bufan carried his loot and walked over. When he was just 3 meters away, swoosh! The small sword shot out from behind him. The 7th-level martial artist reacted swiftly, sidestepping, but the blade still pierced his shoulder. "You? How dare you!" Zhang Bufan, dagger in hand, executed the first step of the shadow step, the swallow's flight, moving with incredible speed. With a slash, the dagger sank into the 7th-level martial artist's neck. Then, using the second technique, the waist turn, he stabbed another 6th-level fighter through the heart. 3 6th-level martial artists remained. He directed the small sword to kill another, while the remaining 2 stood frozen, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Zhang Bufan activated the shadow step again, twisting into an odd posture to drive the dagger into the back of one's head.
The last martial artist fled, but Zhang Bufan knocked an arrow and shot him through the back.
And you killed my horse.
He searched their bodies for gold notes.
Not bad, over 20,000. A decent compensation. This sort of it seems pretty good.
Zhang Bufan noticed the 7-level martial artist's blade and decided to take it. As he drew it, a transparent hexagonal stone fell from the man's body rich with spiritual energy.
Making a core into something like this is interesting. No, this isn't a core. The pure spiritual energy inside is dozens or even hundreds of times richer than the best core I've encountered. Can it be absorbed?
Zhang Bufan immediately circulated his meridians, and indeed it worked. It took the time of an incense stick to absorb all the energy within.
So pure. This spiritual energy is far superior to any core. Such a stone.
Before he could examine it further, it crumbled into dust.
A hexagonal transparent stone. A treasure.
He gathered his belongings, and after a few steps discovered 5 horses likely belonging to the martial artists. He mounted one and galloped off. At the guild, he submitted the quest as night fell.
Oh, not bad, completing the task in a single day. Had some expert help in it,
the old man said with a knowing smile.
Nothing escapes your keen eye. By the way, the quest you posted this morning garnered over 20,000. Shall I deduct the core fee?
Zhang Bufan eagerly agreed, wanting the money as soon as possible. He then counted out a large stack of gold notes.
10,000. 20,000. 30,000. 40,000. 138,000 exactly. Thanks. Keep it down. Do you want everyone to know you're loaded?
The old man quickly cautioned him. Zhang Bufan smirked and left.
Keep it down. Do you want everyone to know you're loaded?
The old man quickly cautioned him. Zhang Bufan smirked and left.
Keep it down. Do you want everyone to know you're loaded?
The old man quickly cautioned him. Zhang Bufan smirked and left.
Keep it down. Do you want everyone to know you're loaded?
The old man quickly cautioned him. Zhang Bufan smirked and left.
Senior brother Zhang, did you see that? That kid has tens of thousands in gold notes. I'm not blind, but didn't you just hear? He has a powerhouse backing him, one capable of slaying at least a level 7 earth bear. We need to plan this carefully.
After Zhang Bufan left, a few individuals began sneaking around plotting to rob him. Returning, Zhang Bufan hastened to refine the inner cores. By midnight, he had indeed absorbed and refined all of them, his meridians expanding slightly once more.
This doesn't feel right.
Zhang Bufan drifted into a hazy sleep.
Senior brother Zhang, your sleeping powder is truly potent. It's a family heirloom. I heard my ancestors used it against cultivators. Wow, so many gold notes. Hundreds of thousands.
The others searched Zhang Bufan and found hundreds of thousands in gold notes.
Let's go.
They made to leave after their success.
What's the rush? Have you forgotten the strong one behind him? If he alone carries hundreds of thousands in gold notes, how much must that powerhouse have? Why not use him to threaten that other person?
Said Senior Brother Zhang.
Brilliant plan, Senior Brother Zhang.
About half an hour later, Zhang Bufan awoke.
Who are you people?
Senior Brother Zhang stared in shock at Zhang Bufan, who was tightly bound on the bed.
Well, I underestimated you. My sleeping powder can put even a level 7 expert to sleep for a whole day, yet you woke in half an hour,
said Senior Brother Zhang.
Senior Brother Zhang, didn't you say this powder could handle cultivators? How?
Senior Brother Zhang looked awkward.
Maybe it's too old, some potency evaporated. Kid, where's the powerhouse behind you?
Zhang Bufan instantly realized he had made such a foolish mistake, too focused on cultivation. Someone had come to his door without his notice, and he had fallen for the sleeping powder. He quietly summoned his small sword, cutting the ropes behind him until only a thread remained. Of the 3 before him, only the leader was level 6, the other 2 were level 4, extremely weak. He maneuvered the small sword behind Senior Brother Zhang.
Whoosh!
It pierced through his neck and shot toward another level 4 martial artist. It struck that martial artist square in the forehead. 2 died from a single sword strike. Zhang Bufan suddenly leaped up, broke free of the ropes, and with a single punch of the heaven-connecting fist killed the remaining martial artist instantly.
How careless! I shouldn't have let this happen.
Tomorrow, he needed to bring food to his mother. And there was another matter, his father's death anniversary. It was now the 330th year of the Qingli era. 4 years. His father had been gone for 4 years, and he still didn't know where his father's grave lay. He decided to go back and find out. The next day, he mounted his horse. Liujia City was far from Pinyin City. It took him nearly half a day to arrive. The Wang family.
Son, our business has plummeted lately. Even that little workshop the Zhou family has caught up to us.
The Zhou family was the second largest weapons dealer in Pinyin City, previously suppressed by the Wang family. Now many shop owners, fearing association with the Wangs, had switched to the Zhou family for supplies.
Oh, I have an idea. It's almost the death anniversary of that dead servant. We can set an ambush at his grave. Uncle Chong Kong and I will hide there personally. Surely we can capture him. That's a plan too. But do you even know where that dead man is buried?
Asked Wang Wenyao.
Simple, we can just ask around. I remember the servants buried him back then.
Wang Yupeng said.
Bring your third brother along, let him see some blood. He's 11 now. All right.
Zhang Bufan disguised himself as a beggar and waited on the road where Chef Huang went to buy groceries. Chef Huang drove a donkey cart with a servant to the vegetable market.
Boss, spare some food, please.
Zhang Bufan stopped him.
Chef Huang, it's me, Bufan.
He had come to Chef Huang because Zhang Yi once said he had saved Chef Huang's life.
You? You young beggar begging at your age. I need to teach you a lesson. Liangzi, go ahead, he'll catch up.
Chef Huang immediately caught on.
Chef Huang, why waste words on a beggar?
If there was anyone lower than a servant, it was a beggar. At least servants had a meal every day, while beggars often lay motionless by the roadside.
I'll just say a few words to him.
Liangzi led the donkey cart away alone.
Bufan, how dare you come out?
Chef Huang pulled him into a corner.
Chef Huang, I need to know where my father's grave is.
Zhang Bufan got straight to the point.
Sai, you deserve to know. In the mass grave, there's a thickest locust tree. Around it are 4 graves. Your father's is the northern one. Be careful. You must live well. You're the only son left of the Zhang family. Thanks, Chef Huang.
Zhang Bufan dashed off. His father had only enjoyed 2 special treats during New Year's: wine from Old Chen's shop at the bridge and roast chicken from Granny Wang's at the ancient well. He had to buy both. Meanwhile, Chef Huang returned to the kitchen after buying groceries and was about to cook.
Shit, what are you doing slacking off? If the eldest young master sees you, you'll get a beating. No worries, Chef Huang. The eldest young master went out with many archers and Captain Qin. Oh, what for with such a grand display?
Shirtu leaned in and whispered.
They asked where Zhang Yu's grave was before leaving. Strange, are they going to pay respects? Oh no, oh no.
Chef Huang quickly untied the donkey, whipped it into a gallop, and raced outside.
You're the family's only heir. Even if I have to risk my old life, I'll make sure you survive. I owe my life to your father. He saved me 10 years ago.
Chef Huang lashed the bony donkey furiously, muttering to himself.
You can't die, child.
The donkey was struck with sharp cracks as it carried him toward the mass grave. Zhang Bufan, who should have arrived earlier, had not yet reached the place because the wine and roast chicken shops were far apart and running there took considerable time. By now, Wang Yupeng and Qin Chong Kong had set up an ambush around the mass grave, with 20 archers aiming at the large locust tree waiting for the signal. Finally, Zhang Bufan arrived late, carrying wine and roast chicken, strolling slowly toward the mass grave in search of the large locust tree. Suddenly he heard,
Bufan, run! It's an ambush.
Zhang Bufan looked to the side and saw Chef Huang lashing the little donkey as it charged toward him.
Bufan, get on!
Chef Huang shouted.
That despicable servant betraying us. Shoot him dead.
Wang Yupeng was furious that his own man was siding with the enemy.
Shoot! Shoot!
Dozens of arrows flew toward Chef Huang's back.
No!
At the same time, Zhang Bufan's small sword flew out, cutting down several arrows, but over a dozen still struck Chef Huang's back.
Xiao Fan, run! 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 Wang Yupeng.
Zhang Bufan spotted Wang Yupeng behind the row of archers.
Die!
The small sword flew out. The archers were the closest to him at that moment. He took a step forward, drawing the sword's control range closer.
Swish, swish, swish.
The small sword pierced through the 20 archers like a bamboo skewer through a candied hawthorn, killing them all in an instant.
You? A cultivator.
Qin Changkong stared at Zhang Bufan in shock.
Uncle Changkong, stop him. I'll go find reinforcements.
Wang Yupeng mounted his horse and galloped away swiftly.
Swish.
The small sword pierced through Qin Changkong's heart in an instant.
Big brother, I'm still here,
Wang Yunfei shouted. But Wang Yupeng, focused solely on escaping, didn't hear him at all.
Master Huang, why must you do this? Ah, sigh.
He had originally come to pay respects to his father only to find himself digging another grave. Zhang Bufan dug a new grave beside his father's and buried Master Huang. During the time it took to burn 2 incense sticks, the small sword hovered constantly before Wang Yunfei's forehead, scaring him so much he wet his pants.
Father, Master Huang, you'll collect some interest on this blood debt for now, but I will demand full repayment with interest.
He hung Wang Yunfei from the large locust tree by a rope around his neck, his tongue lolling out grotesquely. By the time Wang Wenyao arrived with Wu Yue and Wang Yunpeng, Zhang Bufan had long since vanished.
Bastard! Bastard! You bastard! My son!
Wang Wenyao picked up Wang Yunfei's blackened face. He was already cold and stiff.
Bastard! All of this is because of you. If you hadn't violated the maid in the city lord's mansion, would things have come to this? Would our Wang family business be so ruined? Would your third brother be dead?
Wang Wenyao slapped Wang Yupeng across the face, leaving 5 bright red finger marks instantly. He had nothing to say, for it was all the truth.
What sin has our Wang family committed? Call your second brother back.
Wang Wenyao carried Wang Yunfei's body with heavy steps. Zhang Bufan returned to his small courtyard in Liujia City in low spirits.
Strength, only with greater strength can I not fear those cultivators.
Zhang Bufan remembered that man's face clearly, and dared not forget it for a moment. It was his driving force. First, without inner cores, he continued to practice controlling heavy objects with his mental energy, exhausting it, and then recovering. Repeating this cycle, in just one day his control over the small sword extended to 20 meters. He decided to take on a mission. Also, he wanted to see how the inner core acquisition was going.
Young man, there are 28,000 in total. Will you buy them all?
The old steward asked.
I'll take them all.
At this moment, to Zhang Bufan's surprise, not only had someone noticed his gold notes, but others had also noticed the sword on his back. He carried a large box of inner cores back to the small courtyard with several groups of people following him. However, only one group followed him openly. Seeing Zhang Bufan enter the courtyard, they left. During the day, Zhang Bufan continued absorbing inner cores, then controlled heavy objects to deplete his mental energy, and then recovered. As soon as it got dark, a group of people knocked on his door. They were the same ones who had followed him openly during the day.
Hello, young brother. We have a question and would like to ask you.
The leading man appeared quite refined.
Go ahead and ask. Brother, where did you get that sword on your back?
Zhang Bufan felt he had been careless.
I picked it up while doing a mission in the 10,000 Beast Forest.
These people, seeing Zhang Bufan's age, didn't think he could have killed a 7th-rank warrior.
Did you happen to find anything else, young brother? Something like this?
The man produced a hexagonal transparent stone. Zhang Bufan's eyes lit up, and his expression almost gave him away.
Oh, what a beautiful thing! Ha ha!
Zhang Bufan reached for it, but the man quickly grabbed it and put it back in his pocket.
Oh, I've never seen this. Is it jade?
Zhang Bufan said.
Boss, how about we search his house another day? All right. Now shall we go check old Eight's place again? See if he hid the spirit stone somewhere. Let's go. So that's what it's called, a spirit stone.
Quite fitting. A stone containing spiritual energy. Zhang Bufan muttered to himself. The group of 4 consisted of 1 7th-rank warrior and 3 6th-rank warriors, the strongest opponents Zhang Bufan had faced so far. But the item in their possession was too tempting for him. He simply couldn't resist. He had clearly overheard their whispers and decided to follow them to see where they would search for this stone. The group crossed several alleys, fortunately not noticing Zhang Bufan's presence. They jumped into a courtyard and searched it for the time it takes to burn an incense stick, finding nothing. Seeing them leave, Zhang Bufan jumped in himself. After searching for a long time, he indeed found nothing.
Since it's a spirit stone, it must leak spiritual energy. Why not circulate my meridians and sense it?
He carefully sensed every corner and finally discovered something. A strong fluctuation of spiritual energy beneath the latrine, a full meter deep.
He quickly drew his long sword to dig. Before long he unearthed a small box. Opening it, he found over 100 spirit stones inside.
Waha! I'm rich.
Zhang Bufan hugged the small box and was about to leap over the courtyard wall.
Stop, little thief!
At that moment 4 people appeared on the rooftop.
Damn, they didn't leave, they were lying in ambush up there.
Zhang Bufan leaped over the wall and fled swiftly with the others in hot pursuit. His first instinct was to flee toward the 10,000 beast forest, where he was most adept. The chase continued for the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks, but they couldn't catch him.
This kid can really run.
They chased him into the 10,000 beast forest. Suddenly Zhang Bufan leaped onto a tree, and the group lost sight of him entirely.
I can control it within 20 meters. If I let it fly with full force, it could kill at 400 to 500 meters, but I'd have to retrieve it.
Zhang Bufan calculated in his mind.
The control range isn't enough. He'll have to shoot it out, and then use the shadow step to retrieve it.
Zhang Bufan thought. When the group drew closer, the nearest one was only 40 to 50 meters away, an easy kill at that distance. The small sword flew out, covering the remaining 20 to 30 meters.
Swish!
A 6th rank warrior was pierced through the neck. Zhang Bufan jumped down and clashed with a 7th rank warrior. In terms of martial technique, Zhang Bufan seemed inferior even to a 5th rank warrior. Yet his footwork allowed him to evade each fatal strike with an incredible twist at the last moment.
Strange steps.
The 7th rank warrior muttered while the other 2 6th rank warriors launched occasional sneak attacks.
Little sword fly up. Strange steps.
The 7th rank warrior muttered while the other 2 6th rank warriors launched occasional sneak attacks.
Little sword fly up. Meteor sting.
The 7th-level martial artist executed an exceedingly bizarre swordsmanship, his strikes sharp and incredibly swift, even leaving afterimages.
Damn it! Little sword stab him.
Zhang Bufan tilted his body using the shadow step, the sword piercing through his right shoulder, yet little sword accurately plunged into the man's head. Trading injury for death, it was worth it.
Senior brother.
The remaining 2 had already formed the intention to retreat.
Run.
They immediately turned and fled back.
Think you can escape? No way.
He summoned little sword, took aim. Over 100 meters was far too easy.
Shoo!
It pierced through one man's back while the other fled even more desperately. Zhang Bufan collected the gold notes from the 2 men and leisurely pursued from behind, his sole intention to discover if there were any more spirit stones in their lair. Seeing no one in pursuit, the man hurried back to pack his belongings.
Senior brother's room still has spirit stones. Take them.
He turned and entered another room. Picking up a small chest, he opened the door to flee, only to come face to face with Zhang Bufan.
Haha, my friend, where are you off to? You? We have cultivators backing us. Don't go too far.
Zhang Bufan had naturally guessed as much. Why else would they need spirit stones? Since that was the case, he truly could no longer stay in Liujia City.
Swoosh!
Little sword shot for striking the man dead. Zhang Bufan took the chest, which contained over 100 spirit stones. He searched the rest of the room and found over 400,000 in gold notes. Now he had more than 800,000 on him, a sum he had never dared to imagine before. Returning at night, he fervently began cultivating, absorbing spirit stones. In a single night, he consumed only 50, and the wound on his right arm was mostly healed. It seemed he could not stay here any longer. The only option was to move on to the next city. The next morning he collected the last batch of inner cores from the guild, then deliberately inquired about cultivators. Everyone said the city with the most cultivators was undoubtedly the capital, Lanling City. He decided to go to Lanling City, which was over 2,000 li away. Ordinary horses could not make the journey, but specialized unicorn horses used for transport could cover it in 2 days. But before leaving he had something to arrange. That was his mother needed care. The first group that came to mind was the Sword Soul Adventurer team. So he rode over on horseback. As soon as he entered the alley, he heard sounds of fighting from the courtyard. After a night of cultivation, his little sword could now reach 30 meters, his jumping distance had extended to 300 meters, and his jumping height reached 30 meters. Listening from outside, he leaped directly onto the rooftop.
Sister Lingling is already injured. Sister Zifeng is also nearing her limit.
He summoned little sword. Swish swish,
Killing a 6th-level martial artist through a sneak attack was far too simple.
Brother Yi.
Zhang Bufan's arrival quickly turned the tide. The enemy, consisting of 5 6th-level and 3 5th-level martial artists, were all slain.
Good. After so many years, the revenge is finally complete.
Zhang Bufan immediately understood they had been the ones to kill Brother Yi.
Brother Yi, that move of yours just now is not something a martial artist can do.
Chang Yufeng was puzzled.
Let me speak from the heart to all of you.
Thus Zhang Bufan revealed almost his entire background.
The Wang family is too despicable. We brothers should just charge in and kill them. Gao De said angrily.
Brother Gao, first, my revenge must be taken by my own hands. Second, you are no match for them. They have a foundation establishment cultivator. To put it plainly, boss, he can fly. Do you think there's any chance of victory?
At the mention of flight, everyone knew that was not something they could provoke.
And then, brother, how can you improve faster? I've heard that for cultivators, wealth companions methods and land are key, with wealth being foremost.
Chang Yufeng said. Alas, I still don't know where to spend my money.
I'm just an outsider stumbling into the path with a manual I found.
I have a request now, that you all bring some food to my mother every 3 days. Life in prison is harsh, and I fear she might collapse before I can rescue her. Brother Zhang, rest assured. Leave these matters to us.
They had naturally learned Zhang Bufan's real name by now.
And Memo go see her one last time. After that, I plan to head to Lonling City and return for the new year to celebrate with everyone. Good brother, we'll wait for you.
Zhang Bufan then rode to the back of the prison. It was not yet dark, so he could not deliver food. It seemed he would have to wait until nightfall.
One family will leave you a little farewell gift.
Zhang Bufan entered the woods, intending to cultivate until evening before sneaking to the back of the cell.
This patch of blue grass actually carries faint spiritual energy. Isn't this the grass the green ox loved last time?
Zhang Bufan pulled up a handful and sniffed it.
It does have spiritual energy. Let me taste it.
He took a big bite. It wasn't unpleasant, but far too tough to chew. His stomach was nothing like an ox's.
Then he'll pull some to take back.
He gathered dozens of gene and placed them on the horse's back. The horse seemed to enjoy eating it too.
Better go meditate by the mountain stream. He arrived at the mountain stream and found that the fruit tree he had picked from before was now full of fruit again.
This winter and less than a month has passed, yet it's already laden again. How miraculous.
He jumped down and ate his fill. The fruit was even richer in spiritual energy than before. Then he began to cultivate, consuming 50 spirit stones, leaving him with 100, enough for another day.
He felt he had already advanced more than halfway through the 3rd layer. When it grew dark, he hunted some game, roasted it, and picked all the fruit. He ran to the back of the prison, tossed the items inside, and concentrated his focus to see within. His mother was well, and that put his mind at ease. After leaving, he passed by the Wang residence. This time he stayed far away, Bao ready. His range was much greater now, and after killing a few people, he thought about setting a fire. He tore a strip from his clothes, lit it, and shot it inside. Before long, the Wang family's house caught fire. Zhang Bufan knew to stop while he was ahead. If that cultivator came, he would be in real trouble. He mounted his horse and swiftly departed along the main road.
We'll settle this in a month.
Zhang Bufan murmured to himself, then rode to Guangping City, arriving at the Sword Soul Adventurer team to stay the night. He consumed another 50 spirit stones, and his meridians widened slightly. The next morning he bid farewell to the team members and boarded the beast-drawn carriage bound for Lonling City. At the city gate there were beast carriages heading to Lonling City. He looked around for the most luxurious one, with the strongest unicorn horse, finally choosing one. Chang Yufeng and the others returned.
Boss, how much to Lonling City? 10 gold coins.
10 silver coins were enough for an ordinary family's meal. 10 gold coins were 100 times that, so it was certainly not cheap.
Here.
Zhang Bufan paid 10 gold coins and boarded the carriage. He carried a bow and a large sack of blue grass, placing it atop the vehicle. He discarded that sword, for if a cultivator recognized it, trouble would surely follow. He realized he must be more cautious in this regard to avoid inadvertently courting disaster. The carriage was drawn by 2 sturdy unicorn horses. Though not particularly swift, their sole advantage lay in their remarkable endurance. Once aboard, Zhang Bufan knew to sit toward the front, where the jolts were less severe. He spotted an empty seat in the middle. He plopped down only to find himself beside a young lady from an affluent family. As he sat, she hastily edged away and tugged at her pristine white cloak. The gesture sent him a clear signal she was reluctant to sit near him. A sword-bearing martial artist seated beside the lady glanced at Zhang Bufan, noting he was merely a half-grown lad, and dismissed him.
"Miss, are you all right?"
"Xiao Wu, am fine." The martial artist sat by the window. The lady was not placed on the inside to guard against potential bandits attacking from outside with arrows or the like. Zhang Bufan noticed empty seats at the back and simply moved to sit behind them. It was now deep winter, and the sky threatened snow. The carriage meant for 30 held 24 passengers. Seeing the lateness of the day, the driver cracked his whip.
"Everyone hold tight. We're off."
The driver was a burly man in his 40s, with a thick beard, his face bearing an honest look.
"You've likely heard the road to Lonling City is fraught with danger. No fewer than 5 bandit gangs. Let me share my strategy. If it's a small group without a roadblock, he'll charge straight through."
The driver cleared his throat and continued.
"If you spot bandits blocking the road far ahead, and they're numerous, you can toss your valuables ahead of time and retrieve them later tonight."
"Brother, what if they ambush us suddenly?" someone asked.
"If they appear without warning and block the road so we can't flee, prioritize your lives. They're after money. And brother, do they take liberties?"
a middle-aged woman inquired. Those around her sneered, thinking she was past her prime to worry about such things.
"Well, young beauties might be at risk. So young ladies, it's best to make yourselves look less appealing."
The driver continued.
"Madam, you needn't fret. If anyone should worry, it's the young lady here. Ha ha. Get lost. I still have my charms."
The atmosphere in the carriage lightened considerably. After an hour, the road skirted the edge of the 10,000 Beasts forest.
"Everyone be alert. We're approaching bandit territory,"
the driver called out. Sure enough, within the time it takes an incense stick to burn, 5 or 6 bandits wielding blades blocked the path. As long as no boulders or tree trunks lay across the road, they could break through.
"Hold tight. It'll slow down as if to stop, then suddenly speed up when we reach them,"
the driver said. Truth be told, whether the passengers were robbed mattered little to him. He needn't take such risks. This showed the driver was a kind-hearted man.
"Miss, don't worry. It's fine,"
said the lattice guard Xiao Wu. Zhang Bufan remained perfectly at ease. Mere bandits were nothing to him. Seeing the carriage slow, the bandits assumed it would stop. They lowered their blades and prepared to board and loot.
"Giddy up."
The driver's whip cracked thunderously. The horses suddenly bolted forward.
"Damn it! Shoot arrows."
The bandits immediately loosed arrows at the carriage, but they were all deflected by the vehicle's body. The clatter of arrows striking the carriage kept everyone's hearts pounding.
"Ah!"
Some women began to scream.
"It's over! It's over! We've outrun them."
Fortunately, these bandits weren't mounted. Had they been on horseback, they'd likely have caught up.
"That scared the life out of me. I've never been so terrified,"
exclaimed the woman, who had feared for her virtue. Some passengers were reduced to tears. Soon, however, everyone relaxed, a relief born of survival.
"Up ahead is Poplar Town. Well, stop here for lunch. You have half an hour. Go on."
The driver then took out a coal stove and lit a fire to cook his own meal, saving money. Zhang Bufan alighted and sat down at the nearest noodle shop, too lazy to venture further.
"Boss, 3 bowls of plain noodles and 3 caddies of beef."
Zhang Bufan's shout drew many stares.
"Little brother, can you really eat that much?"
The speaker was the young lady from the carriage seated at a nearby table.
"Yeah, I have a big appetite." "Xiao Wu, how come you only eat 1 bowl of noodles and 1 caddy of beef?" Maybe he's still growing." "I've finished,"
Xiao Wu replied sheepishly. Soon the noodles arrived. Within the time of 2 incense sticks, Zhang Bufan polished off 3 bowls of noodles and 3 caddies of beef. Xiao Wu and his mistress stared in astonishment, forgetting their own meals.
Little brother, you have quite an appetite. Are you full?"
Zhang Bufan patted his stomach.
"About 70% full. Shall we give him this half caddy of beef? You want finish it anyway."
With that, she slid her plate of beef toward Zhang Bufan. This lady is cold on the outside but warm inside. I thought she was hard to get along with, he mused with amusement.
I also have a meat pie my mother made. It's delicious. Here, have it.
The young lady retrieved a meat pie from her bag, still warm, wrapped in layers of oil paper. He took a bite. It was indeed tasty.
Thanks. You're welcome. Enjoy.
They both finished their own noodles.
Boss'll pay for both tables. Oh, little brother, no need. We'll pay for ourselves. Shall we go settle the bill?
In the end, they paid separately. The total was modest, barely 1 gold coin. Back on the carriage, Zhang Bufan grew familiar with the pair. The young lady was Jiang Yen, 17, and Xiao Wu was her family's guard. They were traveling from Guangping to Lanling City for an arranged marriage. She had a childhood betrothal to the Wang family, a prominent clan in Lanling City. However, Shed heard the eldest son was a poor character frequenting brothels. She wanted to investigate personally. If he proved decent, Shed honored the engagement. If rumors held true, Shed renounced it, as they couldn't travel all the way to Guangping to force a wedding.
This road isn't safe,
Zhang Bufan remarked.
It's fine. Xiao Wu is a 6th-rank martial artist, very capable. We're not afraid,
Jiang Yen said. The snow fell heavier. They had planned to reach a town before nightfall, but it seemed they would be delayed considerably. The vehicle was barely moving, unable to speed up due to the slippery road. If anything went wrong, these individuals would be left stranded in the woods. As dusk approached, the driver shouted, "Oh no! Quick! Throw out your belongings." Some people were still asleep, groggily hearing the driver's command to discard their things. However, no one was willing to part with their possessions, as no one knew if they would ever retrieve them again after doing so. The robbers have blocked the road. The vehicle can't go any further. Indeed, from a distance, 2 trees obstructed the road with more than a dozen tall and strong individuals standing by. There were horses nearby, making escape impossible. If no one is willing to throw anything away, then we should just wait to be robbed. I have no other choice. My life is more important. But what to do? This money is our family's lifeline. An elderly man trembled in fear, clutching his bundle. Inside the carriage, everyone remained calm except for Zhang Bufan. "Xiao Wu, do you have any confidence?" Jiang Yen asked. "No, there are several 6th-level martial artists ahead. We wouldn't even be able to escape. 100 gold coins each, and I'll guarantee you get through this," Zhang Bufan said. No one paid him any mind, thinking he was just causing trouble. "You can pay me later," Zhang Bufan added. "Young man, do you have any confidence?" the anxious elderly man asked. "After all, you have nothing to lose, right?" Upon reflection, everyone realized it was indeed true, and some began to believe Zhang Bufan. "Young men, count me in." Gradually, 10 people expressed their willingness to make a deal with Zhang Bufan. The carriage arrived in front of the robbers. Before the robbers could board, Zhang Bufan was the first to step down. "Who told you to get out?" The robber looked at the young boy. "I am from an adventure team tasked with protecting 10 individuals and helping them through this situation. You go ahead and rob the people in the carriage." The 10 individuals behind him gradually got out of the carriage. "Xiao Wu, Miss Jiang, you should come down as well." "Oh, okay." Zhang Bufan had a total of 12 people behind him. "Uh-huh. How interesting. Let me give you some face, and start by robbing the ones on top." "Uh-huh. Brothers, go." A group of robbers sent 4 people up, beginning to rob the individuals on top one by one. Thud. Suddenly, one of the robbers was stabbed in the abdomen by a young man, who then jumped out of the window to escape. "Catch him." Unfortunately, 7 or 8 people surrounded the carriage, rushing forward to restrain him. "Kid. Impressive, you've got guts. More daring than that adventure team boy. Strip him of his clothes, and later, we can slice him up." They found over 20,000 gold tickets on the young man. No wonder he dared to take risks. In the span of a single instant, the people in the carriage were robbed clean, and the robbers approached Zhang Bufan. "Brother, we gave you face, so could you cooperate a bit now?" "Uh-huh." The 12 people behind him were extremely nervous, each shrinking back. "Well, it's my turn to rob now." "You foolish boy, it's not your turn to rob, it's your turn to be robbed." "No wonder. Your brain isn't working too well." One of the robbers corrected him. "Haha, soon you'll know who robs whom. Go." The small sword was summoned, and like a flash of lightning in the night amongst the unsuspecting robbers, it struck with pinpoint accuracy, piercing each throat as they fell one by one. Xiao Wu helped me collect all these robbers' gold tickets. The others were still trembling in fear, not realizing the robbers had already fallen. This? You're not a martial artist. Shoo. Just collect the money. Xiao Wu went around taking back the gold tickets from each robber. Everyone has seen I didn't rob you, I robbed the robbers. But I am kinder than the robbers. I will return your gold and silver jewelry, but the gold tickets are off limits. However, I will cover food and lodging for the rest of the journey. How does that sound? This was already a good outcome, especially after witnessing Zhang Bufan's unpredictable skills. How could they not be afraid? All right. The crowd could only nod in agreement. Everyone 100 each, take the money. These few people had the best deal, paying 100 and keeping most of their gold. Okay. Well, pay. These people were so happy, they almost laughed, but they didn't dare to in front of so many hostages. This is for me and Xiao Wu. Jiang Yan handed over 2 gold tickets. You've already paid, just give me a meat pie with half a pound of beef. Zhang Bufan wasn't short of that little bit of money. The carriage arrived late at a town, and the driver said the carriage would stop at the east end of the town, and everyone should come back to board in the morning. The two of them surprisingly took out blankets, and made a makeshift bed in the carriage, saving money on lodging. You all come with me, I'll get you a room. The innkeeper, confused by this strange behavior, did not understand why, but realized Zhang Bufan must be wealthy. At night, he treated everyone to a bowl of noodles and 2 tea eggs, ensuring they were full with Zhang Bufan paying. Miss Jiang and Xiao Wu, have a seat. Now the two were extremely respectful towards Zhang Bufan. Then let me treat you tonight. Okay, I want 3 bowls of wontons and 10 tea eggs. Zhang Bufan had never eaten so much before, but ever since cultivating he felt his appetite had greatly increased. Is it really that good? Jiang Yan saw him devouring a tea egg. It's just average, it fills the stomach, that's all. Zhang Bufan replied. After finishing, no matter what Jiang Yan said, she insisted on treating this meal, and Zhang Bufan didn't argue. Jiang Yan hesitated, lowering her head as she spoke to Zhang Bufan. Miss Jiang, just speak your mind. Well, when we reach Lanling City, I would like to ask you to be my bodyguard for a couple of days, I'll pay you. Oh, Miss Jiang, why be so polite? We are friends now, just tell me if you need anything. Okay, that's great. I'm afraid the Wang family is powerful and might bully me, so. Understood. Just let me know when you're ready to visit their home, and I'll accompany you. Great. Thank you. It was already quite late. After sitting in the carriage all day, everyone was tired. After chatting for a bit, they quickly settled down to rest. Zhang Bufan still had some spirit stones on him, and planned to continue using them, as they were best transformed into his own strength. In the middle of the night, he suddenly heard a rustling sound. Having had the experience of being caught in a smoke trap before, Zhang Bufan now did not fully immerse himself in his cultivation, leaving some awareness outside to heed any movements. Suddenly the paper on the window was poked through. A tube reached inside, releasing a puff of white smoke. Here we go again. Zhang Bufan chuckled. Holding his breath, he could now hold it for at least the duration of an incense stick without breathing. After a while, 2 individuals, one fat and one thin, quietly opened his door. Zhang Bufan simply lay down. He fainted. Quickly find the money pouch. Apparently it was all for the money. Boss, should we kill him? Better to kill him. What if he wakes up and finds the money pouch missing? Hell, come looking for me. But there are so many of his accomplices outside. We can just say he left first, can't we? Okay, boss, you go kill him, I don't dare. I'll give you an extra 50 gold coins. Go on. Okay. I'm going. For 50 gold coins. Zhang Bufan opened his eyes and saw a thin man approaching him with a knife. Swish. The small sword pierced through his forehead directly. The fat boss saw the little waiter fall to the ground. Slim monkey, what's wrong? What happened here? Zhang Bufan suddenly stood up, gripping the small sword against the fat boss' neck. I didn't expect you to want to kill me for money. I want be polite, hand over all your wealth. The fat boss could see that the person before him was undoubtedly a martial artist, otherwise, how could he have dodged the smoke trap? Hero will give you the money, I will spare my life. Leave. In the dead of night, the fat boss handed over all his life savings to Zhang Bufan. While not bad, over 200,000 gold tickets, looks like at least 150,000 were robbed. Having secured the gold notes, Zhang Bufan killed the fat proprietor without hesitation.
You?
The fat proprietor clutched his bleeding neck.
I never said paying the fee would spare your life.
Zhang Bufan moved them into a room, locked the door, and returned to his quarters as if nothing had happened to continue his cultivation. By dawn, he had consumed over 50 spirit stones, leaving fewer than 50. Early the next morning, everyone waited for the proprietor to prepare breakfast, but he was nowhere to be found.
Let's go! There's a noodle stall across the street. Well, eat there.
Zhang Bufan beckoned everyone over. After breakfast, the snow outside had piled up thickly. The carriage driver had already packed up his bedding, eaten, and harnessed the horses.
Best be on our way, folks. It'll be midnight by the time we reach Lanling City.
So they wasted no time, as the heavy snow had already blocked the road. All morning, perhaps due to the blizzard, they encountered no bandits. At noon, they hastily ate something the driver fed the horses, and they pressed on. The snow fell relentlessly, making the road increasingly treacherous.
Halt! This is a robbery!
Suddenly the cry of bandits rang out again, but no one panicked now. With Zhang Bufan, this harbinger of doom, among them, and with nothing left to steal, what was there to fear?
Xiaowu, let's go! Time to practice.
This time Zhang Bufan refrained from using his flying sword. Instead, he employed his shadow step technique, a dagger, and the heaven-piercing fist. He and Xiaowu fought for the duration of an instant, stick felling all 8 martial artists.
Search them!
Xiaowu collected the gold notes from each of the 8, totaling 180,000.
Senior, here you are.
Xiaowu perceptive handed them all to Zhang Bufan.
Hey, this was our fight together. Well, split it evenly. Hey, race 90,000 for you.
Zhang Bufan counted out 90,000 and gave them to Xiaowu, who accepted without false modesty and tucked them away. Cheers erupted from inside the carriage.
In all my years on the road, this is the first time I've seen bandits get robbed,
exclaimed the carriage driver.
Driver, now that you've crossed these bandits, aren't you afraid they'll remember your carriage and come after you later?
Zhang Bufan inquired.
Sir, we have our ways. If we run into trouble, we just repaint the carriage a different color next time. Ha ha.
It was late, nearly midnight, when they finally arrived at Lanling City. From afar, the city was brilliantly lit even at this hour, with pedestrians still on the streets.
A big city is truly different. How magnificent,
Zhang Bufan remarked.
Xiaowu, Miss Jian, let's find an inn to stay at.
The three found a reasonably decent inn. It cost 1 gold coin per night, which was rather expensive.
Let's get something to eat first. I'm starving,
Zhang Bufan said.
Ha ha, all right. I wonder if there's any place still serving food at this hour.
The three walked along the road in front of the inn. At the bridge, they finally spotted a wonton stall.
Boss, 10 bowls of wontons,
Zhang Bufan called out as he sat down on a chair.
Young man, 10 bowls. Are you sure? Yes, 10. Start cooking. You'll get your money.
It was still snowing. The boss had set up an awning with 2 tables underneath. At this hour, Zhang Bufan and his companions were the only customers.
Enjoy your meal.
The boss neatly arranged 10 bowls of wontons on the table.
Well, since you bought up my remaining stock, I can pack up and go home now. Oh, boss, working so late must be tough,
Jian Yan remarked.
If poor folks want to earn money, they have to work hard, don't they?
After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, they finished eating.
How much? 50 silver coins,
the boss replied as he packed up his stall.
Boss, 5 bowls of wontons.
Just as they were about to leave, 5 men with a ruffian air arrived.
My apologies, folks. The last of the stock was just served to these 3 customers. There's none left. Sorry.
The 5 men turned their gazes to Zhang Bufan's group.
Oh ho, little sister, you're quite pretty. Which family are you from? Scram.
Zhang Bufan was blunt. Seeing this, the stall owner quickly packed up, shouldered his load, and fled.
Heh. Telling us to scram. Do you have any idea who we are? No, brother, who of the southern district?
Zhang Bufan was just looking for a chance to test his flying sword.
Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Quick!
The small sword, like a nimble fish, darted among the 5 men in the snowy night, reaping their lives in an instant. The world was a blanket of white save for 5 pools of vivid crimson.
Let's go!
Zhang Bufan called out, but the other two stood frozen yet to process what had happened. Back at the inn, Jiang Yin was still in a daze.
Miss Jiang, you should rest now. It's late.
Zhang Bufan bid them good night, and went to his room carrying his burden of dozens of caddies of grass. He took a few bites of the grass. It was tasty but difficult to digest.
What if I squeeze out the juice?
Using the handle of his dagger and a bowl, he spent a full 2 hours squeezing all the juice from the grass into the room's teapot, and teacups filling over a dozen cups.
He'll leave them by the stove in case they freeze and become undrinkable.
He drank 2 cups, and discovered the spiritual energy was in the juice the grass pulp had none.
This is much more pleasant than eating the grass directly.
He was quite satisfied with his work. That night, he exhausted all his spirit stones, but successfully broke through to the 4th layer of qi refining. His divine sense could now extend 40 meters, meaning his flying sword could freely maneuver within that range. He hoped Lanling City would have more spirit stones. The next morning the charcoal in the room had gone out. He quickly added more.
It's turned into cakes.
He discovered that the grass juice head left by the stove had solidified into thin green cakes. He picked one up and took a bite.
The spiritual energy here is many times more concentrated.
It was certainly more concentrated but not abundant. He ate 7 or 8 pieces in one go. The effect on replenishing spiritual energy was quite good. He decided he needed to get more next time. A knock came at the door.
Miss Jianyu. It's like this. We two plan to scout around the Tianmo Wang Manor today, but we won't enter just yet. Yes, that's wise. I want to accompany you then. I have my own matters to attend to.
So after a shared breakfast the 3 parted ways. Zhang Bufan began to wander the city streets. In an unfamiliar place, it was essential to first get acquainted with the roads. At the site of last night's killings, a group of officials gathered around the 5 bodies examining them. But with the heavy snow, all clues had vanished. The sky continued to snow. After searching for most of the morning, he finally found the guild. He posted a task to purchase inner cores, but accepted no tasks himself. He wasn't short on money. His priority was to find traces of other cultivators. This Lanling city was divided into the outer city and the inner city. The inner city was where the imperial clan resided, inaccessible to commoners, but the outer city was the most bustling of all. After walking for a short while, a vast square appeared before him with many people gathered around and noticed gazing at it.
The Lingyin sect is recruiting disciples. This happens only once every 5 years. Anyone under the age of 20 can come and take the test. If we are fortunate enough to be accepted as a disciple by an immortal, our family will rise to prominence.
In a place like this, the proportion of cultivators was not high. Thus, if a family produced a cultivator, that family would almost certainly rise swiftly in the local area.
The test begins in 3 days and lasts for 5 days. I will definitely come then.
Zhang Bufan stood outside the crowd. At that moment, he spotted a cultivator clad in a white robe who appeared quite carefree. The aura that inadvertently emanated from him allowed Zhang Bufan to perceive that he was a cultivator. Zhang Bufan suppressed his own aura tightly without a trace leaking out. The man departed. Zhang Bufan followed from a distance behind. He saw the man enter a shop selling cinnabar and yellow paper, purchase a roll of yellow paper, and leave. Then the man entered another shop, took out a bag of items, glanced at them, and the items miraculously vanished. The man then left quickly. Zhang Bufan did not continue following, afraid of being discovered. If the man had ill intentions, he might kill Zhang Bufan out of displeasure. Zhang Bufan entered the first shop the man had visited and asked about the use of yellow paper.
Young man, this is not something ordinary people use. Taoist priests use it for drawing talismans. Ordinary folks cannot handle it. Oh, I see. Thank you. I was just curious.
Then Zhang Bufan went to the second shop, which was clearly marked as a pawn shop. He did not enter. He thought he might come back the next day to see what the man had taken out. Returning to the inn that evening, Jiang Yin and her companion had also come back.
Miss Jiang, how did it go?
Jiang Yin did not look very satisfied.
We inquired around outside the prince's mansion. Everyone said this Wang family is not good people. So what do you two plan to do? Well, ask one last time tomorrow. If it doesn't work out, we'll take the beast card back to Guamping the day after. Alright, fine.
Zhang Bufan thought he should rent a courtyard tomorrow to make his movements more convenient. The next day, Zhang Bufan waited across from the shop. Sure enough, the man came again. Just as the man was about to emerge, Zhang Bufan deliberately ran quickly past, pretending to slip on the snow. The man reacted swiftly, catching Zhang Bufan in one steady motion.
The spiritual energy inside is dense and rich.
At that moment, Zhang Bufan also sensed the contents of the bag.
Thank you, this snowy weather. Take it easy, young man. Thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Zhang Bufan deliberately spoke loudly, aiming to catch the shopkeeper's attention inside. Zhang Bufan then walked in.
Shopkeeper, I was sent by that senior brother who just left. I'd like to buy the same thing he did.
The shopkeeper had not seen the entire scene, only the final part where Zhang Bufan and the man exchanged goodbyes, appearing quite familiar.
100 of them, 20,000 gold notes. That's the price for an old acquaintance.
2,000 gold coins per spirit stone. Truly expensive. Zhang Bufan took out 20,000 gold notes.
Fellow cultivator, would you like to see other items as well?
The shopkeeper was shrewd, knowing that first-time customers often had many things to purchase.
Oh, what else do you have here? We have quite a variety. Come inside and it'll show you.
Zhang Bufan entered the inner chamber. The shopkeeper brought out a chest.
These are cultivation techniques and these are talismans.
Zhang Bufan noticed they were made of the same material as the yellow paper from yesterday.
There are also flying swords, martial skills, and voice transmission jade slips. Voice transmission jade slip. This one. This. Let me explain. If you have one and I have another, all you need to do is infuse your jade slip with a strand of my divine soul power, and you can communicate with me through this jade slip. Oh, that's impressive. I'll buy one.
The shopkeeper happily prepared it for Zhang Bufan, even infusing a wisp of his own soul power. He then spoke a sentence into it, and the same voice emerged from the jade slip.
What about cultivation techniques and martial skills?
The shopkeeper brought out over a dozen paper books. Only one was old, the rest were brand new. Zhang Bufan picked up the old one. It was handwritten and only half complete.
Hongming Prakti, the title is incomplete.
Zhang Bufan examined it, while the shopkeeper looked slightly embarrassed.
Haha, this has been sitting here for years without anyone buying it. Since you're a first-time customer, I'll give it to you as a gift.
The jade slip cost 100,000 gold coins. Zhang Bufan paid, feeling very satisfied. He had finally made a connection with the cultivation world. The 100 spirit stones in his hand felt heavy, and he treasured them like precious gems. He went to the guild where the tasks had been posted for a couple of days now. He wondered about the results.
Old sir, how is the task I posted 2 days ago for collecting inner cores going?
Zhang Bufan asked an old man.
Inner cores. We've collected quite a few in the past 2 days, over 30,000 of them. Do you want to take them all? Of course. How much?
It was a large chest full of inner cores.
That'll be 35,000 gold coins in total.
He repeated the act he had performed dozens of times, deliberately pulling out a thick stack of gold notes, and even dropping some on the ground, scattering them everywhere. Countless eyes fixed on this naive little lamb.
Look all you want. Your turn to suffer will come soon enough.
Zhang Bufan laughed inwardly. Carrying the inner cores and spirit stones, he headed back to the inn. Their inn was on the outskirts, as they had arrived late, and found one near the city gate. It took nearly an hour to walk back. At least 3 pairs of eyes were watching him from behind. Seeing him enter the inn, they quickly followed, afraid of losing track of which room he had entered. Zhang Bufan knew no one would come during the first half of the night, when people were still about. Only in the dead of night, when the streets were empty, would visitors arrive. So he spent the first half of the night cultivating with the inner cores. When he had consumed half of them, someone began moving outside his door. It was the same old trick, first using poison, then waiting a while before bursting in. But this time, they were met with a flash of cold light that claimed their lives instantly. 3 waves came that night, yielding over 500,000 gold notes. He wrapped the corpses in spiritual power, tossed them from the back window over 200 meters away, and buried them deep in the thick snow. Suddenly he remembered that he hadn't heard his neighbors return that night. He went to knock on their door, but there was no answer.
Pushing the door open, he found the room empty. His first instinct was that something had gone wrong. He left the inn and asked for directions to the Wang residence. Fortunately, even in the capital at midnight, there were still people about. He dashed toward the Wang mansion, arriving in less than half a cup of tea's time. It was indeed a grand estate. He did not recklessly barge in. Instead, he surveyed the area along the outer walls. With his perception range of 40 meters, he scanned from the perimeter. Inside, he detected a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage meditating. As long as he was careful, he wouldn't attract attention. A corpse lay at the base of the wall. It was Xiao Wu's. He located Jiang Yan. She was tightly bound, and beside her sat a man, with a bare chest reeking of alcohol, about to defile her. Zhang Bufan leaped over the wall, drew his bow, and shot the man dead with a single arrow. Jiang Yan, terrified, had a claw stuffed in her mouth. Zhang Bufan set her aside for the moment, as he sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from the main hall. He crept inside. It was a grand hall, empty at night. Beneath the floorboards, he detected a dense concentration of spiritual energy. Lifting them, he found a bag of spirit stones, 200 of them. He placed them into his satchel. Now he had 300 spirit stones, heavy and precious.
A great haul, ha.
He returned to Jiang Yan, hoisted her onto his shoulder, and leaped out without using a single trace of spiritual energy, lest he alert the cultivator. Once outside, he did not pause, but carried her for an entire shurchen until they reached the next town.
Bufan, what are you doing? Xiao Wu is still inside.
Jiang Yan shouted from his shoulder.
Xiao Wu is dead. I'm sending you to the next town. Tomorrow morning you must take a beast-drawn carriage back. The Wang family is not to be trifled with.
What?
Xiao Wu is dead. They've just taken a life as if it were nothing.
After running for an entire shurchen, they arrived at a small town on the only road back to Guangping. He rented a room and left her some gold coins. Zhang Bufan ran back again, taking only half a shurchen this time. He climbed in through the rear window of his own room, just as dawn was breaking. By then, the Wang household was in chaos. Someone, noticing the eldest young master's lamp was still lit, had gone to check on him. They found the eldest young master shot dead. Instantly, the Wang manor erupted into utter pandemonium. The cultivator was also frantic. As a guest elder of the family, he bore responsibility for such a grave incident.
Master Zhao, do not blame yourself. You were not required to stand guard, you were only to be summoned for emergencies. Since the guards detected nothing, you truly cannot be held accountable.
Wang Mang, the family patriarch, spoke.
Sigh. I feel terrible about this. Very well, I will serve as your family's guest elder for the next 6 months without compensation.
Their monthly commission was 100 spirit stones, a sum worth 200,000 gold.
Did I thank Master Zhao? To be honest, last night we lost not only my eldest son's life, but also the 2 months' worth of spirit stones I had prepared for you, along with the Wang family's entire annual income. It infuriates me.
What?
The loss is so immense. The guards and servants have all gone out to investigate, but how can they find anything? A night of heavy snow has erased every trace.
At dawn, Jiang Yan, being clever, asked the innkeeper's wife for a set of coarse clothes, smeared her face with dirt, and boarded a beast-drawn carriage. The Wang family's guards had traced him to Zhang Bufan's current inn. The commotion downstairs woke him on the second floor, and he came out to see.
Do you Wang family think you can rule the roost? If we let you search, who would ever dare stay here again? You're just a menial worker. Don't meddle. Everyone knows the Wang family's power. We're one of Lanling City's top 8 noble houses. Cross us and you'll regret it.
A guard brandished his blade, terrifying a servant.
I need to inform my boss. Oh, the Wang family is so grand and mighty that even the imperial family means nothing to you. Let me see who dares to search the inn of my noble consort Lu.
Imperial consorts were permitted to own businesses, and this inn belonged to one such noble lady.
You are from the imperial clan. Open your dog eyes and look clearly.
The woman was elegant and richly attired, exuding a certain noble bearing. She produced a gleaming golden token.
We are sorry. We did not know this was an imperial inn. We will withdraw immediately.
The guards retreated.
What now? She's from the imperial clan. Idiot.
If we can't act openly well, just keep a secret watch.
The guards conferred. Some went back to report while others continued the search. Zhang Bufan simply checked out and left the inn. Today was the day the Lingyin sect was recruiting disciples. He had to go. He was eager to enter the world of cultivation. He had seen the notice earlier. Their recruitment condition was simple: one only needed to possess a spiritual root. Truth be told, Zhang Bufan still didn't know if he had one. Logically he must, or how else had he reached the 4th layer of qi refining? Snow fell heavily on the square, yet thousands were already queuing. Zhang Bufan quickly took his place at the end of the line, surprised by the enthusiasm. Ahead 4 elders sat under separate awnings. People filed past one by one to have their pulses read. Most left disappointed. Those who passed received a token, a rare occurrence, only 1 in 100. It was well into the afternoon, and no one had stopped for a meal. Finally, as dusk fell, it was Zhang Bufan's turn. His heart pounded with excitement. He extended his hand, and the elder felt his palm.
Oh, not bad. You've already reached the 4th layer of qi refining. But what a pity. Your spiritual root is so mixed. So many strands and all so thin. The thickest one is a metal spiritual root. Sai, you have a waste spiritual root. It will be extremely difficult for you to reach foundation establishment. If you are willing, you may join our sect as a menial disciple. Are you willing?
Zhang Bufan didn't fully understand what a waste spiritual root or mixed meant, or what a menial disciple was.
I am willing. I am willing. Very well. Take this token. Be here promptly on the 16th day of the 1st lunar month after the new year. We will come to fetch you then.
The Lingyin sect was considerate, acknowledging the mortal new year. With over 20 days until the festival, Zhang Bufan planned to earn more money and buy more spirit stones. He now had over 1 million in gold notes, enough to buy 600 or 700 spirit stones. He had yet to open the bag of spirit stones taken from the Wang family, which also contained over 3 million in gold notes, the family's income for more than a year.
It's getting late. I'll have to wait until tomorrow to rent a courtyard.
He went to the guild and found another 10,000 inner cores had been deposited. He again bought the inner cores in an exaggerated manner, telling the steward to continue collecting, and generously paid over 10,000 in gold notes. As night fell, he headed back to the inn. The inner cores should be used up by the early hours. He noticed his rate of absorbing spirit stones, or inner cores, was increasing rapidly. Once in his room, he wasted no time. He first exhausted himself by manipulating heavy objects, then used the time absorbing inner cores to recover his mental energy. As expected, by the early hours the inner cores were gone. He still had 300 spirit stones left. Just as he was about to use them, a figure climbed in through the rear window. Zhang Bufan remained silent. The figure drew out a fire tube, illuminating the room. When he saw the person on the bed sitting up and staring at him, he was startled. Recovering quickly, he drew a short blade and lunged at Zhang Bufan. Zhang Bufan didn't even use the small sword. He engaged the attacker with his shadow step and skyward fist, deliberately slowing his pace to allow the two techniques to mesh and harmonize. After several hundred exchanges, he sent the man flying with a single punch.
You? A 7th-rank martial artist.
Zhang Bufan said nothing and killed him with another blow. He found over 500,000 in gold notes on the man's person, worth 250 spirit stones in his eyes. Opening the bag of spirit stones stolen from the Wang family, he couldn't believe his eyes. Inside was a thick stack of gold notes.
This. Ha, the Wang family. Not bad.
At that moment Wang Mang sneezed. He was indeed grieved by his eldest son's death, but he had always placed his hopes on his second and third sons. His third son, now 14, had also passed the Lingyin sect's assessment and would enter the outer sect as a formal disciple after the new year. Wang Mang's sorrow was thus tempered. He knew his eldest son was beyond hope, a man given to every vice. Gazing at the token belonging to his third son Wang Qinggong, a profound sense of solace filled his heart.
If only your elder brother possessed even half your skill, I would be at ease. But alas, he now lies with his eyes wide open in death.
Wang Mang spoke with sorrow.
Father, rest assured I will avenge our brother. It's not that our Wang family lacks the means for revenge, it's that we have no idea who the enemy is. That woman is the key to unraveling this mystery.
Have the servants describe her appearance, create a portrait, and give it to me. I might encounter her someday.
Very well.
On the day Jiang Yin was captured, some servants were present. Based on their descriptions, they painted a portrait of her which bore a fair resemblance.
No wonder our brother was captivated by her. She is indeed quite beautiful.
At 15, Wang Chungang was not ignorant of matters between men and women, as in this land a boy of that age could marry.
I find her face somewhat familiar, yet I cannot recall where I've seen it,
Wang Ming remarked. He had once met Jiang Yan's mother, and the painting bore a certain likeness. Meanwhile, after returning to Guangping City, Jiang Yan recounted the events to her family. They too were incensed at how degenerate the Wang family had become, while feeling grateful for Zhang Bufan's righteous rescue.
From what you say, this young benefactor is no ordinary man. His methods are clearly those of an immortal master,
said Jiang Yan's father, Jiang Li.
Yes, that's right. Xiao Wu also said that Bufan is a cultivator. Ah, if he truly is a cultivator, then our Jiang family is incredibly fortunate. If you could marry this young immortal master.
Haha, our Jiang family would soar.
Jiang Li's aged face blossomed into a smile.
Father, how can you say such things? Jiang Yan blushed and lowered her head.
It's just a pity for Xiao Wu. He's been with our family since he was 13 for 10 years now. Ah,
give his family plenty of gold coins as compensation, Jiang's mother said.
Yes, indeed. Is this young immortal master from Guangping? Did he mention anything about returning home for the new year? He did say he would come back for the new year. Good. Then starting 10 days before the new year, we will wait for him every day at the courier station east of the city.
Meanwhile, Zhang Bufan had been cultivating all night, spending 80 spirit stones. A few days ago, it was only 50, now it was 80. He marveled at how formidable one must be at the foundation establishment stage. At dawn, he decided to rent a courtyard, as his current place was inconvenient for setting a trap. He paid a high price for a month's rent. The place had everything he needed. He quickly lit the stove to warm the room and brewed a pot of tea. He sat by the stove cultivating his spiritual power, manipulating every object of weight in the room. After an hour, his head began to spin. He then began to cultivate to recover. By nightfall, after repeating this cycle 5 times, his spiritual power had grown strong enough to control the flying sword within a 50-meter range. Satisfied with this progress, he decided to visit the pawn shop again to see if there were any new curiosities. If not, he would buy more spirit stones. He now had over 4 million gold notes, and letting them sit idle was a waste. At the pawn shop, the shopkeeper recognized him instantly.
Daoist friend, you're here. What do you need today? Show me everything you have. Money is no object.
The shopkeeper understood. He could see that money was indeed no object for a cultivator.
Please come in, young friend. Ha ha.
The shopkeeper brought out his large chest again.
This is a foundation nourishing pill. It can rapidly replenish spiritual energy and is also used for cultivation. Oh, how much is this? 100,000 gold coins per pill. So expensive. Let me see the others.
The shopkeeper sensed Zhang Bufan's interest, though he hadn't stated it outright.
This. A flying sword. A third-rate spirit artifact.
Zhang Bufan thought, so this is called a flying sword. A fitting name.
Still a spirit artifact. I wonder what grade mine is. I already have one.
Zhang Bufan casually summoned his own small sword.
Wow, a 5th grade one. Excellent. I've never even handled a 5th grade artifact here.
So his was 5th grade. It seemed quite impressive.
Then this pill might be what you need, young friend. It strengthens the soul force, extending your spiritual sense.
Zhang Bufan learned new term: soul force, spiritual sense.
It can enhance your soul force by 10%, extending the range of your flying sword control by the same measure.
He figured he could refine such pills himself. He didn't need this one.
What is this small pouch for?
The shopkeeper took one look and thought this boy must be a novice, not even knowing what a storage pouch is.
This is a storage pouch. It can hold as much as a roomful of things.
Zhang Bufan was astonished.
This is incredibly practical. I'll take it.
Zhang Bufan immediately claimed it.
Now explain this talisman. What does it do, and what is it drawn with? There are many kinds. Take this explosive talisman, for example. It can double your combat power instantly, but with a side effect: for an hour after use, you'll have no spiritual energy, making you vulnerable. This is a swift travel talisman which doubles your speed. This is an invisibility talisman. This is a fireball talisman which allows you to launch fireballs at enemies. And this is a sword talisman which emits a blade of light. Remarkable. Excellent items. He'll take one of each: the invisibility talisman and the swift travel talisman. He also bought 2 foundation nourishing pills, spending a total of 900,000 gold notes. Additionally, he purchased 1,000 spirit stones, costing another 2,900,000. This time he stored everything in the storage pouch. This little thing is incredibly practical. Under the cover of night, Zhang Bufan returned to his rented courtyard. Just as he was about to start cultivating, a small thin figure slipped over the wall into his yard.
Hey, that's strange. I just moved and no one should be following me.
Zhang Bufan flung the door open, startling the thief, who immediately tried to flee over the roof.
Whoosh!
An arrow embedded itself in the wall beside the thief's neck.
Spare me, great hero. I'm just a petty thief after a few coins. There's no need to take my life. Come here and talk. All right. Spare me, great hero. I'm coming.
The man pulled down his face mask, revealing a gaunt face and a short, slight build.
What's your name? Ho San. You're a cat burglar. You could say that. Open your mouth.
Zhang Bufan shoved a grass juice cake into his mouth, and with a slap to his jaw forced him to swallow it.
You? Poison. Do something for me, and I'll give you the antidote tomorrow.
Go out and spread the word that my house is full of gold coins. But make sure you only tell the big-time bandits. Petty thieves like you needn't bother. Understand? Ho San stared at Zhang Bufan in disbelief.
Great hero, are you planning to rob the rich to help the poor?
After leaving, Ho San intentionally boasted loudly in a tavern frequented by a gang of bandits about the wealth of Zhang Bufan's family, claiming he had seen certain items he wanted, while also downplaying his own small-time thievery. Zhang Bufan had been cultivating all day and had spent nearly 100 spirit stones. That night the heavy snow continued to fall, accumulating thicker and thicker. A creaking sound came from outside.
Ho San is quite reliable.
With a divine sense extending 50 meters, Zhang Bufan released it outward, enveloping the entire courtyard. 3 men in black lightly climbed over the courtyard wall, holding short blades in their hands.
Swish, swish, swish.
The flying swords, like spirits in the night, accurately pierced through the heads of the 3 men, who fell to the ground without uttering a sound. Zhang Bufan stepped out and searched the bodies of the 3 men, finding over 300,000 in gold tickets, enough for him to purchase 150 spirit stones. He began to refine his divine sense, now aware that this mental force was called divine sense. This ability seemed crucial as it determined both the control range of his flying swords and how far he could see. What he didn't realize was that the power of divine sense extended far beyond that. Individuals with strong spiritual power could directly attack the souls of others, with their divine sense gaining an upper hand. After another round of divine sense refinement, he felt it had increased by a few meters. Although the growth was slight each time, as long as he practiced this several times daily, the progress would be significant. An hour later, another wave arrived, bringing him 400,000 in gold tickets. Later in the night, 4 more people came, delivering 60,000 in gold tickets. It seemed there were no more arrivals. He began to concentrate on refining his spirit stones. By noon the next day, he had absorbed 100. Ho San came to find him, and Zhang Bufan naturally understood his intent. He was here for the antidote.
Hero, I've done what you asked. Look, the antidote.
Seeing his anxious expression, Zhang Bufan found it quite amusing and wanted to tease him a bit.
What are you talking about? What antidote?
Ho San immediately panicked.
Hero, you can't go back on your word, can you? You mentioned you would do it. Oh, you mean that thing from yesterday? There is no antidote for that.
Ho San was about to jump up.
Hero, you can't poison someone without an antidote. That's really unkind. Are you trying to kill someone?
Hearing his words, Zhang Bufan grabbed a few grass juice cakes and stuffed them into his mouth.
You can't die. You need to give me the antidote before you die. Is this not poison?
Ho San finally reacted.
There's no antidote, but I do have this. Do you want it?
Zhang Bufan took out 100,000 gold tickets and handed them to him. Overjoyed, Ho San looked at the gold tickets in his hands. So much. I can't steal this much. This is really quick. So how about teaming up?
Ho-san felt that this day had been full of ups and downs from the depths to the peak.
Will the hero take me along to make a fortune? You must be a level 4 warrior, right? It seems you are skilled in lightness techniques, am I right? Hero, you have a good eye. Indeed. Good, take this martial skill and practice it.
Zhang Bufan took out the technique for the shadow step from his storage bag, and only then did he notice another book on body refining he hadn't opened yet. As Ho-san studied the martial skill, he began to read it as well.
This is actually a body refining technique. The first level focuses on skin refining using ganshin grass, yellow leaf chrysanthemum, oxhead grass, and rejuvenating lotus. So many, over 10 types of medicinal herbs. Can these be purchased? Upon completing the first level, it can enhance skin defense.
Zhang Bufan jotted down the names of the herbs and planned to take them to the Jinkakao Pavilion. Meanwhile, Ho-san, who had some talent, learned the first 4 steps after 2 hours and was now running around the yard.
Ho-san, think about where there are more great thieves, spread the news, and you'll get a share. Got it. Ha. This is much easier than stealing.
With that, Ho-san left. Zhang Bufan also stepped out, heading towards the most bustling street where the largest Jinkakao Pavilion in Lanling City was located. Upon seeing this grand 3-story Jinkakao Pavilion, beautifully decorated and impressive, he noticed 2 pretty young ladies at the entrance, smiling and greeting passers-by.
Hello, I would like to buy some herbs. Please follow me. May I see the prescription?
Zhang Bufan handed her the list of herbs he had copied.
Esteemed guest, how can you gather these herbs without the quantities?
Zhang Bufan didn't want to disclose that information, so he only copied the names.
No problem, I will ask for a lot of each. All right. Let me show this to our herbalist. Jean the herbalist, take a look at these herbs.
A middle-aged man appeared at the counter where shelves lined with medicine boxes stood, each labeled with numerous herb names.
Let me see. Ganshin grass, yellow leaf chrysanthemum, oxhead grass, we have most of these, but there is one herb missing which is quite rare. May I ask which one? This ice heart lotus is not easy to find. It grows at elevations above 8,000 meters. There is probably only one mountain in all of Lanling that has it, and that is Ice Sword Peak. Good. For the rest of the herbs, I want 10 pounds of each.
The herbalist was stunned for a long time.
10 pounds? Are you feeding cows? Haha, you don't need to worry, I'll pay you the full price. All right, wait a moment.
Altogether it weighed over 100 pounds, and they packed a large bag for him.
Thank you. May I ask for the location of Ice Sword Peak? Head north for 300 miles, and you'll get there. Thanks a lot.
Without hesitation, Zhang Bufan packed the items into his storage bag. It was afternoon, and as night was still far off, he decided to set out immediately. 300 miles would take him less than half an hour to traverse, especially now that he had the speed talisman, which made it even faster. Indeed, within the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks, he arrived at the foot of Ice Sword Peak, which stood over 10,000 meters tall. Taking advantage of the talisman's effect, he began to climb. As someone skilled in climbing, the ascent was a piece of cake for him. Like a nimble monkey, he continued his ascent without pause. An hour later he reached the summit, where the snow was even thicker, and it was easy to slip on the surface.
Damn, this is all covered in snow. How can I find this Ice Heart Lotus?
With no other choice, he had to blow away the snow with his spiritual energy, and only then could he see if there were any Ice Heart Lotuses on the stone walls. Having just plucked and placed them into his storage pouch, a silver-white eagle spread its wings and lunged its claws at Zhang Bufan. What a massive bird! Zhang Bufan's movement technique was superb, allowing him to easily evade with his shadow step. Flying sword attack. The flying sword shot forth from his body, revolving within a 50-meter radius around him. Shriek. Howl. The silver-white eagle seized a massive boulder with its talons and hurled it at Zhang Bufan. If only I had brought my bow. Dodging the boulder with ease, a thought struck him: why not throw stones at it? That would have a far greater range than his flying sword. Picking up a fist-sized rock, he hurled it at the eagle. Howl. The rock struck the eagle's wing. The eagle's body lurched, nearly falling from the sky. This tactic works. He then proceeded to pick up and throw rocks at the eagle repeatedly. The eagle, learning quickly, flew higher, soaring beyond his attack range. Since you fled, I'll spare you.
He sprinted down the mountain only for the eagle to give chase. "Hey, you foolish bird, why are you still following me?" Ignoring it, Zhang Bufan sped downwards. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, he reached the foot of the mountain. The massive bird still refused to let him go, relentlessly pursuing him. "A sword talisman? That's right. Don't I have a sword talisman?" He grasped the sword talisman. When folded, the talisman was sealed. Once open, the patterns within would ignite, activating its effect. Seizing the moment when the eagle was closest to the ground, he hurled the talisman. It ignited in the wind, and a blade of light slashed forth, cleaving towards the eagle 30 meters above. Crack! The eagle was bisected midair. As the carcass fell, he saw it had a wingspan of over 4 meters. Zhang Bufan split open its belly and retrieved a fist-sized inner core. "Stupid bird, huh?" He spat, then sprinted back, as the sky had already darkened. Returning to Lanling City, it was late, and he was famished. Exiting the alley of his small courtyard, there was a noodle shop. "Boss, 3 bowls of noodles, 3 caddies of beef, and 5 tea leaf eggs." "Hurry, I'm starving." Zhang Bufan was indeed ravenous. Such intense physical exertion drained not only his spiritual energy, but also his stamina. "Have the tea leaf eggs first, I'll slice the beef right away." Zhang Bufan peeled the tea leaf eggs one by one, swallowing each whole in a single gulp. "Ha, young master, you truly are hungry. Here comes the beef." As the beef was already braised, slicing it was quick. "Boss, bring a jug of wine." Zhang Bufan drank wine and ate the beef. "Not bad, the flavor is acceptable." Zhang Bufan was enjoying his meal. "Big spatula, what's the meaning of this? Why haven't you paid this month's dues yet?" "It's several days late." Apologies, brother Chang, I'll pay right now. I've been a bit short-handed these past few days." The boss' attitude was extremely deferential, afraid to offend these men. The 5 men with their roguish demeanor were clearly not upstanding citizens. "Brother Dao isn't unreasonable. As long as you pay, no one will cause trouble here for a month. We're not bullying you. 10 gold coins a month isn't much, is it?" "It's not much, brother Chang, not much at all. Would you like something to eat?" "No, I'll take 2 jars of wine with me. Brother Dao enjoys a drink." "Right away, brother Chang, here you go." The boss brought 2 jars of wine from the back and handed them to brother Chang. The moment brother Chang and his men left, the boss' expression changed instantly. "Damn parasites." Zhang Bufan found it amusing. "Boss, who are those people?" "The thugs from the southern district. They have a large gang, and even the authorities won't touch them." He had previously lived in the eastern district, which had a brother Hu. Now the southern district had a brother Dao. "I don't think the authorities won't touch them. I think the officials and the bandits are in cahoots." "Young men, you must never say such things. It could cost you your head." "Haha, I was thinking of joining them. The money comes so fast that way." You really want to join them?" "Yes." "Where are they?" "You'll go ask around. It's easy to find. Go south from this alley until you see a blacksmith shop, then turn right for about 100 meters. The largest courtyard is theirs." "Thanks." Zhang Bufan paid, stood up, and walked directly in that direction. The shopkeeper watched his retreating back and muttered, "So young, and he has to become a bandit. TSK." Sure enough, in less than the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, he found the large courtyard. He pushed the door open and saw a group of men drinking, eating meat, and warming themselves by a fire under an awning. "Hey, which room is the boss in?" Zhang Bufan grabbed a man whose eyes were barely open from drink. "What do you want with the boss? Who are you?" "I've come to offer a treasure." "Oh, kid trying to curry favor, are you?" "Haha, the boss is in there." The drunkard pointed in a direction, and Zhang Bufan pushed the door open. A burly man was holding a scantily clad woman. The room was warmed by a fire, making it quite cozy. "Who told you to come in? No manners." The burly man bellowed at Zhang Bufan. "Boss, I've come to offer a treasure." Upon hearing the word treasure, the man's face lit up with a smile. "Haha, good young man, you have promise. If I don't like this treasure of yours, I'll cut off the one between your legs, haha. Boss, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Zhang Bufan slowly approached, opening his hands. A small sword hovered in his palm. A treasure that can fly. Of course, it's called a flying sword. It has to fly. "Make it fly for me to see." "All right, watch closely." Zhang Bufan pointed his finger, and the small sword pierced through the boss's forehead. Wow, amazing. The two women beside him clapped in delight, not yet noticing that the boss had frozen with wide-open eyes. Go. The small sword instantly slew the two women. His divine sense had just located a small underground storeroom. Lifting a floorboard and descending, he found a space about 3 meters square piled high with gold bars, gold coins, and banknotes. But what pleased him most was a small chest containing over 300 spirit stones. He stored everything in his storage pouch, then walked out of the room. The drunkards in the courtyard were completely unaware of what had just happened inside. Kid, what treasure did you offer? It was the man who had spoken to him earlier. I offered a small sword, but unfortunately the boss wasn't interested. Let me see it. All right. Zhang Bufan placed the flying sword in his hand, then walked out of the courtyard gate and closed it behind him. The flying sword inside remained utterly silent. Once outside, it was stained with blood. Zhang Bufan channeled his spiritual energy with a tremor, and the blood scattered. Brother Hu of the Eastern District, wait for me. I'm coming. Killing such people brought him no guilt. Instead, he felt he was ridding the world of a menace. He sped to the Eastern District where he had first arrived. Asking around about Brother Hu, he found that many shopkeepers knew of him. It seemed they had suffered greatly under his tyranny as well. Such a wonderful opportunity to rid the people of harm while also making money. I should do this more often. Zhang Bufan strode with measured steps to Brother Tiger's territory, which was still a large courtyard. Brother Tiger's men were not indulging in feasting on meat and wine. Instead, they seemed to be discussing something. Zhang Bufan listened from outside the door. I told you those brothers of ours must have been taken out by knife from the south. The north and west are too far away, only our two factions are close. The authorities are even less likely. They never meddle in our affairs. The royal family is in the inner city, we can't get in, and they can't be bothered to come out. So it has to be Knife and his crew, no one else. Just then, the door was kicked open with a loud crash. The intruder was a short, lean young man. Who's there? Whose kid is this? Stick, get him out of here. Can't you see the adults are talking? The man called Stick grabbed a pitch-black iron rod and raised it to strike Zhang Bufan. Zhang Bufan backhanded him, sending him flying several meters away. A master! Brother Tiger stood up, his expression grim. May I ask why a master has come to my territory? He clasped his fists in a respectful inquiry. To wipe you out. Senior, I admit your martial skills surpass mine, but this is the Tiger Head Gang's territory. A flying sword shot toward Brother Tiger's brow without any warning. He had no chance to react. An 8th-rank martial artist was now as insignificant as a mortal in Zhang Bufan's eyes. This. Brothers charged together. Cut him down. The flying sword darted through the air like a fish swimming swiftly in water, and within less than 2 breaths everyone had fallen. Zhang Bufan entered and searched for all the gold notes and gold coins, also finding over 400 spirit stones. He had no idea why these people had spirit stones, but now they were his, and that was all that mattered. Little did he know this act would nearly bring him trouble later. The night was still young, and Zhang Bufan returned to his small courtyard thoroughly satisfied. As soon as he entered, he found someone already there. Gentlemen, are you looking for me? Zhang Bufan appeared from behind them, startling them. Kid, hand over the gold notes, and well spare your life. Zhang Bufan wasted no words, his flying sword swift as lightning reaped their lives. He found over 1,200,000 in gold notes on their bodies. He placed the corpses on a cart, and then began to cultivate. Today's harvest was good, several hundred spirit stones. If he had to buy them, it would cost hundreds of thousands in gold notes. Zhang Bufan couldn't help but marvel. This wasn't cultivation, it was spending money like water. First, he plucked a petal from the ice-heart lotus he had gathered today, then mixed a small pile of other herbs in proportion. He boiled them in water, let it cool, and then lay down in the bath. This was the first step of body forging, skin forging, which required soaking in this herbal bath for 14 days to complete. There were 3 more stages: tendon forging, bone forging, and heart forging. As soon as he laid down, an intense pain shot through him, as if tens of thousands of ants were burrowing into his skin. By the latter part of the night, just before dawn, he gradually began to tolerate the sensation, and the potency of the herbs also faded. Since I'm soaking anyway, what if I cultivate at the same time?
He began to circulate his meridians, taking out 100 spirit stones to absorb. The 100 stones did not take him much time, less than 2 hours. As dawn approached, he heard movement again.
Someone's coming! That Ho-san didn't disappoint me. 3 people. Looks like real bandits.
Zhang Bufan released his flying sword, which darted out like snowflakes racing through the cold night, silent and ethereal. The throats of the 3 men were slit in an instant. Zhang Bufan searched their bodies.
Over 800,000 in gold notes. Excellent. A good start.
Then a second wave came, 4 men each wielding a blade. They contributed 1,200,000 in gold notes to Zhang Bufan.
These gangs have to pay a fixed number of spirit stones every month to the cultivators backing them, who lend a hand when trouble arises. Who knows? Those 2 got wiped out. Don't go blabbing. Do you know what level that cultivator is? Can he fly? Yes. He rides a flying sword and moves really fast.
Foundation establishment stage. Zhang Bufan dared not provoke that now. He could only hide, and he absolutely couldn't let anyone know he was the one behind this.
Well, isn't the new year coming up? Where are you from?
Me.
I'm just a loner, no family. That makes 2 of us in a way. Where do you plan to spend the new year? I rented a small courtyard, I'll just stay here. How about this? Why don't you come back with me? I have some friends in Guamping City, we could all go back there together. Sounds great. I've been dreading spending every new year alone. Bring all your luggage, we might stay there for a long time. I don't have much luggage. When do we leave? Today is the 23rd of the 12th lunar month. Let's leave tomorrow. Tonight stay with me, and I'll show you what I'm capable of.
The 2 of them found a tavern and ate a hearty meal. During the meal, Zhang Bufan learned that Ho-san was a 4th-rank martial artist especially skilled in lightness techniques. Zhang Bufan gave him all the remaining herb cakes, as they were of little use to him. Watching Ho-san's movements, Zhang Bufan noted that, after a day of practicing the shadow step technique, he was already quite proficient. Not bad at all, proving he had a solid foundation.
Here they come, Ho-san. Go back inside and watch.
Ho-san understood what that meant. He quickly ran back into the room and peered through the window crack at the commotion outside.
Well, kid, I hear you're loaded.
5 men arrived, paying no attention to Zhang Bufan.
That's right, I'm quite wealthy.
A flying sword began to glide between his fingers.
You're a cultivator.
Suddenly the flying sword shot forward like a ravenous fish spotting bait in the water, darting with incredible speed. Each flick of its tail marked the end of a life.
The master is actually a cultivator.
Ho-san covered his mouth in disbelief, never imagining he would encounter a cultivator.
Ho-san, come out and search them. Yes, immortal.
Zhang Bufan shook his head. He knew this would happen once his identity was revealed. To mortals, cultivators were beings of an exalted realm.
Immortal, there's 1,500,000 in gold notes here. Good. Take 100,000 for yourself. And don't call me immortal, it's too conspicuous. Hero would be more fitting. Calling me hero isn't great either. How about young master? I've noticed that's how they address the wealthy in those big households, right? Very well, young master. I find that much more comfortable too.
In the latter part of the night, another group arrived, yielding a total of 1,200,000 in gold notes. Combined with the gold notes and gold coins taken from the 2 bandit camps, he estimated he now had about 30 million in gold coins plus a few million more on hand. Before leaving, he planned to exchange it all for spirit stones. The next morning he intended to return, but suddenly the jade slip in his storage pouch vibrated. He quickly took it out, and the pawnshop owner's voice rang through.
There's a deal. Come to my place to discuss it in detail.
It seemed he couldn't leave. Whatever the pawnshop owner had to say was likely beneficial, and he couldn't afford to miss it. He told Ho-san they wouldn't leave today, and would postpone it until tomorrow. Ho-san didn't mind. He had already received 200,000 in gold notes over the past 2 days, and was feeling overjoyed, so how could he hold a grudge against Zhang Bufan? Zhang Bufan rushed to the pawnshop. The owner mysteriously beckoned him into the inner chamber. Shopkeeper, what good news do you have? Zhang Bufan asked, brimming with anticipation. It may not be good news. It depends on whether you have the capability. Zhang Bufan's expression turned grave.
Go on, tell me. Someone has posted a mission with a reward of 1,000 spirit stones. 1,000. The task must be no easy feat. Naturally. There are 2 cultivators at the 8th and 9th layers of chi refining. But I'm only at the 4th layer. Shopkeeper, are you trying to get me killed? Zhang Bufan let out a cynical laugh. You'll be ambushing them, so victory can't be judged purely by cultivation levels. I can lend you a small hand, but not for free, of course. The shopkeeper produced a black pill. This is called the minor realm breaking pill. After swallowing it, you'll break through 1 minor realm. For instance, if you're at the mid-4th layer now, you'll advance directly to the mid-5th layer. Zhang Bufan's heart leaped with joy, but he quickly realized it wouldn't come cheap. Name your price. How much? The shopkeeper held up 2 fingers. 200,000. Tis, can I buy 10 of them? Zhang Bufan asked. Of course you can, but only the first one works. The other 9 are like eating sugar pills, haha. Zhang Bufan was speechless. He knew there was no shortcut in cultivation. Fine, give it here. He swallowed the pill immediately, and a reaction surged within him. His meridians accelerated and his dantian churned. With a bang inside his body, he truly broke through to the mid-5th layer. That's a handy item, minor realm breaking pill. Does that mean there's a major realm breaking pill too? Zhang Bufan asked. Haha, see. This is why I chose you. You've got a sharp mind. Of course there is, but I don't have one here. Having risen 1 minor realm, his divine sense extended to over 70 meters. He was quite satisfied with the improvement. I'll take this mission. Give me the details. First, the employer wants the heads of the Liu family's direct bloodline. This Liu family commits every evil imaginable. At the very least, we need the father and son's heads. Let me brief you on the 2 cultivators. One is on duty in the southeast corner during the first half of the night, and the other in the northwest corner during the second half. Their biggest weakness: when they hear the night watchman's gong, they skip the handover and return to their rooms to cultivate. The other then comes out directly. Good. It was still morning, he would strike at night. With half a day left to cultivate, every bit of improvement counted. Back home, he began absorbing spirit stones voraciously. By nearly midnight, he had advanced a small step in his cultivation. He then sorted his belongings: talismans, a flying sword, and a vial of knockout powder, supposedly effective on cultivators, though he wasn't entirely convinced. The bow and arrows, he decided, would be useless. He also chose not to bring his storage pouch. If caught, he would pose as a mere thief. Donning black clothes, he resolved to play the part convincingly. That night, he slipped out quietly. He headed straight for the Liu residence. It was nearly midnight. The cultivator in the northwest corner was in meditation, so he decided to target that spot first. He observed for a moment with his divine sense. Confirming the man had entered a cultivation trance, he crept to the window and blew the knockout powder inside. After a short wait, the cultivator indeed slumped over, dazed. A storage pouch and a small pile of spirit stones in front of him. All mine now. He took the pouch, but the stones were nearly depleted of spiritual energy and crumbled, so he left them. He couldn't kill this one yet. He had to deal with the second cultivator first. After midnight passed, the cultivator in the southeast corner returned to his room to cultivate. Now was Zhang Bufan's moment to act. He planned to use the same trick again. He prepared to blow the knockout powder into the room, but just as he was about to, a guard spotted him and let out a loud shout. The cultivator inside vaulted out of the window with incredible speed, his movements almost a blur. Zhang Bufan, who was about to flee with his movement technique, was struck by a palm strike from the man. A 9th layer chi refining cultivator, 4 whole layers above him. The blow felt as if it would shatter his bones. He spat blood and collapsed, unable to rise. Several guards seized him. A thief. Don't you know whose house this is? Tie him up and search him. They found only the knockout powder. Wasn't Wang Xing on duty? The cultivator hurried to Wang Xing's post and found him unconscious. This kid's knockout powder is potent. Even Wang Xing fell for it. Cultivator Liu, what's this? A guard had found Wang Xing's storage pouch. So he stole Wang Xing's pouch, but left the spirit stones. Cultivator Liu, how should we handle this thief? Ask your master tomorrow morning. I can't be bothered with such trivial matters. Taking Wang Xing's pouch, the cultivator ignored him from then on. The next morning, the guards reported the incident. The
The master of the Liu family was a gaunt old man with a beard. It's been a few years since we last had a thief. Well, beat him first, then parade him through the streets. Bury him somewhere late tonight. Yes, master. So Zhang Bufan was beaten again. If not for his reverse meridians, he would have wanted to slice those guards apart one cut at a time. It doesn't hurt that much. Have I just gotten used to being beaten? He never realized it was the effect of his body tempering from the night before. Painless or not, he was still bleeding plenty. That's enough. He's going to die anyway. What's the point of beating him further? One guard remarked. So near noon, Zhang Bufan was loaded into a cage carted around the outer city. By nightfall, Zhang Bufan, who had been constantly healing his injuries, finally managed to circulate his meridians. He had to summon his flying sword before they killed him. So he cycled his meridians round after round, absorbing the sparse spiritual energy from the air. By nearly midnight, he could finally command his flying sword. His injuries were about 70% healed. 2 guards were nearby. Zhang Bufan silently dispatched them with his flying sword. He swapped clothes with one, then rigged the scene to look like a body still hanging from the tree. Good thing I hid the fireball talisman and invisibility talisman under the soles of my feet. He took out the invisibility talisman and affixed it to himself. The shopkeeper had said it only lasted half an hour. It was still the first half of the night, so he went to the northwest corner to kill the cultivator. He positioned his flying sword at the opposite window ready as a backup. He planned to strike with his own hands first. Still cultivating. Zhang Bufan quietly pushed open the door. The moment it moved, the cultivator woke instantly. Zhang Bufan landed a heaven-piercing fist on his abdomen. Who are you? Swoosh. The flying sword pierced through his neck. Zhang Bufan took the man's storage pouch again, along with a fine longsword lying nearby. He examined it, a good blade, and kept it in hand. He covered the body with the blanket, arranging it to look like the man was asleep. The time passed midnight. Outside, the sound of the watchman's gong echoed. He approached the practitioner at the 9th level of Qi cultivation in the southeast corner. This time he intended to launch a strong attack. After all, he had a fireball talisman in hand, and he wanted to test its power. Step 1. Use the flying sword to attract his attention. Step 2. I charge in and use the fireball talisman. Just like that. Zhang Bufan familiarized himself with the tactic once more. On the other side, the flying sword swooshed in. The 9th level practitioner had not yet fully entered meditation, and a layer of halo flickered around him, blocking some of the small sword's attack, yet it still pierced through his shoulder. Fireball talisman, go! Zhang Bufan kicked open the door, the talisman in his hand igniting in the wind, and a gigantic fireball struck the man's chest, instantly filling the air with the smell of burnt hair. Hiss! The long sword in his hand pierced through the man's head. Humph! A gentleman does not take revenge for a grievance. Almost got me killed, didn't you? Zhang Bufan stowed away the storage bag, also collecting the spirit stones that had not yet been used at the foot of the bed. The commotion here alarmed the guards immediately. Zhang Bufan swaggered out the door. He was the boss here, so what was there to fear? The guard who attacked him yesterday had been cleaved into meat paste. At this time, the Liu family father and son were also awakened. Why did you create such a ruckus over killing someone? You? Are you that thief? Old Master Liu finally recognized Zhang Bufan's appearance. He held a long sword with a pile of corpses behind him, blood dripping from the sword. 2 immortal masters. Immortal masters. Old Master Liu immediately thought of the 2 cultivators. Don't shout, they're dead. It's impossible. How could they, the immortal masters, be killed by you, a mere thief? Zhang Bufan couldn't be bothered to argue with him. With a swing of his sword, he stored the head in the storage bag, and the young master of the Liu family was also decapitated. He killed a few more members of the Liu family. The fluctuation of spiritual energy in this room is quite intense. Zhang Bufan felt the rich spiritual energy fluctuation as he entered the hall. There's a hidden compartment in the wall. He directly broke through the wall, and indeed, there was a mechanism inside holding 2 bags of spirit stones, and a small box containing dozens of gold tickets totaling over 5 million, with more than 400 spirit stones. Haha, I hit the jackpot. I hit the jackpot. Zhang Bufan leaped over the courtyard wall, heading straight for the pawn shop, knowing that the old man definitely hadn't left and was waiting for him there. He knocked on the door. Someone opened it immediately. The shopkeeper couldn't help but smile upon seeing him.
Good, well done, you managed to strike back against the odds.
Stop the nonsense, five heads. Give me my commission.
The shopkeeper didn't hesitate and directly handed him 1,000 spirit stones. I want to exchange all the gold tickets in my hand for spirit stones,
Zhang Bufan said, as he began counting the gold tickets totaling 560,000. He still had a few million in his own storage bag, so he decided not to exchange them for now.
All right, a total of 2,800 spirit stones. I'll make the decision. I'll give you 3,000. Hope to have the chance to cooperate again. That hope is slim. I've been accepted by the Linging sect. Oh, congratulations, young friend. This little shop may need your patronage in the future. Ha ha.
Zhang Bufan took the spirit stones and immediately returned home, where Ho San was still waiting for him.
Oh dear young master, you've finally returned. What's the hurry? Just sleep well, eat when it's time, drink when it's time.
Zhang Bufan returned to his room and immediately prepared for the second body refinement. After preparing the medicinal liquid, he lay down. This time, the pain was noticeably less than the last. He immediately began absorbing the spirit stones, which only truly belonged to him once absorbed. By the time dawn broke the next day, he had absorbed 150 spirit stones. The scars on his body had already vanished. Early in the morning, Zhang Bufan called for Ho San to hurry up and prepare to return to Guangping. Ho San had already brought the luggage carrying a large bundle. Zhang Bufan directly used a storage bag to pack it. The Yancha noodle shop at the intersection had already opened, and Zhang Bufan ate 5 bowls of noodles and 10 tea eggs.
Little brother, let me tell you something. The Xiaodao gang has been wiped out. Luckily you weren't taken by them,
the boss whispered to Zhang Bufan.
Huh? Really? They didn't want me? How ridiculous. You're still young, we shouldn't engage in that. Look at their ending, it's not good. Today is already the 25th of the 12th month, only 5 days until the new year. It would take more than 2 days to travel. By the time they reach Guangping, it would already be the 28th of the 12th month.
The two hurried to the vehicle yard outside the city, where there were many beast carts. They still chose the most luxurious one.
How much, boss? 15 per person. Why has the price gone up? Isn't it almost New Year? Pork prices have gone up.
Zhang Bufan looked bewildered.
What does the rise in pork prices have to do with you? I want to eat pork.
Zhang Bufan was persuaded and handed him 30 gold coins. During the new year, there were many people taking the cart, all returning home with large and small bags. In just a little while, the cart was filled up, and the boss cracked the whip on the unicorn, and the cart slowly started.
Let me tell everyone, the heavy snow has blocked the roads. Originally, the trip would take just over 2 days, but now it will take 3 days. There's no other way. The horses can't run. No one said anything everyone could understand, and it wasn't the boss' fault. The cart had a fire stove lit, and some people placed peanuts, walnuts, and sweet potatoes by the stove to roast, filling the whole cart with a fragrant smell. The stove was boiling water. Anyone who wanted to drink could serve themselves. The cart was quite warm, with over 30 people inside. Excuse me, everyone, I'm in the nut business, and brought some nuts here, 10 silver coins for a pack.
If you need any, come buy from me.
In front of Zhang Bufan was a little girl clamoring to eat, about 4 or 5 years old, next to her mother, who seemed to come from a poor family. Your mommy has roasted potatoes here, they'll be ready soon. Let's eat roasted potatoes. Okay. No, roasted potatoes aren't good, I want to eat nuts.
You child, why don't you listen? Wah! Wah! Boss, give me 2 packs to try.
Zhang Bufan called out.
All right, every one of them is plump and absolutely delicious.
Zhang Bufan handed a bag to Ho San and tasted one himself. Oh no, this isn't tasty at all. I don't like this at all. Oh, just throw it away, what a pity. Little sister, why don't you help your brother eat it? Guer's eyes had not left the nuts since Zhang Bufan took them.
Okay, big brother. Thank you so much, little sister, otherwise I'd waste it, and wasting is not a good habit, don't you think?
Yes, my mother says wasting is bad.
As she spoke, she ate happily. The cart traveled for the entire morning. Just as they were about to reach the next town, Suddenly a group of 6 or 7 people drew out short knives, and one of them seized the cart owner.
Everyone's sorry to disturb you during the new year. We are bandits from the nearby mountain, and we are here to rob you. We hope you will cooperate.
If you don't cooperate, I won't be polite, and will directly put 2 holes in you. One side goes and the other side comes out.
Some people in the cart shouted and others cried. This is our hard-earned money for the year. Why the yelling and crying? Your life or your money? Gentlemen, it'll cover their expenses.
Zhang Bufan waved a stack of gold notes in his hand. The bandits were taken aback, never expecting a hidden wealthy man on the carriage.
All right. You're the one. How about we step down and talk? Fine. You're the boss. Well, listen.
So the bandits and Zhang Bufan alighted.
Driver, wait for me 300 meters ahead.
After getting off, Zhang Bufan struck up a conversation with the bandits.
Are you from this mountain? Indeed, from the 3 righteous stockade on Fly Mountain. What about it? Ready to pay up. Is it far? Not far, just over 1,000 meters up. Good.
Then a small sword emerged from Zhang Bufan, darting like a specter among the men. Moments later they collapsed into the snowy ground. Zhang Bufan sprinted up the mountain, leaving no footprints in the snow. He soon returned.
Why would these bandits buy spirit stones? Strange.
Back on the carriage, he told the driver to proceed. He had just gained 3 million gold coins and 300 spirit stones. He grew increasingly puzzled. Why would these bandits purchase spirit stones? Could it be tribute for cultivators? If so, hadn't he incurred the wrath of those cultivators behind them? At that moment, in a courtyard in Lanling City, 4 men sat in the main hall. The leader had a face as fair as jade and a hint of valor.
Tell me what's going on. How have 2 of our factions been taken down in succession? Senior Brother Zhao, we have no idea. First, from their deaths, it's definitely the work of a cultivator using a flying sword. Could it be someone from Second Elder's camp? Have they discovered the forces we've backed, deliberately opposing us picking a fight?
Another man interjected.
We still have 2 families in Lanling City, the Ouyang and the Ji. In the coming days, I'll visit the Ouyang family, and Lulu, you go to the Ji family. But Senior Brother Zhao Lin, who will handle the stolen flying sword in Guamping?
Lulu asked.
I heard you captured Kai Yoli, who hijacked the goods. Yes, that old man is nearly beaten to death, but still won't confess, insisting they only stole empty crates. Where is he? In the cellar. Let's go question him.
The 4 descended into the cellar. There an old man with disheveled hair and tattered blood-stained clothes sat.
Kai Yoli, I believe you know who we are. Opposing us will lead to no good end,
Zhao Lin stated.
Immortal Master, I truly never got the flying sword. It was empty when we seized it. I suspect Pang Sihai never placed it inside and found another way to transport it. Now among you 3, Kai Wu Baiyun and Pang Sihai, someone must be lying,
Zhao Lin said.
Senior Brother, I've heard of a drug that makes one lose control and speak the truth. Perhaps?
Junior Brother Lu suggested.
I've heard of it too, but where can we find it? Wait, let me ask a friend.
Junior Brother Lu pulled out a voice transmission jade slip and soon received a reply.
Senior Brother Zhao, he can get it, but it's costly. 200 spirit stones. What? 200 spirit stones? Our spirit stones didn't come from the wind. We won't buy it.
Then the 2 began communicating through divine sense.
What if we release him and watch his next move? If he has the flying sword, he'll hurry to dispose of it,
Junior Brother Lu said. The brothers agreed and went their separate ways. Back on the carriage, everyone stared at Zhang Bufan as if he were a monster.
Big brother, did you get beaten?
Guer asked.
I beat them. Do I look like someone who got beaten?
Some passengers began expressing their gratitude to Zhang Bufan.
Young man, thank you. You gave up your own money for our sake.
Zhang Bufan glanced at them, noting they offered only verbal thanks without any tangible gesture. They arrived at a town ahead. Zhang Bufan and Ho San found a nearby eatery, ordering 3 caddies of beef, 3 caddies of dumplings, and 4 stir-fried dishes. Just as they ordered, Guer and her mother arrived.
Boss, 1 bowl of plain noodles. Hello, big brother. Hello, Guer.
Zhang Bufan and his companion were served first due to their large order, and soon all dishes arrived.
Mother, I want dumplings too. Gwar be good. When the new year comes, mother will make you dumplings with meat filling. Oh good. Mother's dumplings are the best. What a good child.
Zhang Bufan thought to himself. Then he slipped to the kitchen. Shortly after, the owner brought a plate of dumplings to the mother and daughter.
Boss, we didn't order this. This is a gift from our little eatery. You're our 88th customer today, and every 88th gets a plate of beef dumplings. Really? Thank you so much,
Gwar happily said to Zhang Bufan.
Big brother, look, we have dumplings too. With meat filling so delicious.
Gwar took a bite, juice streaming from her mouth.
Young master decisive and killing, yet with such a tender heart. Enough nonsense.
After eating, they all boarded the carriage. The driver had also prepared some food inside, as was customary on such journeys. The afternoon passed safely. Perhaps the bandits had gone home for the new year. They arrived at another town quite late.
Everyone come back early tomorrow, so we can reach home sooner.
The passengers disembarked to find inns.
Driver, can I discuss something with you?
Gwar and her mother lingered by the carriage.
What's the matter, sister? Can we sleep on the carriage tonight? Oh, that won't do. You don't have blankets, and it's a snowy night, far too cold. What if you catch a chill? Well, Sister, come with me. I happen to have a friend who runs an inn in town. He'll take you there for a free stay. Really? That's so kind of you. Don't mention it. Ho-san, go and talk to my friend.
Ho-san was no fool and understood Zhang Bufan's intent. At the first inn ahead, he had already paid and was waiting for them.
Sister, just come in.
Seeing that no payment was needed, Gwar's mother took her into the room. Meanwhile, they had released Coyote with junior brother Wang tailing him. The other three departed on flying swords, arriving at the Guamping Sihai Trading Company in less than half a tea's time. Without a word, they barged straight in.
Who are you looking for? Is your boss in? He's at home. Take us to him.
Seeing their threatening demeanor, the clerk knew they were trouble and dared not provoke them. He obediently led them to the boss' residence. After a short walk, they arrived at an imposing mansion.
Is the boss home?
The clerk asked the guards at the gate, who seemed familiar.
I'm here taking a nap. Who are they? No idea. They're looking for the boss. Go on in, but keep your voice down.
The guard spoke. The clerk found Pang Sihai's bedchamber.
Keep quiet, our boss is resting.
A man sent the clerk flying with a single slap.
You?
The clerk collapsed unconscious. Shaolin kicked the door open.
Who are you?
Pang Sihai, still in his nightclothes, was kicked back inside.
You? Old man, I ask you answer. If I'm not satisfied, I'll chop off your limbs one by one.
Pang Sihai stared at the three men, wanting to call for help but daring not.
Where did you get that flying sword you shipped to Wu Baiyun in Kaohsiung City? I found it at a street stall in a small town.
Pang Sihai said with effort.
Do you recognize a flying sword? I don't, but I'm a well-traveled merchant. I saw the little sword was exquisitely made so. Where is that flying sword now?
Pang Sihai suddenly realized there must be a mole in his trading company. How else would this news have leaked? The most terrifying part was that this mole likely recognized the flying sword.
It was stolen. I hired an adventuring team to escort it, but they were all severely beaten. It happened at Dapan River Dock. Many people know about it. Didn't you investigate? Of course I did. It was Coyote from Kaohsiung City. He's rich and powerful there, so we could do nothing.
Just then, the Pang family's guest elder arrived, a formidable expert at the third layer of foundation establishment.
Who are you? Master Yang saved me.
Master Yang struck out with his signature technique, the heaven-slapping palm, capable of killing foes above his level. Its power was boundless. Caught off guard, the three took the blow. Two coughed up blood, while only Zhao Lin with his higher cultivation barely withstood it.
Second form mountain-crushing palm.
Seeing his opponents were far stronger, Master Yang pressed his advantage with another strike. This time even Zhao Lin spat blood.
Let's go!
The three leaped high and fled on flying swords. Pang Sihai, a wily old fox in business, spoke with 3 parts truth and 7 parts falsehood. It was true he had acquired the item from a small town, but he was not ignorant of flying swords. In fact, he knew them quite well.
Boss Pang, how are you? Still alive? Barely. Where in the blazes did those cultivators come from?
Pang Sihai asked.
Judging by their attire, they're from Lingyin sect. What? Lingyin sect? That's a major sect. How did news of my flying sword spread so far? There's a mole. There must be a mole. I'll investigate. Thoroughly.
Pang Sihai shut down the shop and summoned everyone for a round of questioning. In the end, he found nothing. Someone who could recognize a flying sword wouldn't confess under a few threats. As for Zhang Bufan, after checking into the inn, the mother and daughter grew more familiar with him. They spoke of their purpose for heading to Lanling City, not to find work, but to retrieve the husband's body. Unable to afford a cart, they had buried him on the spot. The woman's husband had been a guard in the imperial city, a personal attendant to the crown prince. One day, during a shift change, his spear accidentally clattered to the ground. The crown prince, already vexed, snatched up the spear and beat him to death on the spot. No one dared intervene. When the woman went to claim the body, the imperial court refused to pay a single gold coin and ordered her to remove it quickly, threatening to dump it in a mass grave. A frail woman like her could not defy the royal family. She had no choice but to bury the body hastily, and her travel fare back was scraped together by her husband's old friends. Zhang Bufan sympathized deeply with the mother and daughter, but the woman's fiery pride meant she would never accept charity without reason. The next day, the carriage reached another town uneventfully. Zhang Bufan, still unsure how to help, bought them bedding and let the mother and daughter spend the night in the carriage with the driver. On the third day, they were close to Guamping City. Another band of mountain bandits appeared on the road. Zhang Bufan again lured them into the woods with tales of his wealth, killed them, and ransacked their hideout. This time there were no spirit stones, only a chest of gold and over 2 million in gold notes. Zhang Bufan planned to exchange the gold for notes, as his storage pouch was small, and 3 chests of gold took up too much space. By afternoon, they finally reached Guamping City. As he stepped down from the carriage, Jiang Yin and her parents were waiting for him.
Miss Jiang, what a coincidence. Are you heading out?
Zhang Bufan asked.
I came specially to wait for you. And who is this little girl?
Jiang Yin noticed Guer, the little girl holding Zhang Bufan's hand.
Let me introduce you. This is my good friend Guer, and this is her mother. Come on, let's walk and talk.
Before long, Zhang Bufan spotted the Sihai Trading Company.
This Sihai Trading Company was the one that shipped the flying sword. If they handle such items, maybe they have other cultivation resources. I need to test them, but asking directly would give me away.
Zhang Bufan glanced at Guer, who was holding his hand.
I've got it. Huh?
Zhang Bufan used his spiritual energy to place a spirit stone beside Guer, then made her pretend to slip, so her hand landed right on the stone.
Ouch, Guer, be careful. The road is slippery,
Zhang Bufan said.
Guer, what's that in your hand? Oh, it looks like jade,
Jiang Yan's father remarked. Zhang Bufan had been waiting for someone to say exactly that.
Guer is so lucky. If it's jade, it might be worth some money. There's a trading company nearby. Let's go ask. That doesn't seem right. It's a found item,
Guer's mother said.
Oh, sister, in times like these, as long as you don't steal or rob, you're a good person. What's wrong with finding something?
Jiang Yan's mother said.
Well, all right. Let's go ask.
Guer's mother finally agreed. Ho-san watched Zhang Bufan's act from the side.
I'll do the talking. Don't say a word, all of you,
Zhang Bufan said. So the whole group entered the Sihai Trading Company.
Sir, do you buy jade here?
Zhang Bufan inquired. The young men observed this family, utterly unable to discern their composition. 3 of them appeared to be individuals of status, while the rest seemed like ordinary folk.
Accepting, of course, I'm accepting. Let me see what it's like.
Zhang Bufan deliberately wrapped the spirit stone in several layers of a small handkerchief, then opened them one by one. The young man's eyes visibly brightened upon seeing the stone.
You? Where did this come from?
He asked excitedly.
This has been passed down from our ancestors. We wouldn't be selling it if times weren't so hard. Are you taking it or not?
Taking.
Of course he'll take it.
The young man was practically drooling.
Oh, how much? If you offer too little, we won't sell. I'll give you 800 gold coins. How about that?
Upon hearing such a large sum, Guer's mother behind him could no longer remain composed.
Only 800. I'll go ask elsewhere,
Zhang Bufan said, reaching to take back the spirit stone.
Hey, young men, prices are negotiable. How much do you want to sell it for?
Zhang Bufan deliberately looked hesitant.
This was left by our ancestors. You must give me at least 1,000.
Hearing this, the young man calculated that even at 1,000, he could still earn several hundred.
Fine deal. I'll give you the gold notes now. Would like some scattered gold and silver coins.
Zhang Bufan's request perfectly mimicked that of a destitute family.
Sure.
The young man readily gave them the gold coins. Zhang Bufan immediately handed them all over to Guo's mother.
Brother Zhang, this. Perhaps we should split it. Sister, to be honest, you saw me earlier. Am not short of this money.
Zhang Bufan patted his own chest, having already revealed his wealth once on the carriage.
Brother Zhang, thank you so much. Where do you live? I'll come pay you New Year's respects in a couple of days. Sure. I live at No. 3-yard Blacksmith's Alley.
Jiang Yan firmly committed this address to memory. Jiang Yan's family watched Zhang Bufan's actions, growing more satisfied with each passing moment. Of course, a cultivator's disregard for such a small sum of money was secondary. Their keen eyes saw through it all. This was likely a charade he orchestrated to help the mother and daughter. After Guo and her mother left, Jiang Yan invited them to her home for dinner that evening.
Oh, my family is quite large. Can your house accommodate us?
Zhang Bufan was also counting Chang Yufeng and the others.
Rest assured, the Jiang residence has plenty of space,
said Father Jiang.
All right, then we'll go home for a bit and come by in the evening.
Zhang Bufan led Ho San to the door of Chang Yufeng's place, where they could already hear Gao Lingling and Liang Zifeng arguing from a distance, one insisting on meat-filled dumplings, the other on vegetable-filled ones. Zhang Bufan pushed open the door and entered.
Just make 100 of each kind, meat and vegetable.
Upon hearing the familiar voice, everyone stood up excitedly.
Little brother, you're back. Our boss was just saying it's almost New Year's. Why haven't you returned yet?
Liang Zifeng was the most enthusiastic.
And this is?
Chang Yufeng asked.
This is a friend I made in Lonling City, Ho San.
He then introduced everyone's names to Ho San one by one. After exchanging pleasantries, they entered the house. The fire inside was blazing, making it warm and cozy. They had already bought some New Year's goods, like meat, vegetables, and sweets, but they didn't seem to have much.
Brother Chang, has business been bad this past month before the New Year?
Zhang Bufan asked.
Yes, it's been snowing all month. It's hard to do missions, and those posting them think they're too difficult to complete, so there are fewer of them. No worries. I did quite well in Lonling City. Made some gold.
With that, Zhang Bufan waved his hand and produced 3 chests of gold.
Little brother, is this your New Year shopping? Just open them and see.
When they opened the 3 chests, the dazzling golden light was blinding.
This. Brother Zhang, how did you get so much gold? Don't just stand there dumbfounded. Load it onto the cart, let's go exchange it for gold notes. It's not easy to carry around like this, right?
So the 7 of them pushed the cart together towards the money shop. The snow was too deep for the horse to pull, so they had to push it themselves.
I'm an idiot. I should have just stored it away first and taken it out when we got to the door.
Zhang Bufan's aim was to avoid revealing his identity.
Being a cultivator is great,
said Xiaolong.
I don't know how to guide you yet, but once I return from Lingyin sect, I will guide you all onto the path of cultivation. Really, little brother? That's wonderful. I heard cultivators don't age, is that true?
Asked Liang Zifeng.
I don't know. I haven't even set foot through the gates of cultivation yet.
Chatting and laughing, they arrived at the money shop. They carried the large chests inside. Usually only big clients, like the Four Seas Trading Company, brought in such quantities. Today was unusual. The money shop inspected them, and found no issues. They weighed the gold, over 7,000 caddies in total, equivalent to over 2 million in gold notes. Zhang Bufan gave each of them 100,000. Then, they went to buy New Year's goods, buying the most expensive items, and enough to last a month. They filled a large cart to the brim and headed back.
Little brother, tonight I'll bake you some meat pies,
said Gao Lingling.
Sister Ling, no need. Tonight I'm taking you all out for a delicious meal, and it's free.
Zhang Bufan then recounted the situation with the Jiang family. Everyone put away the New Year's goods, and as dusk approached they set off towards the Jiang residence. The servants at the gate had already been informed.
Are you immortal Master Zhang?
Zhang Bufan felt quite exasperated. The more he wanted to keep a low profile, the more everyone seemed to know.
Yes.
They entered the Jiang family estate.
What a huge courtyard. Look, a little bridge, a pond, and flowing water that hasn't frozen.
They felt like they had entered a grand garden, finding everything novel.
Immortal Master Zhang, your presence graces our humble home. It is our great honor. Uncle Jiang, just call me Xiao Zhang. Immortal Master Zhang sounds so awkward.
Jiang Yan's parents were waiting for them in the inner courtyard. Despite the falling snow, they stood without umbrellas, a testament to their sincerity.
All right, I'll call you Xiao Zhang then. And these friends.
Zhang Bufan introduced Chan Yufeng and the others one by one. They took their seats in the main hall, where a large round table had been set, easily seating over a dozen people. There were over 20 different dishes, each a feast for the eyes and nose.
Come, let's eat and chat. Try this vintage wine I've been aging for 30 years.
It was wonderfully fragrant. Father Jiang poured a cup for each person, and indeed, the aroma was intoxicating.
Today we are specifically here to thank Xiao Zhang for saving my daughter's life. On behalf of the Jiang family, I thank you for this great kindness. Let me drink to that first.
Father Jiang downed his cup in one go.
Master Jiang, you can't drink alone. We're all craving it too.
Liang Zifeng said.
Ha, everyone drink together. Together.
Father Jiang urged them. After the feast had progressed through 5 rounds of drinks, Father Jiang spoke.
I wonder if immortal Master Zhang has become a guest elder for any family.
Zhang Bufan was taken aback with his level of cultivation. How could he possibly serve as a guest elder? He quickly smiled.
Uncle Jiang flatters me. I haven't even entered the sect yet, so how could I qualify to be a guest elder? After the new year, I'll go to cultivate at Lingyin sect.
These words astonished everyone. Lingyin sect was the most renowned immortal sect in the Lanhua kingdom. Any disciple who entered its hallowed halls was a being of lofty status.
Oh, really? Congratulations.
Then Zhang Bufan continued.
But I'm only a menial disciple. I don't even know if a menial disciple counts as a true disciple of Lingyin sect.
Zhang Bufan was quite optimistic. He didn't seem to mind whether he was considered a true disciple of Lingyin sect. As long as he could enter, he was already overjoyed.
In the eyes of outsiders, merely bearing the name Lingyin sect is an extraordinary thing,
Father Jiang said. Originally, he had intended to invite Zhang Bufan to be their family's guest elder, but now there was no need to ask. The young man would surely refuse. The meal lasted late into the night, with both host and guest thoroughly enjoying themselves. On the way back,
Lingling, that fish from their house was delicious. I wonder how they made it. Sweet and sour. I still think that sweet potato was the best, especially with the caramel coating.
Zhang Bufan's arrival had been immensely significant for them. Not only did it ensure their New Year's supplies were plentiful, but Father Jiang had just promised that all future tasks requiring outsiders would be assigned to them. This brought them great peace of mind. Relying on such a second-rate family meant they could live without worry about food and clothing. After returning, Zhang Bufan borrowed a large bucket from them, boiled medicinal herbs, and immersed himself completely to begin both body tempering and cultivation simultaneously. He discovered that while tempering his body, his cultivation speed increased, and he absorbed spirit stones much faster. Now he needed 200 spirit stones each night, which put immense pressure on him. However, he didn't realize that the accelerated absorption was due to his meridians becoming thicker. In fact, not only his meridians, but also his spiritual roots were thickening during the medicinal bath. Those then indistinct spiritual roots even began to manifest. The next day, he decided to visit his mother in person. Early in the morning, braving the heavy snow, he shouldered his bow, mounted his horse, and set off alone. Since it was daytime, he decided to first go to the mountain stream in 10,000 Beasts Forest to check on the fruit tree and the patch of grass. He planned to gather more grass to make grass pills. The snowfall slowed the horse's pace. His own running speed far exceeded the horse's, so he simply tied the horse to a noodle shop at the eastern edge of the city. He was merely accustomed to riding. When going out, he hadn't realized that he no longer needed a horse at all. Now, with a single leap, he could cover 500 meters and reach a height of 50 meters. After sprinting for the time, it takes to burn an incense stick, he arrived at the mountain stream. The surroundings were covered in snow, but the temperature within the stream seemed higher, and the snow had melted. The fruit tree was indeed laden with a vibrant red cluster of 70 to 80 fruits. They were more numerous and larger than before. He picked them all and stored them in his storage pouch. He then went to the patch of blue grass. These grasses were indeed impervious to the cold, growing luxuriantly. He now had 3 storage pouches. After killing those 2 cultivators, everything they owned had become his. The 2 law swords were of exceptional quality. He picked them up, wrapped them in spiritual energy, and used them to cut the grass. The severed grass was directly collected into the other 2 storage pouches. He mowed down the entire patch of grass, filling both storage pouches to the brim. He then caught 2 rabbits, each weighing 40 to 50 catties. After removing the fur and innards, he stored them in his pouch, planning to roast them only after reaching the rear of his mother's prison cell. He also wanted to visit his father and Master Huang. So he ran to the large locust tree, only to find that the 2 grave mounds were gone, replaced by a pit. Carved into the tree were the words,
"If you want the bones, come to the Wang family."
Rage surged within Zhang Bufan. But he quickly calmed down. This was clearly an open scheme. If he went, a trap would surely await him.
If I can't storm in openly, I can still steal them in the dark.
So he cultivated until nightfall, consuming over 70 more spirit stones. First he went to his mother's prison cell. Extending his divine sense, he found that she was still well and in good spirits. So outside, he roasted the rabbit meat, wrapped it in leaves, and tossed it inside along with the fruits. Then he left. After scouting outside the Wang residence for half an hour, he confirmed that a very powerful cultivator was meditating in one of the rooms. As long as he didn't use spiritual energy, he wouldn't easily alert that cultivator. Now, even without using spiritual energy, an ordinary 7-level martial artist was no match for him. In fact, he had underestimated the effects of his several medicinal baths. If he realized how astonishingly high his defense had become, he would be far more confident. He also found his father's remains directly covered with a straw mat and left in the courtyard. 1 set of bones and 1 dried corpse that hadn't yet decayed. That must be Master Huang's. No one was guarding them. They must have assumed Zhang Bufan wouldn't dare to come after such a long time. Stealing the remains now should be very simple. After all, they thought carrying 2 corpses over the wall would be extremely difficult. Little did they know that Zhang Bufan was a cultivator with storage pouches.
But if I leave just like that, it would be too easy on them. It'll burn down the Wang residence instead.
Zhang Bufan tore strips from his inner garment and wrapped them around an arrow. He first jumped and collected the remains into his storage pouch. Then, retreating 500 meters from the Wang residence, he lit the arrowhead and shot it in. He fired 5 arrows in total. Only 2 ignited the buildings, but that was enough. He sprinted away. Even a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage couldn't extend their divine sense that far or that fast. Wang Wenyao and Wang Yupeng knew that Zhang Bufan had returned. Not only had he stolen the remains, but he had also set fire to 2 buildings.
Immortal Master Wu, what should we do now? I told you, if your men report his whereabouts to me, I will naturally capture him. But now we haven't even seen a shadow. What can I do?
Wang Wenyao knew he couldn't blame the other man. It was all because Zhang Bufan was too cunning, and they had been careless. They hadn't thought he could steal the remains so easily, so they hadn't maintained strict vigilance. Now there were few things left that could lure Zhang Bufan into a trap.
Father, isn't Zhang Bufan about to turn 14? Didn't the City Lord's mansion say that once he turns 14, he would be taken into custody? That's true. Why not use the City Lord's mansion's power to capture him?
So the next day, the 2 went to the City Lord's mansion to report that the little fool from their household, knowing he was about to be imprisoned, had run away a few days ago. City Lord Yang Yongle received the father and son. Yang Yongle himself was a 7-level martial artist, far from a fool. He naturally knew that the person caught a few days prior was none other than Zhang Bufan. Now the Wang family was trying to manipulate the City Lord's mansion.
Oh, is that so? Then the City Lord's mansion must certainly apprehend this criminal. However, Patriarch Wang, murder is a grave crime. Even if you catch the perpetrator who killed your family members, you must hand him over to the City Lord's mansion. Setting up a private court is against the law in the Lanhui Kingdom.
Yang Yungle had no regard for the Wang family. Wang Wenyan naturally knew what he was referring to.
I am well aware of that. I won't disturb you further, City Lord Yang. No need to see me out,
Yang Yungle said with displeasure. He hadn't forgotten that Wang Yunpeng had tortured one of his own maidservants to death not long ago, a maid who was his daughter's favorite.
Father, what's wrong? That Wang Wenyao actually wants the City Lord's mansion to catch that little fool for him. Humph. Oh, Father, which outfit do you think I should bring when I go to Lingyin sect? Haha, my daughter can bring whatever she likes. Since outer disciples are allowed to bring one attendant, you can take Xiuya with you to carry your suitcase.
Indeed, Yang Shaochen had also participated in the Lingyin sect disciple recruitment test held in Lanling City. She had been found to possess a water spiritual root, and was accepted as an outer disciple. Indeed, Yang Shaochen had also participated in the Lingyin sect disciple recruitment test held in Lanling City. She had been found to possess a water spiritual root, and was accepted as an outer disciple. Yang Yungle grew increasingly satisfied with this daughter. Not only was she beautiful, and a 4th-level martial artist, but she now possessed a spiritual root enabling her to become an immortal master. This was akin to adding wings to a tiger for the Yang family. Yang Xuchen at 17 was born into a wealthy family yet lacked the arrogant temperament typical of rich young ladies. Instead, she was remarkably reasonable and compassionate towards the servants. Every maid and guard in the city lord's mansion adored this girl. Upon returning to Guangping City, Zhang Bufan immediately sought out a cemetery. He purchased 2 top-quality Nama coffins and buried his father and Master Huang alone, leaving no tombstone for fear that someone might use it to threaten him in the future. When he returned, everyone was still awake, gathered around the fire in the main room waiting for him. This feeling gave him a sense of family. Seeing that no one had slept, Zhang Bufan gave each of them a fruit to eat. Shortly after they finished eating, Chan Yufeng Gaoda and Ho San unexpectedly broke through.
Brother Zhang, what kind of immortal fruit is this? It's incredibly powerful.
Chang Yufeng, now a 7th-level martial artist, was nearly invincible in Guangping City barring the presence of cultivators. Otherwise, how would the Four Seas Trading Company recognize spirit stones?
Since everyone is so energetic, why not help me with something?
Turning these herbs into juice would have taken him days alone. So everyone set to work. Some used stone rollers, others used rolling pins to mash them. After an hour, they produced over 100 jin of herb juice. Next, they boiled the juice in a large cauldron to evaporate the water. When it thickened into a sticky paste, they rolled it into pills by hand. In the end, they produced over 200 herb pills. Zhang Bufan set up an iron mesh and gently roasted them over a low flame. By then everyone was exhausted and went to sleep. Zhang Bufan continued his medicinal bath. The pain no longer bothered him, allowing him to focus on cultivation. That night, he consumed over 100 spirit stones, but with more than 4,000 in his possession, he had enough for a while. Early the next morning, he checked on his herb pills and found them dry. He ate one. It dissolved instantly in his mouth, rich in spiritual energy that flowed directly into his meridians faster than using spirit stones. So everyone ate a few pills. Unexpectedly, Zhao Long, Liang Zifeng, and Gao Lingling, who hadn't broken through the previous night, all advanced in succession. Zhang Bufan told them the herbs came from the 10,000 Beast Forest. If they were interested, they could find and process them themselves, which might benefit their martial or cultivation paths. The Sword Soul Adventure team was now likely the strongest in the area. Today was the 30th day of the lunar month. Everyone made dumplings together, preparing various fillings and freezing them outside in the snow.
Someone's arguing outside.
Zhang Bufan was the first to hear the quarrel. Curious, he went out to see. An old man pulling a cart of charcoal was arguing with a neighbor.
Sister, this carload for just 120 silver coins is truly not expensive. And you want to take off 20. I'd be making this trip for nothing. Look at this heavy snow. Old man, look at the time. If I don't buy your charcoal, do you think anyone else will? But I wouldn't even cover my labor costs. We earn our money through hard work. Old man, forget it. I don't want your charcoal anymore. Take it back.
The woman snatched back the money.
Uncle, come here. Well, take your charcoal.
The woman glared at Zhang Bufan from across the street, but dared not say anything, likely aware of who they were.
All right. You'll bring it in.
The old man pulled the cart, his little donkey straining, but the snow was too deep. Zhang Bufan released a surge of spiritual energy, effortlessly pulling the cart into his yard.
How much for a cartload? 120 a cart, young sir. All right, raise the deal. I'll have you do some work for me. You can distribute this charcoal to each room, and I'll pay you extra, okay? Oh, what are you saying? This is my job. No need for extra pay. All right, go ahead.
Soon the old man finished unloading the charcoal. Then Zhang Bufan suggested he help clear the snow since they were busy. The old man agreed and cleared the snow. Zhang Bufan took out a 10 gold coin banknote.
Uncle, I don't have any small change. Consider this 10 gold coins as payment for your extra work. Young master, I have change.
Ho-san, not grasping the situation, spoke up. Zhang Bufan stared at him and asked,
Do you have change?
Ho-san finally realized he had spoken out of turn. He glanced at the banknote in his hand.
I only have 10 gold notes too. None left. None left. Uncle, as you can see, we have no small change. Just take it. It's a tip for you. Go on. We're busy.
The old man pulled his cart away, tears glistening in his eyes. Zhang Bufan closed the door, and using his divine sense noticed the old man clearing the snow from their alley. Zhang Bufan smiled and continued making dumplings. His mother's favorite were pork and chive dumplings, so he made extra to steam later and bring some to his parents' graves. As soon as it got dark, firecrackers started popping.
Brother Zhang, come on, let's set off some fireworks. We bought plenty yesterday. All right.
The 7 of them enjoyed a harmonious evening as firecrackers crackled outside, and snow continued to fall. Guer and her mother ate steaming dumplings, having bought chicken, duck, fish, and meat. This was the most prosperous New Year they had ever had.
Mother, do you think Big Brother and the others are eating dumplings? Of course they are. Then should we go pay them a New Year's visit tomorrow morning? Absolutely. We must thank Big Brother for making this New Year so wonderful.
Zhang Bufan took a large box of dumplings and left. At his father and Master Huang's graves, he placed 2 plates of dumplings, a bottle of liquor, and a roast chicken. Then he went to his mother's prison cell. He found them also eating dumplings, but each person had only 3. Zhang Bufan wrapped steaming dumplings in oil paper and tossed them in, at least 20 each.
Hey, you out there. Happy New Year. Thank you for always bringing us food.
Zhang Bufan didn't reply and left. Back home, everyone was gathered around the stove eating nuts. They chatted and laughed until midnight when the watchman's bell sounded. It was the 331st year of the Qingli era. Zhang Bufan was now 14. In Sanyang continent, 14 marked adulthood.
Father, mother, rest assured. In at most another year I will avenge father. And mother, by this time next year you will surely be celebrating the new year with me.
Everyone spent the night laughing, chatting, eating, and drinking, enveloped in an atmosphere of harmony and joy. The next day, as per tradition, a temple fair was held in the city. There were acrobats, opera singers, magicians, and various food stalls, all undeterred by the wind and rain. Early in the morning, before Zhang Bufan could even climb out of his large wooden tub, he heard a knock at the door. Ho-san went to open it.
Guer, it's you.
Mother and daughter carried a lunchbox. The snow had stopped and the sun was out, promising a fine day.
Brother Ho, is Brother Zhang awake? We've come to wish you a Happy New Year. Big Brother is here.
Guer pounced over.
Happy New Year, Big Brother. Guer wishes you a Happy New Year. Then I must give you some New Year's money.
Zhang Bufan pulled out a gold note, not even looking at the amount, and handed it directly to Guer. He also took out a fruit. Guer gave the money to her mother and began eating the bright red fruit.
Oh, my brother Zhang, why did you give so much money? This is 100 gold coins. It's just New Year's money. It's fine, put it away. Brother Zhang, I brought you some food, all homemade and still warm. Please have a taste.
Ho-san called everyone to get up and stoke the fire. The whole group gathered around the hearth, enjoying the desserts and braised snacks made by Guer's mother.
Sister, these braised chicken feet are absolutely delicious. Don't go back today. I'll buy some ingredients later, and you can teach me. All right. We'll have lunch at Big Brother's place. Fine, we'll see what your 2 sisters can do.
Gao Lingling seemed quite fond of Guer. A child of 4 or 5 was naturally endearing.
Where do you have any New Year's wishes?
Zhang Bufan asked.
I just want to avenge my father.
Zhang Bufan looked at her.
You see, these uncles are all adventurers. If someone pays them a commission, they can help you do it.
Guar thought for a moment.
Then I have a piece of candy here. Can you help me?
Zhang Bufan looked at the candy in her small hand and took it.
I accept this quest of yours, little sister.
Ho-san reminded him.
Young master, that's the crown prince. So what if he's the crown prince? Once I enter the Linging sect, I will handle matters others dare not touch and kill those others dare not kill.
At that moment, they noticed a radiant light emanating from Zhang Bufan. But Guar and her mother didn't take it seriously, thinking he was just humoring the child. After finishing the food, they no longer needed breakfast. The streets had already become lively. Children wore new clothes and adults were beaming with joy. Red lanterns and spring festival couplets hung outside dazzlingly bright against the snowy backdrop.
Mom, I want a candied hawthorn.
Guar's mother was no longer stingy and bought one for her. Gao Lingling and Liang Zifeng saw it and wanted one too. As Zhang Bufan walked, he cautiously extended his divine sense feeling for any fluctuations of spiritual energy in the surroundings. This was Zhang Bufan's first time experiencing such an atmosphere. As a child, he wasn't allowed to wander freely. After escaping the Wang family, he spent every New Year alone in the 10,000 Beast Forest. A celebration like this was a first for him. The most bustling place was the square. A stage had been erected days in advance. The performers were already made up and ready to begin the opera. These opera performers were not a highly respected profession in this place, some dismissively calling them actors. Their income depended entirely on the tips from the audience below.
Come on, let's go watch the show. Look how many people are down there,
Gao Lingling said. They finally managed to find a row of seats on the edge and sat down.
Oh, look at that one with the best figure, little Lotus. She's only 12 and already a famous star. I still prefer her sister, Little Phoenix. An 18-year-old maiden is far better than a 12-year-old brat.
The people around them started gossiping. None of the adventurers in their team paid any attention. When did they ever care about such things? Zhang Bufan listened to them singing on stage, but couldn't understand a word. However, he was quite interested in their movements, thinking they might be useful if applied to martial arts techniques. As the song ended, people began throwing money onto the stage. Some deliberately aimed at the two actresses, seemingly to satisfy some perverse pleasure. There was an unspoken rule that those who gave substantial tips could go up on stage to show their face and state their name. But it took at least 10 gold coins to be willing to show one's face, any less would be too embarrassing.
Guar, go toss a tip for your big brother.
Zhang Bufan gave Guar a gold note. Without even looking at it, she happily agreed. Imitating the earlier patrons, she said to the shorter actress on stage,
My big brother tips. How much is this? Oh, I can't read.
The young actress looked at it, gasped, and covered her mouth.
100 gold coins. Oh, my big brother tips 100 gold coins.
Guar handed over the money and was about to leave.
Little sister, what's your big brother's name?
The troop leader quickly asked. 100 was no small sum, even the wealthy families weren't necessarily so generous.
My big brother's name is... I don't know. I just call him Big Brother.
She pointed in Zhang Bufan's direction, but the crowd was too dense to see who it was.
This kid is really generous. In previous years, the highest tipper was always Boss Pang and City Lord Gua. The two of them basically took turns being at the top every year. Now, if they want to keep the top spot this year, they'll have to spend more money. They're not short on cash. Boss Pang's 4C's trading company makes at least a few million gold coins a year. That's true.
At that moment, Pang Sihai and Gua Jinxiang were sitting right in the middle of the front row of the stage. They exchanged a glance but said nothing. The next performance began and new characters took the stage. Backstage,
Little Lotus, who do you think gave you all those gold notes just now? It wasn't Boss Pang or City Lord Gua. Some big brother. Do you think he's taken a liking to you?
Little Phoenix said.
Taken a liking to me? If anything, it would be you. How old am I? Look how old you are.
Little Lotus pointed at Little Phoenix's chest.
You little wretch, daring to tease me.
As they were playfully scuffling, a young man entered.
Greetings, ladies. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Guan and my father is the city lord of Guangping City.
The two quickly bowed.
Greetings, young Master Gua. No need for formalities. I would like to invite you both to lunch at the Fragrant Tower. Please do not refuse.
His tone brooked no refusal, a clear display of authority.
Then we thank young Master Gua for his kindness. Young Master Gua, we still have to go on stage and do our makeup. Please wait for us at the Fragrant Tower.
They dared not refuse such an invitation. To do so would mean they could never perform in this place again. After 4 performances in the morning, the troupe took a midday break, so everyone dispersed for a while. Some simply bought spirit stones from the street vendors to satiate their hunger, but Zhang Bufan and his group, being a sizable party, could not settle for such casual fare.
Brother Chang, which is the finest tavern in Guangping City?
Zhang Bufan inquired.
That would undoubtedly be the Fragrant Pavilion. Last year a few of us brothers dined there, and their crispy duck was truly delectable. Indeed, their osmanthus wine is also exquisite. I still recall that flavor to this day,
said Gauda.
Excellent. Today your younger brother shall treat you all to the Fragrant Pavilion,
Zhang Bufan declared.
Splendid.
And so the group proceeded to the Fragrant Pavilion, which was nearly packed to capacity.
Gentlemen, please enter.
The waiter greeted them.
Honored guest seating is limited, so we must ask you to dine upstairs.
Upstairs they took their seats. Zhang Bufan had recently learned a new trick: simply order the tavern's top 10 best-selling dishes.
Waiter, bring us your tavern's top 10 best-selling dishes. And you have osmanthus wine, correct? Bring 2 jars.
The waiter glanced at the menu, noting that some dishes in the top 10 were quite costly.
Honored guest, the top 10 dishes. They might be.
The waiter stammered, looking over their group.
All right, not enough. I alone could eat 5 dishes. Then double each of the top 10 dishes. Huh. That should do it.
They were well aware of Zhang Bufan's appetite. Indeed, this amount of food was consumable.
Honored guest, I meant that some of these dishes are quite expensive. Afraid we'll welch on the bill. Here, take this 100 gold note as a deposit. Settle the account after the meal, how about that?
Zhang Bufan produced a gold note and handed it over.
It's too much. I'll have the dishes brought up immediately. Didn't expect such a high roller, though. These gentlemen's attire doesn't quite fit the part.
The waiter muttered as he walked away.
Big brother, look at that lantern, it's so beautiful.
In the next private room, little Lotus heard this voice and immediately rushed out.
Little sister, you're here too.
Guer's eyes widened as she looked at the girl.
Who are you, sister? I don't know you. Am the one who performed on stage today. And who is your big brother?
Everyone looked at little Lotus, whose large eyes marked her as a true beauty in the making. Soon Xiao Fengxian also emerged. She was already a fully blossomed beauty.
Big brother is just big brother,
Guer said, tugging at Zhang Bufan's arm.
This. Young master, thank you for your generous tip.
Zhang Bufan looked at the bashful girl before him.
It's nothing. You dance while you deserve the reward.
The group was speechless. What kind of talk was that? She was an opera singer, and he praised her dancing. Then they realized he likely meant their fundamentals were solid.
Let me see who's so wealthy as to tip 100 gold coins.
A man emerged from the private room. It was Guan, son of the city lord. Guan looked at Zhang Bufan and then at their humble attire.
Where did this nouveau riche come from? Daring to steal the spotlight like this, aren't you afraid of bad luck later?
Guan continued his mockery.
And who might you be?
Zhang Bufan asked.
You don't even know who I am yet, you dare to roam Guangping City. Listen well, I'm Gua, and the eldest son of the city lord's mansion. And you, boy, do you dare to state your name?
Guan's reputation was known to nearly everyone in Guangping City, but Zhang Bufan was oblivious.
Zhang Bufan, a disciple of the Lingyin sect.
Zhang Bufan produced his disciple token of the Lingyin sect. One side bore the large characters,
Lingyin sect,
while the other side read,
Menial servant. You? Immortal master, our apologies. We had no idea an immortal master had arrived. We shall take our leave at once.
Zhang Bufan's identity spread like wildfire through the fragrant pavilion. The owner personally came out to return the gold note, insisting that the meal was on the house.
Are you joking? Do you think I lack such petty cash? Charge me every single coin without exception, lest word get back to the sect that am abusing the Lingyin sect's name to freeload. Yes! Yes! The owner quickly retreated. Their dishes arrived the fastest, and soon a large table was laden with food. This duck. Delicious. Truly delicious. The osmanthus wine is wonderful. Not bad. Zhang Bufan took a sip of the wine. In the private room, Guan had lost all his earlier arrogance and treated the two young women with courtesy given the formidable presence outside. After finishing his meal, he slipped away hastily. Little Lotus and Xiao Fengxian apologized to the group and also departed. Who would have thought he was an immortal master? No wonder he was so wealthy. Exactly. But this immortal master looks just like an ordinary person, Little Lotus remarked. Who knows? We've never seen an immortal master before. Upon returning, Guan informed his father that the one who had tipped 100 gold coins was actually an immortal master from the Lingyin sect. What? Why would an immortal master from the Lingyin sect come to a small place like Guangping City? Guo Jinxiang was startled. Well, maybe his family is here, and he returned for the New Year holiday. That's possible. Should we go and make his acquaintance? No need, father. Our household already has its own immortal masters. We do indeed, and two who can fly at that. But even those two wouldn't dare act presumptuously before this young immortal master, believe it or not. The Lingyin sect is a behemoth. How could our guest cultivators, mere rogue cultivators, compare? But he's probably already left by now. Go and look for him. They're a large group, and that little girl. She's with him. All right, I'll go search. In the afternoon, Zhang Bufan and his companions browsed other street performances and various throwing games where one could win prizes. They played until the sun was nearly setting, then went to the market street to buy ingredients for braised dishes before returning home to cook. In the evening, just as they were enjoying a lively meal, the Jiang family of 3 arrived. Zhang Bufan quickly invited them in, and they gathered around the stove to share the braised dishes made that afternoon. Jiang Yan praised the food repeatedly. Guer's mother taught us how to make this, said Gao Lingling. Guer's mother is truly skilled, Jiang Yan complimented. The 3 of them also brought some homemade delicacies, which they shared with everyone. The group ate with great delight. It was very late when they finally departed. Zhang Bufan stayed up late to prepare his bath. Little brother, what kind of medicinal concoction is this? It smells wonderful. Ha ha, these are all treasures used for body refinement. If there's any left over, I'll share some with you. He doubted there would be any surplus. 14 sessions required a specific amount of ice heart flour, and he likely had just enough. By the way, Ho-Sen, give them that martial technique. You've memorized it all right. I've memorized it all, young master. Ho-San handed over the shadow steps technique. Zhang Bufan believed this footwork was truly exceptional. Mastering it would provide a significant advantage in combat against peers of the same level. When I go to the Lingyin sect, my status as a menial disciple will absolutely not allow me to bring a servant. Stay here for a while, and they'll find a way to bring you up when the opportunity arises. When I go to the Lingyin sect, my status as a menial disciple will absolutely not allow me to bring a servant. Stay here for a while, and they'll find a way to bring you up when the opportunity arises. Zhang Bufan had been soaking in the wooden barrel for 4 days now. He felt that aside from the pain diminishing, his cultivation speed seemed to have increased, requiring him to absorb 200 spirit stones each night. He currently had enough spirit stones to reach Lingyin sect. On the 2nd day of the new year, Guan led the city lord's men in searching for Zhang Bufan for half a day without finding any clues. Could this immortal master have merely passed through Guangping City? That doesn't make sense. Who would go out on the 1st day of the new year? Exactly. Tomorrow I'll take the men to focus on searching the temple fair for that little girl. Once we find her, we'll surely locate the immortal master. Good, but we must be cautious in our attitude. We cannot offend the immortal master. If we do, it will be trouble. Not only might I lose my position as city lord, but even my life may be at stake. With nothing else to do, Zhang Bufan decided to cultivate at home. He reckoned that with at most 500 more spirit stones, he could break through to the 6th layer. I'll pay another visit to the Wang family tonight. I can't let them have it easy. He cultivated until afternoon, then woke up hungry, having skipped lunch. He took out a dozen fruits to eat. Suddenly he noticed a few talismans. A whimsical thought struck Zhang Bufan. What if he tried to copy them according to the patterns and see if they worked?
He remembered he needed yellow paper and cinnabar. So he went to the street to see if any shops were still open. After walking past several, he finally found one that was open. He bought a large pile of yellow paper, and cinnabar, returned home, found a worn-out brush, and cut the yellow paper into pieces. He began meticulously copying the patterns from the fireball talisman. After drawing over a dozen sheets, he finally produced one that looked identical. But when he tossed it out, there was no effect at all.
What's missing? Could it be that I lack spiritual energy? I should infuse my brush with spiritual power.
Then he drew a few more sheets, and finally managed one that was an exact replica.
Whoosh!
Before he could make the fireball ignite, the talisman burst into flames in his hand.
Wouldn't this hurt myself? Is there something else besides spiritual energy that's missing? What else do cultivators have besides spiritual energy? Divine sense soul power.
Zhang Bufan began attempting to channel both spiritual energy and soul power into the brush simultaneously.
Crack!
The brush split apart.
Damn! What's this? The brush is too poor to withstand prolonged infusion of spiritual energy.
So he had to use his finger to trace the patterns, since his own body could surely endure the spiritual energy. He carefully copied with his little finger. After another dozen sheets, the first decent product emerged. He threw it out, and with a flick of his divine sense, the talisman ignited in the wind. A fireball the size of a watermelon smashed into the front wall, blasting a large hole through it.
What's happening? What's happening? Is someone attacking?
Chang Yufeng immediately rushed out of his room. Then everyone else came out. Zhang Bufan quickly explained that he had accidentally damaged the wall. He then drew a few more talismans. Though they weren't as effective as the originals, they were at least usable. Then he began to feel dizzy. This sensation was similar to what he felt when moving objects with his mind. He then started brewing a medicinal liquid to temper his body. After more than an hour, his divine sense regained clarity. His cultivation had also reached its final stage. With one more day, he would surely break through. Once his divine sense was clear, he discovered he could now control a range of 80 meters. It was midnight, and he decided to go to Pinging City. His speed had also noticeably increased. He used his own spirit travel talisman, which, though not as effective as the original, clearly boosted his pace. In just the time it takes to burn an incense stick, he arrived outside the Wang family's courtyard wall. From a distance, he saw that the house burned last time hadn't been rebuilt yet.
All right. I have fireball talismans. I can just attach them to arrowheads and shoot them off.
Without further ado, he shot off all 4 of his fireball talismans in quick succession. Without even checking the blaze, he slipped straight into the 10,000 beasts forest to hunt some game for roasting. The Wang family was in dire straits. Many guards had already made excuses to leave. Such sudden attacks were impossible to defend against. This time 2 more buildings in their compound caught fire. Wu felt deeply guilty and simply declared that he would no longer handle the Wang family's affairs. Even though he received monthly payments, he had been ineffective. Wang Wenyao had no choice but to let him go. He was also greatly troubled. This fellow would shoot a few arrows and then flee. How could he possibly catch him? In the 10,000 beasts forest, he caught some game and roasted it. He also took out a dozen fruits and tossed them into his mother's cell, then left without looking back, fearing that staying too long would make him unable to hold back his words. This time he walked through Pinging City with his head down, taking a shorter route.
The Wang family is finished now. Even their proud weapon business has been largely taken over by the Zhou family. Exactly. The Zhou family is clearly on track to replace the Wangs as the leader. This is all because of a former servant of the Wang family. The young master Wang defiled the city lord's maid and pinned the crime on that servant. Who would have thought that the servant's son would grow so powerful over the years, throwing the Wangs into chaos? Ha, how amusing. Those who bring disaster upon themselves cannot escape their fate. The Zhou family. Interesting.
Zhang Bufan donned a cloak and arrived at the Zhou residence.
I wish to see your master.
The guards at the gate listened to Zhang Bufan's purpose.
Our master is not someone.
Without a word, Zhang Bufan punched the stone lion beside him, instantly reducing it to dust.
Is that enough? Yes. Senior, forgive us. Please follow me.
The guard led him to the main hall, where a middle-aged man of about 50 sat upright. The guard whispered a few words to him. The man immediately stood up respectfully and clasped his fists in greeting.
Esteemed master, please have a seat. All of you leave. Are you the head of the Zhou family? I am Zhou Shiwei. Senior, what guidance do you have? You've been raking in gold lately, haven't you, Master Zhou?
Zhou Shiwei didn't try to hide it.
Ha, I've made a bit of money.
Zhang Bufan didn't look up at his smug expression.
Would you like to crush the Wang family? Senior. What do you mean?
Zhou Ziwei's expression turned serious.
I mean take their place. Senior. What are your terms?
Zhou Shiwei wasn't foolish. He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. Zhang Bufan initially had no conditions. He just wanted to destroy the Wangs.
Just tell me how much profit crushing the Wangs would bring you. I only want a small share.
Zhang Bufan had to ask, or else he would arouse suspicion.
I'll give you this amount.
Zhou Shiwei held up 4 fingers.
Fine.
Zhang Bufan then drew a long sword, the one he had obtained after killing 2 cultivators.
Lend this sword to you. Take it to the Wang's biggest shop and challenge them to a contest. Claim that the Zhou family's swords are far superior to the Wang's. But senior, this sword of yours.
Zhang Bufan knew he doubted its quality.
SSSHHH.
He sliced through a marble stool beside him, cutting it cleanly in 2 with the long sword.
Thighs. This is truly a treasure.
Zhou Shiwei held the long sword with both hands.
But senior, aren't you afraid I'll keep your sword for myself?
Zhang Bufan threw his head back and laughed.
Ha ha! Whoosh!
He tossed out a talisman he had made, and a fireball the size of a watermelon blasted another stone into powder. Zhou Ziwei's jaw dropped in astonishment.
You are an immortal master. Shoo! Lend you the sword for just 1 day. I'll come for it tomorrow. As for my share, I'll collect it in 10 days.
With that, he leaped over 500 meters, clearing the Zhou residence. Taking a shortcut, he reached Guangping City.
Huh. Let's see how long your Wang family can hold out now. Without money, which cultivator will still help you?
That night, he continued with medicinal baths and cultivation.
Boom!
As his meridians and dantian expanded, he finally broke through to the 6th layer.